Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Just too much L'Imperator. Hudson River Farms, Arch Kingsley. This was the allowance race. Joe, they went how much faster than we watched last week in the grade 1?
You're going to make me do math. About 6 seconds, I think. So they were 3:53 last week in the grade 1 and 3:47 and change today. So, you know.
It's a little bit of given the ground.
Probably a little. Turf's a little different, but again, way less experienced horses rolling along on the front end with Beat Levant.
To Liza in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Lafitte, and here with winning trainer Arch Kingsley. And Arch, Stephen was able to just sit off the pace and give a great run. Was that the plan?
I left it up to him, but that was how he won last time out. And in a short period of time, he and I have had a good bit of success doing it exactly that way. And he seems to fit my horses really well. He's got a really cool head out there, and they all click. It always goes so smoothly. I was watching the whole thing and never worried. I just thought he looked like he always had it under control, and it panned out that way, thankfully.
And we were talking this morning about how he ran off in the Belmont Gold Cup. What do you think made the difference?
I wouldn't want to disparage Trevor McCarthy by any means. You're a great rider, Trevor, but this guy has a set of hands like Alka-Seltzer. I mean, they'll saddle anything. Just a good ride, you know, just somebody trusting him. Maybe us having that run around Belmont Gold Cup might have knocked some of the fizz off of him. Maybe he wasn't quite as sharp today because, you know, Trevor got him on a little bit of a stronger, more fired up day. And today you put a couple jumps in front of him. It's amazing what it'll do for him. It'll slow him down, and it'll make most horses stop and think about what they're doing. So I think that was part of it too.
And can we expect to see him back up here at Saratoga?
I can't imagine why not. God willing, he stays healthy. We absolutely will be back in Saratoga. He likes it here. He's doing well. You saw it. Let's come back.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lafitte, great win here in the second jump race of the meet.
We hope to see him back at Saratoga, Liza. And Joe, it's like the athletes that we marvel at. Maybe it's a little bit of a stretch, but like about Jackson, whether it's baseball and football and being able to excel at the highest levels doing different different sports. Here, watching L'Imperator, knowing what he could do at the grade 2 level flat racing, and what he can do now as a steeplechase as an older horse.
Yeah, and you don't always see it translate. I mean, and he's obviously early days, but he's won 9 races in his life. I mean, that's a horse who likes to win, you know. And he's done everything as people have asked him, you know. And they put him in the Keeneland sale. The horse is of racing age, and Arch bought him as a jump prospect, and he's done nothing wrong for them too. You see him improving a little bit each step. Today was a weird setup. It'd be interesting to see in a different race, you know, how it might with a bigger field, how he might adapt to it. He'd be live coming back in one of the novice stakes right toward the end, maybe the last week of the meet or the 5th week or the 7th week of the meet. I'm stuck on 6 weeks.
Like they were saying, he does like it here at Saratoga. Joe, thanks so much. When do we get to see you next? What's next on the steeplechase calendar?
So we'll be back next Wednesday with another novice race, which is horses a little bit of a step above these in terms of what they've accomplished. So should be a pretty good group coming up for that too.
Pleasure as always, my friend.
Thanks for having us.
And a terrific article in the Saratoga Special. This is sourceracing.com for those not in Saratoga picking it up, about how wet paint got her name.
Yeah, it was really fun.
You wrote a lot of fun. So
really
we should
fun.
check that out.
And it really involves wet paint. So,
yeah, it's a cool story.
Great
stuff.
stuff.
This morning.
Great stuff always in the Saratoga Special. Joe stepping aside. We're staying right here. We have the second race, start of the early pick 5, first flat race of the afternoon. No jumping, probably, we hope. $40,000 claiming sprint, 7/8 of a mile. Current favorite, Silk Trade at 7-5. When we come back, week 2 redux, last week's highlights, right on cue, wet paint. You know where to get the story about her name. Refusing to lose in the CCA Oaks, and 24 hours later, Nest, the champ. Statement win in her long-awaited return. Just getting started on Saratoga Live.
Cody's Wish is making a big move on the outside, but it's Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Metline.
Curly, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga, so I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33 and 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spice Down was a super fast horse, certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Then comes Salvino, inching up outside Belfast Banter. And the leader is Historic Heart, confronted and passed by Belfast Banter. Belfast Banter runs right on by. Belfast Banter with a beautiful trip under Barry Foley, cruising home. Here comes Orange Freeze, the gray, a wide bid, but a good one. On the outside, Orange Freeze is digging in. It's Orange Freeze, a clear-cut winner. And it's a quick one for It's All Coming Together. Vacation Dance comes away in second. And It's All Coming Together, holding on to the lead by 3. It's All Coming Together. Ramblin' Wreck, it's all coming together all the way. And Scotland is sprinting out for the early lead. Scotland's had an easy lead despite the presence of Il Miracolo. Scotland spurts clear and leads it by 2 with a furlong left to go. Tour de force for Scotland. At the rail, Surge Capacity is a close-up third, taken in hand just a bit. They're at the top of the stretch. Surge Capacity trying to get through on the inside of Secret Money. It's Surge Capacity in front, close to home. Surge Capacity under Joel Rosario. A very quick beginning for Roses for Deborah. Bubble Rock is up and on the pace too. Bubble Rock lets it out a notch and leads it now by 2 lengths. Roses for Deborah second. Roses for Deborah collaring Bubble Rock and going right on by. Roses for Deborah makes short work of the competition. Wet Paint is at the back right next to Gambling Girl. And Wet Paint 6 lengths off the pace. Gambling Girl, Wet Paint launching on the far outside. And Sacred Wish has opened up 3, trying to fend off Wet Paint, who's closing ground. Wet Paint surging under Flavia and Pratt to win the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Lavin, you're by far the dirtiest jockey out here. Did you run out of goggles? Did you go through all, you have 4 or 5 pairs on?
I didn't, but I had dirt in my eyes after the wire, so I took everything off and tried to clean my eyes. But usually when you're so dirty, it's never a good sign. But with her, it's always, that's all the way it is.
Wet paint, it's okay when it's dirty paint.
Best of week 2, sights and sounds. Week 2 stakes winners. Favorites defeated in 6 of 7, not including the AP Smithwick, same as week 1. So after 2 weeks, favorites in stakes races, 2 for 14. See if that trend continues in week number 3, as we're now joined by champion jockey Richie Migliori. Richie, what's happening with the favorites in all these stakes races?
Well, the short and the quick answer, which isn't factual, is Saratoga's happening to them. I think it underscores just how competitive it is up here. And if a horse isn't at their very best or doesn't get that optimum trip, they're ripe to be upset because of the competition.
I would also add in the case of Wet Paint, She was favored in just about every single pool but the win pool. And maybe people need to take a little closer look to the value in the win pool because there frequently exists, and it did in that race.
And so Nest was favored throughout in the wagering. Of course, Clairiere was actually favored. The Shoe V on Sunday. Rich, what'd you make of Nest, her long-awaited 4-year-old debut, unraced since last fall's Breeders' Cup?
Yeah, I thought she had a chance to upset Clairiere because tactically she was going to be a little more forward. I think she just defeated Clairiere because she's very good, and I think we're seeing even a bigger, stronger version of Nest this year as a 4-year-old. You know, got a perfect trip, but created her own trip.
Yeah, I'm going to take the opposite viewpoint, and I hope Nest ends up being terrific as she was here last summer, but you know, the race did not come up that fast. And if you're looking at buyer speed figures, it was a 94. And Clairiere, that's running a subpar race. So if you take that figure at face value, it may have had something to do with the slow pace, the tactical advantage. I'm going to reserve judgment until the field gets a lot tougher, hopefully, in the personal ensign. We talked about this quite a bit in the show on Sunday. Hopefully, we'll get a much more competitive field. Listen, Nest obviously has credentials to be the leader of the division. And maybe this is the right step, and it's just her first start. And she's every right
off
to improve.
point, yeah.
No question about it. But I think, like, if you read the internet has declared her the greatest horse in the division. Well, they declared it last year, too, and it turned out to be true.
Well, I'm not going to reserve judgment. I'm smitten. When you fall in love, you know. I know.
And a lot of times when you fall in love, things don't always work out that well.
You might get your heart broken.
Especially the racetrack.
The eye test, Andy.
Well, if she passed the eye test, I'd like to book every cent on her in the next race.
The best news, like, you don't have to wait that long for the next stakes race. The Honorable Miss is early. 4th race. There's the field. Only 4 of them. 3/4 of a mile sprint, $200,000 purse. Number 1, Echo Zulu. 4 to 5 morning line favorite. Here's one I know Andy has a big crush on, Echo Zulu. 2-year-old filly champ. This was her 2023 debut. The winning colors at Churchill late May, Andy.
And I think one of the things you learn from horses is how they fare in defeat. And I thought her Kentucky Oaks, the distance probably too far for her.
Agreed.
Facing a very, very strong field and a very fast pace. She battled as hard as a horse could in that situation and ran a remarkable race in defeat. And we saw her come back as a 4-year-old as good as ever, and I'm really looking forward to seeing her race today. And this is part of what makes Saratoga great. On a Wednesday, seeing Echo Zulu showing up against some pretty good other horses as well.
I agree wholeheartedly. This is what makes Saratoga great, to see a horse or horses like you have in the Honorable Miss, and it comes up the 4th race early in the card. Do you think, Andy, there's any chance that Frank's Rocket and her get engaged?
No. I don't think Frank Scott is as fast as her. I have to think they'll use it. One thing, though, that I want to see play out, because we had a little bit of rain here, I think, Monday afternoon, but nothing major. I think there's a real argument the rail was dead on Sunday's card on the main track. And with Echo Zulu breaking inside, it'll be interesting to see if Florent Giroux gets her off the inside. And that might be one of the things, because I feel like the 2-path was okay, but a lot of horses fell back pretty badly on the inside on Sunday's card.
Let's not sleep on Mary, quite contrary. More on her later. Frank's Raquette, who stumbled at the start last year in this Honorable Miss, running 2nd. Race number 4 coming up. Honorable Miss kicking off the Weeks 3 stakes schedule here from Saratoga. Horses are in the paddock. Race number 2. Maggie Wolfendale is with us and standing by. Maggie, very often with your paddock report, we will hear a reference to a horse's turf hoof, right? Today, we actually get to see the difference.
Yeah, a little bit later, we will see that difference, Lafitte, coming up maybe in the 2-year-old race that we see in the next one, the 3rd, and then later on in the 5th as well. We'll talk a little bit about that, but we have tried and true dirt horses here assembled for today's 2nd race, as we'll begin with some new faces. And the one taking a lot of money as of now is for Robertino Diodoro, off the claim from Norm Cassie. He's riding a 2-race win streak in here, in which he soundly beat Gunnet, who Linda Rice then claimed out of that race, and he's turned into a pretty fast runner now, kind of figuring things out finally and racking up the wins. But looking at Silk Trade, he is a big, good-looking son of Into Mischief, very much that typical Into Mischief prototype in here. Now, he does come in off what is a bit of a layoff wearing those front wraps. He wore them 3 back in that effort at Oaklawn Park. off of a layoff. Looking at him here, good energy though, is fit. I like what I see. And furthermore, I do like the effort he comes in off of, albeit back in late April. Moving on to the ever potent and dangerous first off the claim, especially from Kentucky, Linda Rice horse. And that's number 7, Flint Ridge, who had a very tough and troubled trip, I thought, last time out when he had to break from the inside going the 6 back on May 12th at Churchill. He was sent hard to get that position as you look through his form, and his best efforts when he had those 3 wins in a row were when he was forwardly placed. And so Luis Saez recognized that and tried to get forward position, but it just wasn't happening. And unfortunately, the horses who secured that early lead shut the door on him, and he checked hard and sharply all the way back to last, swung out, made a bit of a run there behind the favored eventual winner, Divine Leader, where Awesome Aaron, who finished second that day, he was the one who set the pace. This is a tall son of Into Mischief. Now, he does not look like Into Mischief at Lafitte, as he is gray, for one, and very long leggy. Physically, yes, he looks that way, but if anything, this guy with a kind of similar layoff looks more fit and more ready to go than your favorite in here, Silk Trade.
All right, something to keep an eye on moving forward as we get closer to post time for this second race. Riders up, and leading trainer at the meet, Linda Rice, after 9 days, slight 1-win lead over Chad Brown, well armed in the second, with Flint Ridge currently 3-1. First flat race of the afternoon next on Saratoga Live.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
The NyraBets Travers Bankroll Builder is back. Place a $50 win wager on one horse in any or all of the selected Saratoga Stakes races and receive a $20 bonus, win or lose. Opt in each week to play at NyraBets.com.
Kicking off week 3. Welcome back, everyone. You're watching Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by NyraBets, but in track anywhere, anytime, visit NyraBets.com or download the NyraBets app to get started. You can also follow along on all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit Nyra.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races. On today's show, Post-parade race 2, $40,000 claimer, extended sprint, 7/8 of a mile, older horses, big scratch, last chance at glory is out. Ram is in, who ran in the Preakness 2 years ago.
And Ram has some races in his distant past that would make him competitive here, but he's facing horses far more accomplished. He's only won 2 races, and everybody else has won 4 or more in here.
Lafitte's Fleet, Andy, not how you spell it.
Yeah, I can't root for this horse because of his name. He took advantage of a pace that was collapsing last time, but he did run a good race.
Silk Trade, Arad Ortiz. We'll get to the jock standings in a moment. Jake Rocks has won 5 of 6 first after the claim, Dominic Schettino.
But he hasn't run in 3 months, and we'll see how he does for his new trainer after doing incredibly well for Rob Atras.
Beaver Hat, another first after the claim.
Yeah, stepping up in company, claim for 25, lands in a saltier spot. Comes back as a gelding, though.
And Flint Ridge for Linda Rice. You guessed it, first after the claim.
My top choice should be in a very good stalking position on the outside with his speed, and he gets back to any of his number of his good efforts prior to the claim, and I think he's the horse to beat.
Hard-knocking $40,000 claimers in the second start of the early pick 5. Post time 5 minutes. Good crowd on hand. After today, we're a quarter through the meet. The chase for an Alan Jerkins training title still very early, but early on, very close, Richie. And Linda Rice, Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher separated by 2 wins.
Yeah, listen, they're firing all cylinders, all the top 3, and there's a lot of ammunition in those barns, though. Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher have bench strength, right?
But when you consider all of those claims that Linda Rice made at Churchill, many of them showing up over the first 10 days, including this one, it's not surprising she's up top. And honestly, from the competitive nature, we're so used to Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher, it's kind of cool to have a third person involved in there. And between the 3 of them, they are averaging exactly 1 win a day each, with Linda slightly ahead and Todd slightly behind, but still doing great.
You're expecting Linda Rice to create a little separation, much more on Flint Ridge in a moment, because for the jock chase, the Angel Cordero riding title, the Saratoga standings here, not quite as close, Richie. 20? This has been an avalanche for Arad Ortiz.
9 days of racing so far, Andy, and 21 wins. Can you remember all of the years that you've been here for the Saratoga meeting, anybody, any rider setting that torrid of a pace?
It's hard to imagine that happening, you know, and obviously he's a great rider of a great meet. I feel bad, though, because of his brother, you know, and because he picked up a number of wins, that his brother was riding those horses, and the competition sort of evaporated after that, and I'm just thrilled that Jose's back today.
Jose back riding, not riding in the first mount scratch. We'll see him in the 5th. You're looking at Silk Trade. That was his latest in April at Keeneland while he was with Norm Cassie. Arad Ortiz riding there, just a simple stock and pounce approach, ending with a win.
Yeah, the eternal question is, though, this horse was claimed almost exactly 3 months ago for $62,500, and now he comes back and he's running for $40,000. I know you can do the math. He gets almost $40,000 if he wins this race. If he gets claimed, after paying all the expenses, I'm not sure they actually even get out, because don't forget they've been paying for him for 3 months. Jockey gets 10%. Trainer gets paid as well. So it's not really a money-winning proposition for him, and they didn't claim him to come close to breaking even 3 months later. And Richie, I think the layoff is more of a worry than the drop. Is that fair?
I agree. And also, Robertino Diodoro has not had this kind of success in New York that he's had in other jurisdictions.
Elsewhere. Yep. That's Silk Trade. We check in with Maggie.
Yeah, you guys said it, and that's why I prefer the 7 in here, Flint Ridge. Not only is Flint Ridge coming back off of an effort where, wow, you can make an excuse for him, he just seems more ready with regards to that layoff. He showed great energy back in the paddock and even more so out on the racetrack, and I just think Flint Ridge is the horse to beat. Look, I'm rooting for my good friend Jay Provenzano of Flying P, but I just thought that the 2 logical horses, he made the most sense. Also did notice that Linda Rice closed his blinkers in a little bit more, and I think that was because we saw him not necessarily get to the lead last time. So look for him and drawing a favorable outside post to be forward. As we'll move on to number 5, Jake Rocks for Dominic Schettino. I said it when we saw him claimed from Rob Atras. I question, will we ever see Jake Rocks win another race again? Because he was a horse that was like 1 for or 2 for a lot. And then Rob Atras gets him and he turned into a win machine. And albeit you were like, maybe their aqueduct horse is not that good. there's some decent horses in his running line, albeit back at Aqueduct during the winter time. And he comes off of a layoff. He looks incredibly fit here, but it's almost like when he was doing that really good running for the Atras barn, he carried more weight and conditioning. He looked phenomenal. And not that he looks poor here, he just doesn't quite look the same. Lafitte.
Jake Rocks, Maggie, thanks so much. And there he is at 7-2. Luis Saez in the irons.
And I think it's...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's great points that Maggie brings up. And it's the question the handicappers deal with. Because one of the biggest changes in the last... I mean, it's always been a factor in racing, but I think it's become a bigger factor, are trainers. Handicapping trainers. Trainers that improve horses. Claiming from trainers that improve horses. Can you improve off certain trainers? And it's an interesting discussion. One of the things I've found that's interesting, I used to think when I got in the game, why don't people claim from these lower percentage trainers? They're sometimes the toughest guys to claim from.
Well, isn't it, kind of
gals,
a balancing act here? You're claiming a horse off of a very good trainer. You know you've got a very well taken care of horse that you're getting in good health and good condition, right? Training from a lower percentage kind of trainer, maybe the horse isn't as healthy as you'd like, and now you've got to kind of get him back or her on track.
No, I think those are great points. And I think it's such an interesting, because the common wisdom is, well, this trainer's a 20% trainer. He claimed from a 5% trainer. This horse should improve, as we know. And one of the things I love about racing is so much of it's counterintuitive. Using what seems like really clear logic often ends up with less money in your wallet.
Or in this case, handicappers just going with a hot hand in your top selection here in Flint Ridge, who is 3-2 as they approach the starting gate.
Yeah, I mean, to ignore how well Linda Rice's horses are running is to ignore reality. And, we're in the business of trying to select winners, trying to understand our races, who's the likely horse of winners. Why questions a lot of times take a back seat to that. They're running very well. She claimed a horse from Tom Amis that had won 4 straight races, had run figures between 75 and 79. He ran against tougher horses on Sunday, did not necessarily even have his preferred trip, though he didn't have a bad trip, and ran a 94 buyer in defeat. That horse didn't even win. He's not showing up in Linda's 10 wins, and he might have improved the most of anybody. Horses are running for her right now, and to ignore it as a bettor, you do at your own peril.
They're not ignoring it here. Flint Ridge, 3-2, the favorite. Ram ran in the Preakness as a 3-year-old. Kendrick Carmouche off to a really good start this meet.
He's riding extremely well because he's aggressive and he's putting horses in position to win races. This horse is running over his conditions, so he's facing tougher than he absolutely has to, and he's coming back in 12 days with a tough post. Post 1, 7/8, more difficult.
Filing into the gate, start of the early pick 5. Frank Mirmati standing by with the call. Post time race 2, kicking off week 3 for flat racing at Saratoga.
Thanks, Lafitte. Here's Beaver Hat, one from the outside. And we're just waiting on Flint Ridge. Under Jose Lezcano takes up his spot. They are in the gate. And they're off. Even start, a good one for Silk Trade in the center, but it's Jake Rocks who's a little bit quicker. And on the outside, Flint Ridge. Ram coming through at the rail, and Ram will move right into the second spot behind Jake Rocks. So it's Jake Rocks in front, 3/4 of a length. Ram second, 1.5 lengths. Back to Flint Ridge in third. Then comes Lafitte's Fleet. Silk Trade is racing in between rivals. Beaver Hat outside of him. They're covered by no more than 4 lengths, 23 flat for the opening quarter mile, and Jake Rocks is the leader by a length. Ram moves to his outside to try and challenge second, followed by Flint Ridge moving up. There goes Flint Ridge with a 3-wide bid, just 3/4 of a length off the dueling leaders, Ram and Jake Rocks, the half in 46-1. Jake Rocks set down, Ram pressuring hard. On the outside of them, Flint Ridge is in third. Silk Trade, Pink Silks, angles to the center of the track, but is 7 lengths behind. Down at the rail, Lafitte's Fleet is in fourth. They're a furlong for the finish. And Jake Rocks trying to fight off Ram, and here comes Lafitte's Fleet. And Lafitte's Fleet kicking into high gear with a 16th to go, puts them all away. Lafitte's Fleet pulling clear to win it by 3.5. Photo for second, Ram and Jake Rocks, then Flint Ridge.
Makes me proud. Lafitte's Fleet. I don't care how they spell it. Lafitte's Fleet opening up late in the second at Saratoga, closing at 5-1 to kick off this early pick 5.
Yeah, it appeared that Joel Rosario and Lafitte's Fleet was looking to angle out. They were off the rail. He said, "Oh, I got an pass, easy pass here. Let me duck back in." And this horse kicked on. And you may be right. You were talking about the inside. I mean, he wasn't on top of the fence, but
he wasn't on the rail. Just because people think just because horses close inside, they're on the rail. I mean, I think the leader, the five horse, Jake Rocks is about the 3 or 4 or 5 path at this point. Yeah. And I don't think Jake Rocks is anywhere near the rail. He's just finding a big gap in there. And I'll tell you a couple things happened in this race. And obviously, the Fleet Street ran the best race, and he was much the best in here, no doubt about it. And I see Joel Rosario get the win. Is the Diodoro horse was eased, I believe, right around the turn. He didn't do any running.
Yeah.
And Linda Rice's horse, Flint Ridge, who got an absolutely perfect trip. I mean, horses, he looked like a cinch top of the stretch. He looked about 2 to 5 top of the stretch, and he backed up to 4th. So should we think this is an isolation, or are we now looking a little differently at some of Linda's horses going forward?
Well, it's a moment for pause. You got to think about it for sure.
Because right there, you're thinking he's going to go on right there, Richard.
Yeah, and
Flint Ridge, and he is spent.
Dead empty.
I also think Joel Rosario thought he was going to go on, and that's why he aborted the idea of angling out, because he figured he'd put the block on him. So he said, well, I better go back in, and then that horse stopped. So I think he could have done either and had the same result.
Oh, he probably could have done a cartwheel and had the same result the way he won.
It's a great name.
They just got to figure out how to spell it.
Yeah, he overcame his name.
2 F's.
Impressive.
1 T, no E. Rudy Rodriguez.
I think this is a
Michael
pirate.
Imperial.
It's a pirate joke, I think, right? You could be wrong, but...
The old man has a pirate tattoo on his arm. Joel Rosario, 5-1. Lafitte's Fleet, 3-2, 5-7. The Lucas trainee completing the exact at 15-1. Also, when we come back, we all know what he did in just 6 career starts. Justified, 2018 Triple Crown winner, and now we're catching a glimpse of what he can do as a stallion. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live. Stay tuned.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to Saratoga Live. We are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. First flat race of the day on the main track, the aptly named Lafitte's Fleet, and I'm pleased to be joined by co-owners Rob and Giovanni Comestro, and as you guys smiling ear to ear. Now, you're Californian people, but first win at the spa, how's it feel?
Amazing. Almost speechless.
This was our first horse with Rudy Rodriguez, and first one here and first win. A little story, Giovanni, when he was 1 year old, we were walking around Rudy's barn, and Mike and Libby and Rudy took him at 1 and walked him around and fed all the horses peppermints. And that's literally how we got started in the industry. And a couple of years later, we just claimed Lafitte 3 ago, and here we are, a winner in Saratoga Springs.
As I always say in this game, it all comes full circle. And Giovanni, you walked over with the horse today. How cool was that?
So cool. I mean, first win, it feels good.
And talk about how much you love this game.
I've done it a lot of times, and I like it. It's kind of my hobby.
My man, you're the future. And how important do you think it is, Rob, to get these young kids involved?
So important to get the next generation started early. We bring them around the barn all the time. We show them the backside and where it all starts with the care of the horses and the love that the grooms and the jockeys and the trainers give these horses day in and day out. And we're just very, very happy to be a part of the horse racing industry.
Giovanni, how many mints is Lafitte's fleet going to get tonight?
5,000.
Boom! I love it, Lafitte. You might need to share some of those mints with the horse name, Lafitte.
5,000 mints, absolutely. Especially if you catch 1340 Lafitte's fleet over Ram, and Jake rocks that little kid. His passion he already has for the game. That was awesome.
Yeah, should we bring him on?
Yeah, we got an empty spot right next to Mig.
By the way, let's give a little love to Ram, and did love that. Love to see the kids enjoy the game. And by the way, that's how I got in the game. I was going to the racetrack as a kid in Saratoga. And that's one of the great things about Saratoga. Kids coming here, and you see a lot of young kids here. There are a lot of budding degenerates and a lot of people out there that love the game the way we love it. And Richie and I come from different places but have a great love. And Saratoga is a place we can expose them to it.
Perfect segue because we have more kids. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Ram odds on 4-5. No surprise in terms of the early wagering. Much more on these freshmen as we get closer to post time for the third race of the afternoon. Some other 2-year-olds, some debut runners that have opened eyes over the last few days. We go back to Saturday in the undercard of the coaching club American Oaks, and it was Valentine's Candy who broke like a rocket. Bill and Corrine Heilich brought the owners here. You see the colors in front turning for home as fast as he was early on. Going to have to hold on, gets a little bit tight late.
And listen, this is what we've come to expect from Steve Asmussen's first-time stars. A lot of speed and a lot of talent. This race came up very slow. Yeah. And that's a concern. And I'm curious to see how these horses do well going forward, because there are too many well-bred horses from good barns for them all to be that slow. And I wonder if this race ends up being a little better in retrospect.
And what an advantage to break as sharply as this horse did in these short, 2-year-old races. And it's such a credit to Keith Asmussen, Steve's dad, who breaks and trains all these horses when they're young, breaks them to saddle, bridle, and gives them all their early lessons. And Bill and Corinne Heilig have been longtime clients of the Asmussens. And man, when you leave the gate running like that, if you've got any talent at all, you're going to be tough to run down.
It's like they just shot him out of a cannon.
Yeah, he was 2 in front, and the rest were chasing. Valentine Candy. And the race came back slow. Let's see what he does in his second career start. That was a dirt sprint. This was going long on grass. Hard to justify. First time started by Justify. Richie with Flavia and Pratt in this slingshot move, rounding the far turn.
Yeah, and he had an issue, and a horse made a middle move up inside of him.
6 horse.
Yeah, and he had a kind of jam on the brakes there, angled out, and then kicked hard for home. This was a nice effort, and a horse that showed he can overcome adversity.
I think the 2 horses you want to pay attention to in this race are obviously him, and also the 6 horse whose name escapes me right now. He's a first-time star for Christophe Clement in Cheyenne Stable, Joel Rosario Road. Got left, rushed up on the inside in the backstretch. Not exactly the kind of move you expect to see from the better jockeys. And in doing so, he got the winner in trouble, and this horse regathered herself and got the job done.
Because Lafitte, you're always leaving a little bit of space for yourself to work with, especially going to a turn, and all of a sudden a horse shows up there and took all the slack away.
That's right.
A couple of prospects to keep an eye on moving forward. Maggie, what about this week? Is there a 2-year-old in particular you're most excited about seeing?
Lafitte, it's actually a New York bred for the George Weaver barn. Now, unfortunately, the horse that we will see the work with him was supposed to run in this next race, Beautiful Thief, so we won't see her. But Agalos the Great is entered in the first race on Friday, and the Dam Sprightly, she's a multiple stakes winner. She did win the first 2 starts of her career as a 2-year-old, and furthermore, this one is a half. 2 Paws for the Cause, who also won her first start of her career and then went on to win some New York bred stakes. Now look how easily this horse is going under Manny Franco. From the gate, broke well, and this one is going the 4 furlongs and 48-1, and just constantly under a hold, which I love to see. Furthermore, I don't know how small Beautiful Thief is, but it surely makes Agalos the Great look like a big horse, and I have to assume that he was, because thinking about his half-sister, Paws for the Cause, she was a big filly/mare, so I'm really looking forward to what this George Weaver horse does in that first race on Friday. Doesn't feel like the toughest race going into it, and I think there's some talent there, given the precocity in the pedigree as well. And Andy, the horse of Christophe Clements, hard to justifies race, that was Micaiah.
I could always count on Maggie.
See, you know she's going to be there for you.
Maggie's on it. She's always there for us. Always.
Agalos the Great in Friday's first race. These 2-year-olds, and brought to you by Keeneland Sales. Coverage continuing at Saratoga. When we return, the heavy favorites in Graham, even money. For race number 3, started the early pick 4. What's not to like? Had that traffic jam and turf debut and still ran second, but see how performs in the starting gate. Did act up. How will she behave on this afternoon? Maggie's Paddock report for the 2-year-olds coming up next. Stay tuned. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
And to get your picnic basket and blanket ready. Saratoga Summer Concert Series is back. It's free, family-friendly concerts Sundays in July and Tuesdays in August. Begins 7 p.m. Congress Park, featuring local artists. Last Sunday, Skippy and the Pistons. Wow. Andy was there with his brand new cooler jug filled with God knows what.
Skippy and the Pistons has been around, I'm going to say, for going on 50 years. Now, I was friendly with somebody who was in Skippy the Pistons as I was younger. I don't know if Jimmy's still in the band, but they've been around a long, long time. And Congress Park, as many people may well know, designed by Olmsted, who also designed Central Park in New York. And Congress Park, it's a great park.
Not just a racing town. On Saturday, it will be a racing town. Fox Saratoga Saturday. This week, Jim Dandy, Grade 1 Vanderbilt. Next Saturday, the Whitney Fox Saratoga Saturday. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. New York breds, 5.5 furlongs on grass. Even money favorite in Graham, trained by Christophe Clement. There's Mel Giddings, trains number 3. Mel's Angel at 23 to 1, an outsider here. And you'll learn a lot more about Mel here next week. Trains Maple Leaf Mel. Andy, the undefeated New York bred, bound for the test on the undercard of the Whitney.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many good parts of this story, obviously, with the racehorse, who is a tremendously talented horse. And honestly, the way she's running, she'll be the horse to beat in extremely tough test stakes here. One of the biggest races for 3-year-old fillies all year. But she has the talent where it's not inconceivable she'll bet against older horses when you get to the Breeders' Cup.
I love that she continually steps her game up. She's passed every test, every challenge they put in front of her. She's ready for it. You see the emotion there. And I remember getting here last year and running into Sean Bridgman, who gets on Maple Leaf Mel on a regular basis. And he said to me, I'm getting on a 2-year-old filly. Could be the best filly I've ever sat on. That's her, Maple Leaf Mel.
No, she's good.
5 for 5, but the matchup that we could see with her and Pretty Mischievous in the Grade 1 test on the undercard.
Throwing a little money's gold in there as well.
That'll work.
Talking about a real
Fox
heavyweight battle.
Office Grade 1 test. First things first, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. These freshmen sprinting on grass. Maggie Wolfendale in the paddock. Now, Maggie, we wanted to discuss the difference between a turf hoof, of which we hear you reference from time to time in your paddock reports.
Well, that's right, Lafitte, as I'm pretty sure we have pictures to kind of demonstrate things. And look, it's not a hard and fast, always going to be true type of rule to follow, but it's a good thing maybe to go by. And it's something that I actually learned from my father growing up with many claiming horses, and, you know, you're trying to discern what kind of, you know, edge can you take, and maybe you claim a horse that has never tried the turf that you think could be a turf horse. And he always said to me that the flatter feet with a more angular pastern equals turf. And I remember a horse that we had that it was my favorite horse of all time. He's a big star. He has exclusively run on the dirt despite not having much turf pedigree. My father said we have to try him on the turf, and he turned into a multiple stakes winning turf sprinter. So we have turf sprinters here in the paddock. At least that's where they're going to start their careers. And we'll begin with number 4, Being Betty, a daughter of Weekend Hideaway, out of Lady Joan, who was a New York bred stakes winner and finished and placed in a lot of those New York bred stakes. I remember her finishing second up here in the Yaddo one year. Now, she's pretty frisky here in the paddock, and typical for a first foal. She's a little bit on the smaller side. Granted, you know, the pedigree goes back a generation, and the second dam, Ladies Wellcourt, has produced many effective turf horses. Now, I feel like this one's going to need a start because she just seems a little green, a little nervous, and furthermore, for the fitness perspective of things, but lands in a good spot despite by being Weekend Hideaway. So the jury's still out on him because we haven't seen many of his progeny, but at least he's by spite sounding. He has that influence for getting on the turf. Moving on to another firster, probably the one who made the best impression overall, is number 9, Heavenly Girl. This one is a full sister to 26 Black, who has established himself as a pretty good turf sprinter for Horacio de Paz. And she is well muscled in here. She's probably 95% fit, but again, in these turf sprints, I don't think you have to be 100% defined and lean looking. It's better to have a little more muscle behind the saddle than to be that sinewy type. So I love her disposition. She's just kind of looking at everybody like, yeah, what's up? just taking it all in. Now, some equipment notes on her. She is wearing short cup cheater blinkers and a Houghton bit. So maybe hinting at the fact that she does like to lean in or lean out a little bit, but watching her workout, albeit over the sloppy track out of the gate to back, she stayed on the bridle the entire work, which is good. I mean, a lot of times a sealed racetrack mimics the turf, but also when you work turf horses over the dirt, a lot of times they'll kind of come off the bridle and they'll kind of fall apart towards the end of the work, and I didn't notice that with her. So I really like what I'm seeing from Heavenly Girl. As number 10 is Inca Money, a daughter of Sharp Azteca, who has just really gotten off to a great start now in his second year with his foals. This one, lovely frame to her, and she has a nice pedigree on the bottom, but it is a little bit more dirt inclined. So looking at her, I think she'll be fine on the turf, but it feels like this is just a jumping off point, Lafitte, and feels like she'll move forward with a race under her belt.
Inca Mummy, yeah, we'll see if she takes to turf in her debut. She's 9-2, live on the board, circling back to the favorite in Graham, even money favorite. First off, she was fractious in the starting gate, and then Andy just completely sawed off, making their way into the far turn.
Well, Richie can talk about this much more eloquently than me because he's just been in this situation so many times. He's actually really the one who taught it to me. You got to be very careful about how close you are to the rail when that turn breaks.
Yeah, and there's a point where you have to be all the way up in there or all the way out of there, or this is the result. You get taken out of there. You don't have ownership of that spot going into a turn unless you're all the way up in the spot.
And you can't really tell. And this is really something you explained to me many, many years ago. Because if you're watching those replays, you tend to think, I don't understand, they're not in the turn. Especially at Belmont Park with those big, wide sweeping turns. So you don't realize, and this is you always said to me, it's the break of the turn.
Yeah.
It's when they hit the first start of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Last, Richie, turning for home, and watch her finish up here.
Yeah, now it looked like she was going to angle out there, and Joelle had to shift ground and go back to the inside. Now she's running plenty of room, but still for a young horse, she's basically running through rush hour traffic, and she finished with a lot of energy after being taken out of the race early, Andy.
I mean, listen, if you bet her, you have a right to be frustrated. She should have won this race. The winner was one of a number of George Weaver first-time starters that were ready to go, and these horses ran okay. Now, how good that field was, it's a little hard to judge because Beyer doesn't make figures to 5 furlong races, doesn't feel his numbers are that reliable, and it's hard to know. And this is not, at least on paper, a weak-looking race. I mean, you've got legitimate pedigree on Mel's Angel. You've got significant pedigree. This is for Grass on Being Betty. You've got real pedigree for Heavenly Girl. And you've got a lot of money showing for the 10-horse Inca Money for Mike Maker, who does not win with a lot of 2-year-old firsters in turf sprints.
Get another look at her in the post-parade. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. We start with Love Thyself, an Alan Brodsky-owned first-time starter.
And it was stakes-winning mare on the dirt, and she was 0 for 2 on turf.
Mel's Angel, cold on the board.
I like the 2-year-old sales work, but it's taking no money.
7-1, Being Betty and Jose Lascano.
Yeah, out of a first foal, out of a mare that's a restricted stakes winner. The Grand Dame was a 2-time winner on turf. There's a lot of pedigree here.
The Dam is a half the winner of the Stallion Series race last week.
Follow Your Arrow, you saw, one of 2 with experience, and she's quick. And then Barefoot Disco Partner debuting filly.
Yeah, it looks a lot like her sire here, Disco Partner, who's just his 3rd starter.
Graham, the one to beat. Saratoga Smoke Show on her toes.
Yeah, the mare ran once, going 1.25 miles, has produced 3 turf winners, probably went longer.
Heavenly Girl, War Dancer, debuting homebred.
This horse is a half to a very nice current 3-year-old, 26 black. A full, in fact, of that horse, well under turf winner. Plenty of turf.
Inca Mummy live on the board, 5-1.
Coming in with some very strong workouts.
And on the outside, Needed draws in with the scratch of Beautiful Thief.
The Dam was 2 for 14, I believe, on the grass. This is her first foal. And talking about Inca Money, going back briefly, the second Dam was a very good horse, but was a good dirt horse. And so I do think it's interesting this horse is getting bet because it's not as big turf pedigree, though Sharp Azteca has been okay.
What Maggie was saying, that it probably dirt, but here she is, and she is live on the board at 5-1. So, Andy, your top selection here, and while you acknowledge that the favorite, Graham, is the one to beat, give us a sales pitch on number 4, Being Betty.
Nobody needs me to tell them Graham's horse to beat. The other thing is, I don't know how good that race was, so even with the trouble, I'm still not convinced that she's a superstar. What if one of these first-timers, or more of them, can run? And Being Betty, the Dan Lay Joan, is a half to She's one of the foals in the family that includes, I'm blanking the name, Maggie will tell me that name going forward, horse that won the stake, the big upset that beat the heavily favored horse in the Colts race, the second one on Thursday. And that horse is a weekend hideaway, by the way, for people that are wondering. So there's a huge, huge turf influence in this one for Phil Serpy, and Phil's had a number of these horses. So this one, I just thought was an interesting horse to take as an alternative. But I also think the 9, the full to 26 black, could be dangerous as well. I'm feeling this could be an interesting race.
We'll find the winner of that stakes race while we remind our viewers they can get involved. NyraBets.com. Use that promo code SPOT200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NyraBets.com, to earn your $200 deposit match. That was when Dakota's Gold's half-brother got beat?
Yeah, it's all coming together.
There you go.
Thank you, Acacia.
Right on it.
It's a team operation around here.
No, where would we be?
You know,
Mel's Angel from OBS, currently 28-1. What are we seeing here?
I don't know, Richie. You talk about it. You probably a better eye than me, but I think this horse leveled off pretty well.
Oh, I love the way she stretches out. Look at the way she reaches for ground, her head out and down 10 flat. Just a personal observation. I thought this work was very good. I really wish they would almost just ban crops and 2-year-old and training sales workouts. You know, we talk so much about limiting what jockeys can do. When horses are trained and conditioned to the crop, and now you want to take it away when they're in the midst of 8 or 10 other horses, I just think that's not a very smart move.
I hear what you're saying. Hear what you're saying. Jocks here, and just for the uninitiated, during the course of any running of any race, the restrictions are what now here specifically?
You're allowed to use the crop 6 times behind the saddle. You can tap horse on the shoulder, and honestly, most horses respond very well by just being shown the crop or being tapped down the shoulder. They run more, Andy, from the threat of the being hit than the actual action of being hit.
Yeah, no, I've wondered about that, the sales. You know, you have a better handle on those things than I do, but I've wondered that myself.
We check in with Maggie.
Yeah, I mean, let's call a spade a spade. She was asked a lot throughout that work, and you don't love to see that. She responded, God bless her, but and she really moved like a turf sprinter, and I think this is the right spot for her, but it just feels like, looking at her, she doesn't appear as fit as many of her counterparts that have run and even the ones that have not. So I'm excited to see what she does. You can just see it. I mean, look at her through her flank, through that barrel. She just looks a bit soft. She's also wearing a massive shadow roll, a Houghton bit, and cheater blinkers. That's a lot of equipment for a first-time starter. Look, but she's 30-1, so I'm wishing Mel and Ricardo the best of luck here as we'll move on to number 9, Heavenly Girl. I really like this filly. I like her more than the 10 that's taking money. She moves so well like a turf horse. She has been by far the most professional first-time starter, and I love that pedigree. I just really like what I'm seeing from her. Manny knows her well, as he has been on her in the morning for Horacio de Paz. And then one that also got a very aggressive warm-up is number 11, Needed, for my husband. And look, I don't really know that much about her at all. It's not the sexiest pedigree, being by brethren, for what it's worth. But she's showing that there might be forward speed with her. And hopefully she has it, as she does have to break from that far outside, drawing in to this race. But circling back to your heavy favorite, number 7, Graham. Look, she got fractious at the gate, but she did not show any signs of that prior to going into the gate. Same thing today, so keep an eye on her and how she behaves, as she seems calm, maybe getting a little bit more antsy as we see the gate there. Maybe the gate is just an issue with her, and you would hope that it's not, that she can overcome it, making her third start of her career. And Richie, maybe you can answer this. If they do a split load, is she going to have to be the first one in there, or second one, I should say, behind the 2?
Yes, yeah, actually she's right in the middle of the split, so she will be in there early, and that's something I always took into account. You know, if you've got a 10-horse field, they're supposed to load, 1-6, 2-7, so on and so forth. Less time in the gate, especially with young horses, the better the feet. They get antsy, they start getting edgy. Other horses act up and they react to the noise. And the atmosphere is just so different in the afternoons and the mornings. Horses will be calm and collected in the mornings, and then they feel that energy. and that anticipation of the afternoon, and then they'll have a tendency to act up.
An issue in her last start, as Maggie referenced. We'll see how she behaves today. Talking about the favorite, Graham. And what about this outsider? Richie the Gray by Disco Partner, fan favorite, Barefoot Disco at 39-1.
I thought this horse was interesting. I picked the favorite, Graham, off the trouble line last time. But Barefoot Disco, by a New York favorite in Disco Partner, earner of over $1.4 million, a turf sprint specialist, out of a mare that ran once and won on debut.
All right.
The Grand Dam ran once, won on debut.
I hear you're working.
There's precocity there out of a sire that I think we're all rooting to get off to a good start. And I thought this horse made a real nice impression in the post parade. Not taking any money, which you like to see horses get some support. A first-time start, it tells you that they've been a little bit, you know, impressive in their morning trials. But I just thought the pedigree was very impressive.
Well, and I mean, these kind of races, listen, experience, there's no substitute for experience. But, and the 7 is a very deserving favorite. But it's 4-5, and this is a race full of unknowns. Good trainers, well-bred horses, interesting race. This has the look. Now, sometimes they look like Saturday's race. We don't know if that race is going to turn out to be particularly good. Going forward, it came up slow. Sometimes they look great, and they turn out not to be. But there's too many unknowns in here to take 4-5 on this horse.
For example, how Graham is going to behave in the starting gate. This is kind of the moment of truth for her. She showed her ability. She had bad luck during the course of the running. She was fractious in the gate. So far, so good.
You know, Lafitte, I've learned so much from everybody I work with here on these shows. And Andy, you've opened my mind to and eyes to, you know, value and when horses are overbet. This came down to picking Graham. Who would I want to ride in this race?
Well, that's a completely different story.
Yeah, 100%.
You want to ride every 4-5 shot in every single race, even if you like somebody else.
You just don't want to bet him.
Right.
A jockey's agent's job is to get his rider on as many short-priced horses as he possibly can.
And that's why I went through so many agents in my career.
Always
the only reason? The only reason?
I was hangry.
How could anybody not get along with you, Richie?
Inca Mummy towards the outside. She took 4-1. Wow, Inca Mummy here.
Yeah,
Louis
she's
Saez.
really bet.
Yeah.
She's really bet. And I think you have to take in money into account, especially when you talk about Maggie and I were talking about the pedigree and the looks and stuff. It's almost counterintuitive because this does not look like a turf horse on paper.
Coaxing her forward. We're all set. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Frank Miramati standing by.
Thank you, Lafitte. Here is Needed to the outside, going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Follow Your Arrow is very quick away from the gate. Dueling in the early stages with Inca Mummy, who's flashing good speed. Needed is on the far outside. Heavenly Girl in between rivals. Up and on the pace, too. Graham races in 5th, just 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 3. Back to Mel's Angel, who has 7 lengths to make up. Then comes Barefoot Disco on the inside of Saratoga Smoke Show. As they round the turn, the opening quarter went in 21 4/5 seconds. The distant trailer is Being Betty. They are approaching the quarter pole, and Follow Your Arrow has been prominent every step of the way, getting a test from Needed on the outside with the white cap, and Needed is up on even terms, 3/16 out. Heavenly Girl swings into action in the center of the course. Further out, Mel's Angel is starting to find some momentum, and Graham is in the mix too. Here comes Graham with a furlong left to go, right next to Heavenly Girl, and Graham takes the lead close to home. It will be Graham pulling away, another for Joel Rosario, scoring by a length. Heavenly Girl was second. Then came Barefoot Disco and Follow Your Arrow.
Graham, the favorite, defeats Heavenly Girl 7-9 right at the start of the race. You saw the first-time starter Love Thyself make a left-hand turn with jockey Jenna Velasquez. There's Johnny V being tended to. Richie, what did you see right after the start of the race as Love Thyself is still, she's up, she's running around the track, and they'll be corralling her shortly?
Yeah, I mean, she continued after she crashed into the inside rail. Johnny being assisted off the turf course, limping. She just made a hard left and ran away from other horses. And we talk about it, Andy. Young horses have a tendency to run to empty space. There's more empty space inside of you when you break from the inside. And she just basically ran off the course.
Johnny looks like he's limping a little. Let's hope, though, he's okay. Getting older myself, just like you. We don't recover as quickly as we did once. He's a tough guy, but it's good to see him up for sure, and that's the most important thing. And listen, Graham got it done. But she got a good pace to close in and to do it. The 9-horse Heavenly Girl ran very well. There's so much going on in this race. It's one you want to watch a few times. Being Betty, who I liked, was a football field behind them and made a big run. We'll see.
A lot to unpack. Graham, the favorite, actually had some trouble rounding the far turn until she was wheeled to the outside, and Joel Rosario winning the first 2 in the afternoon at 7, 9, 6, 5.
And keep in mind, the inquiry that's posted is all about the 2 early in the race.
Right.
Yes.
I don't believe it's about anything else.
So I think horses to follow out of here. Now, good call by Maggie with Heavenly Girl at a good price, rounded out your exacta. How about Barefoot Disco at 40-1, rounding out your try?
You know who trained her, Dan? A legend in this game, John Paracella. Won first time out with a buyer figure in the 30s for the Cut for Birds.
But did win first time out.
Yeah, won.
And you know what, Andy, the horse that you liked is a horse to keep an eye on going forward. Being Betty was far back and was very green and trying to lug in, but she made up a considerable amount of ground in a quarter of a mile around the turn.
No, I agree. And those are the kind of horses usually have a little, they can't have less speed. They'll have a little more speed the next time out.
Let's go back to the start of the race. You're looking at number 2, Love Thyself. Richie, what happens?
Yeah, well, let's keep an eye on it because I just saw the pan. She broke out, bumped with the 3-horse, and then reacted very negatively. Now she sees that horse, and boy, did she swerve hard.
That breakaway rail.
Yeah, wow, man. And then she came back onto this side of the course, but she took down about 30 yards of fence there. How did she wind up back on the main course?
I don't. So they're putting the rail back together, and thankfully it is a breakaway rail and gives as it did.
It could have been far worse if it was a stationary solid rail. And you could see it was actually reacted to that outside horse just coming over a little bit and said, oh, no, I'm out of here. And that's what you're dealing with when you're dealing with inexperienced green horses.
Maggie, what can you tell us?
While Miguel Gutierrez, our lead outrider here, was able to apprehend number 2 in here. And I just want to know, guys, how did she get, was she on the inner turf course? I guess so, and she made her way over to that. I'm not sure, but I don't know how she got to where they could catch her, to be quite honest. But she's apprehended now, and her connections will be tending to her. But all things looking good. I will give an update once John Velasquez gets back front side here.
We'll wait for that, Maggie. You could see John Velasquez moving gingerly as he was assisted after being involved in that incident shortly after the start. We will step aside. We'll have an update on John Velasquez when we come back. For the time being, Graham, 4-5, 2 wins thus far for Joel Rosario. And, well, look who's on her way over. Echo Zulu, back where it all started for her, where she made her career debut in the summer of 21. The spin-away winner here in moments. Her first start since in the Wednesday feature, Grade 2 Honorable Miss on Fox Sports 2.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Here's Mange coming struggling down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hold of Mange. Mange has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mange to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Gorgeous Wednesday afternoon in upstate New York. And right here, Richie, you can see Joelle Rosario Graham almost kind of looking to her left a little bit in tight until she's able to wheel it to the outside and find clear sailing.
Yeah, it looked like he was thinking about trying to go through inside and then realized he was running out of room quick, had a steady, took up, came to the outside, and Graham finished extremely well here. Daughter of McLean's Music, who has now had 2 less than ideal trips. I mean, this was obviously far better than the last trip.
This is about as hard as you'll see Joel Rosario work on a horse. He's a guy who can be very cool. Sometimes it frustrates players seeing how cool he is on a horse. This one, he knew he had to do a lot of work to get her motivated.
He had to work. Maggie like Heavenly Girl completing the exacta. Richie Barefoot Disco, as you touched on, 40-1 to complete the trifecta.
I'm more tickled about talking about a horse that finished third at 40-1 than picking a favorite to win.
I'm always happy to see Saul Kupferberg do well. Anybody that rides the A train home with me in the city, we ride together sometimes, is okay.
Won't see me doing that.
What? You can come back.
Race
Dinner in the city. You used to be fun, Richie.
Yeah.
The day.
I used to be fun.
Wednesday feature grade 2 honorable miss. Of course, we'd love to see more horses in the field. There are only 4, Richie, but we would get this great head-to-head matchup. Not the way the better see it currently. Echo Zulu, who is 1-5, and Frank Swerket going head-to-head here in the honorable miss.
This is the beauty of Saratoga, and he said it off the top, that you are going to get quality horses early in a card in a big race on a weekday. That's what Saratoga's always represented.
I'm so excited about this race. I haven't started to wax poetic about Honorable Miss yet. One of my favorite horses to talk about. She won the fall high weight against the boys 2 years in a row, and one of the years she came from 14th with a quarter mile to go in a 14-horse field.
I was there. I was there.
Penny Bryn Farm.
Yeah.
It's going to give you a run for your money on story time for Uncle Richie.
She ran down No Bias, who was making his second start in 2 days.
Wow.
That's honorable miss. Meantime, this Saturday, Jim Dandy. There is Echo Zulu making her way to the Saratoga Paddock. Jim Dandy, Saturday, 3-year-olds take center stage. Saratoga's traditional Travers prep. Fox Saratoga Saturday continues. Coverage begins 3 Eastern. The Jim Dandy probables. 5 expected: Angel of Empire, Hit Show, Disarm, and Forte. And you got excited when you saw Saudi Crown join the party.
Well, you said to me they got a 5th, the Jim Dandy, and I was going to assume that it was, you know, some no-hoper is a 5th. And I'm going to tell you, some will remember Saudi Crown's second-place finish in our Dwyer in one of the fastest 3-year-old races run all year. I'm going to tell you right now, Forte will be favored because he's Forte. I'm not sure the Saudi Crown will make a run for the money at the windows.
It's that much more interesting with his presence. 3 of the 5 exiting the Belmont Stakes: an Angel of Empire, Hit Show, and Forte, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to get these horses coming out of the Belmont back into Jim Dandy. Listen, Forte, could make an argument, was best in the Belmont. You know, he was wide throughout, and the winner got a perfect trip, and here he comes with a late run, and I love the way he's trained with blinkers. He just looks like he's got a lot more continuity to the way he trains with the blinkers on.
I disagree, respectfully. I'd love to talk to you about a half an hour to discuss and take this race apart, because there's a lot of trips to talk about. But I think one of the most impressive things how well he ran off a 10-week layoff at 1.5 miles.
Well, you don't think him being
What do you like
wide?
what you're seeing here first, Richie, with the blinkers on and Forte?
Well, he's a horse that's not the most generous workhorse in the morning, and he has to be constantly reminded to stay on point, to stick to his task, right? This is a slow work, but this is the only time I've ever seen him work continually in the bridle, and have so much more left, and his gallop out was terrific.
I'd like to see him in the bridle more because that's one thing that bothers me, how much they have to ride him during his races.
The bicycle kind of horse.
Yeah.
So I know one of the elements regarding Forte, Andy, that you've been wondering about is improvement and whether or not he's taken that step from his 2-year-old championship season to the Forte we've seen this year.
When you're running 100 Beyer as a 2-year-old, and you have any good trainer, but particularly a guy like Todd Pletcher, it's not unreasonable to think they're running 108s and 110s by the time we get to the midpoint of the year. And he's just not. He reminds me in a way like a horse like Mohaymen, who was such an exceptional 2-year-old. And while he won, he got the big wins, the Holy Bull, the Fountain of Youth. He wasn't running faster figs. And I remember talking to Kieran McLaughlin quite a bit at the time about that. And that's what concerns me with Forte, is that he hasn't shown that improvement. And the other thing is, he's right in the mix with everybody. Aren't one or two of these horses going to take a big step forward in the Travers, like Epicenter did last year?
And that's what we're waiting to see. So we'll see what Forte does in the Jim Dandy prepping for the Travers. Then you have the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place finishes from the Kentucky Derby as well here. Richie and Angel of Empire closing fastest of all. Big effort from Disarm and Hit Show as well.
Yeah, I thought they all ran well. I mean, Hit Show ran extremely well in the Derby. That was a sneaky good race, right? He was involved. He was closer to the pace. Angel of Empire, I felt like had every opportunity, Andy, and didn't it feel like maybe he just flattened out a touch?
I feel like he's a pick-up-the-pieces type horse against these best horses, and I do prefer Hit Show, and I also felt like Hit Show might have been a little too aggressively ridden in the Belmont. I was surprised, given they had a speed horse and a big price in there, why he was so forward, and I thought that hurt him a little bit. We'll see. I think there are a lot of stories to be told.
You'll see that on Fox on Saturday. Jim Dandy, also the Grade 1 of Vanderbilt featuring top-class sprinters. And we have some top-class female sprinters coming up next here in the Grade 2 Honorable Miss. And there she is, Echo Zulu, wall-to-wall stars at Saratoga. Echo Zulu, live look there in the paddock. A champion, she's running next in the Honorable Miss, 1 to 5, 16 minutes to post.
Society building a 3-length lead, set down for the drive. She just went past Rafaros, but she's still 5 lengths behind Society, who rolls off the turn, now in front by 6. Society down to the final furlong, now by 7. Drafaros in a good battle for second with Matt Torreya. Nobody catching Society. Streaking through the stretch to score by 9 lengths on the wire.
and it is Echo Zulu in front. Echo Zulu has the lead. Tarabi has now moved into second with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Echo Zulu leads by 4. Tarabi runs in second. Then Saucy Lady T in third. It is Echo Zulu to win the Grade 1 Spinaway.
Second career start right here. Saratoga Grade 1 Spinaway. Richie en route to an eventual championship. Echo Zulu captured the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies and the hardware the following January.
And all of her sprints have been very, very strong, Andy. I mean, you know, she was second to Goodnight Olive, and all her other sprints, she's won.
And she even beat Wicked Halo that day, who at that time, having won the Prioress, but she wasn't quite, we didn't know how good she was, and she's turning into one of the best fillies in the division this year.
Deep division, Echo Zulu 1-5. Much more on her. Maggie Wolfendale standing by with this Honorable Miss Paddock report. But first, Maggie, what can you tell us about Johnny Velasquez involved in that incident shortly after the start of the third race?
Well, he was escorted by his wife, Leona, back to first aid as he was walking very gingerly on his right leg. So we'll bring you further updates as they come along. We have not heard a jockey change for his only other mount, which was in the 7th today. So we'll play it by ear as far as Johnny. And with regards to Love Thyself, she did sustain a significant cut on her left hind leg, but was attended to on the track by our lead veterinarian, Dr. Sarah Henschliff, just applying some pressure with a bandage to that. So hopefully everybody has come out of that scary, scary moment okay in the end. We'll start with number 1, Echo Zulu for Steve Asmussen. Yeah, she beat up on weaker rivals last time. I do think she meets at least one tougher rival here in today's Honorable Miss Handicap, but she looks sensational. She looks incredibly fit here. Now, she's kind of changed a little bit through time. I have not seen her since she was a late scratch on the track for last year's Acorn. So this is my first time seeing her as a 4-year-old. And while she looks really, really fit, I wish she was actually carrying a little bit more conditioning behind the saddle. I know that kind of sounds counterintuitive, but just looking a little bit light towards the peak of that hind end. But really walking around here well, marching around the paddock. She deserves to be the heavy favorite because she's likely the fastest of this group, whereas Frank's Rocket, she will be coming off a bit of a break. I didn't love the Roxalana effort because she was supposed to win by more, I think, over a horse in Last Leaf, who really is not as good as these, but all things with her looking good. Honestly, she's always one that, you know, in the past has struggled to carry a little bit of her weight and conditioning, and that's not the case here. She looks great. So maybe she just needs a little time in between her races. I thought watching the work 2 back, she was actually setting the pace for Baby Yoda that day, and she never let him by and just easily and into the bridle throughout. So I think she's a real rival for Echo Zulu, and maybe I'd opt to take her, though people taking number 3 in here, Mary Quite Contrary. How can you not love a horse that is 6 for 8 lifetime with 2 seconds? She's a win machine, and she tries very, very hard. But with this 6 furlong Grade 2 Honorable Miss, this is the shortest she's ever going to run in her career. Now, maybe I'm splitting hairs a bit, but I don't like less ground for her. I think she wants more ground, especially based upon the way she's put together. She's very long and tubular. She's not built like your typical sprinter. She's built more like a miler, and given the fact that going the 7/8 behind your champion Goodnight Olive, she was kind of getting to her. I mean, granted, Goodnight Olive, I don't think was asked for her full out effort, but I like her. I think she's intriguing, but again, the 6 furlongs concerns me, Lafitte.
3/4 too sharp. Mary Quite Contrary. She has ability, lots of it. 9 minutes out. Honorable Miss Frank's Rocket. Yeah, she's good off the bench. Very classy, tough, 12-time winner. Second in last year's edition. Can she upset Echo Zulu? 2-5, 8 minutes to post.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did
mile.
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Torgo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Into Perryville, all alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever.
What's it going to take to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and could this horse have toyed with a group in the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I'm going to say yes. This was sensational.
107.89
track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This is a horse to get really excited about.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Gorgeous day in upstate New York. Welcome back to Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Wednesday feature. Grade 2 Honorable Miss Echo Zulu. There she is, kicking off the post parade. Odds on, and understandably so.
A 2-year-old champion, and she really had an underrated 3-year-old season that unfortunately was interrupted. And I'm just thrilled that she's back and can't wait to see her run.
Frank's Raquette, Frank Fletcher's sprinting machine.
Hickory mare, 6 years old, 12 wins, 2 for 2 this year. Great to see her back as a 6-year-old.
Mary, quite contrary, number 3, second to champion Goodnight Olive in the Madison at Keeneland.
She got a very good setup that day with a fast pace and the favorite moving too soon, but you can't deny how well she ran. 6 wins, 2 seconds, and 8 starts.
Dr. B, she's been mixing it up with some of the hardest hitting female sprinters in the game.
Yeah, threw in a poor effort last time, but her effort 2 back was good, and obviously her go for 1 in the slop was great.
Her race 2 back was an uncharacteristically poor ride for Myrat Ortiz, and I'm sure he'd like to have back. And she ran very well despite that with a 91 buyer figure. Maybe she just threw in a clunker second off the layup. I don't think she's out of it to at least be close in here.
Irad not making many mistakes up here so far. Longest shot on the board 6-1. And heads up, you can earn a $10 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $50 each at Saratoga and Delaware Park today. Earn a $10 bonus, win or lose. All you have to do is opt in. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in. So a field of 4, and the hardware awaits the winner of the Honorable Miss. For those who perform well, a spot in the Grade 1 Ballerina on the undercard of the Travers Stakes, August 26th. You're looking at Frank's Raquette. So this was a scene last year. She broke from the rail, Richie. She stumbled leaving the gate, and still a valiant effort that took a late charge from Kamari to eventually pick her off.
Yeah, and it looked like Flavien Prat was making the winning move when he kind of pulled the trigger around the turn, came inside, drifted out, and ultimately after that stumbling beginning, maybe it turned out to be, obviously hindsight's 2020, a touch premature.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and I'm sure this happened to you quite a bit as a rider. You didn't give a bad ride. You just feel like if I had ridden a little bit differently, I might have done better. Kamari's also very good.
Sure.
So I don't think it also was just that she may have moved. But as the race played out, she probably moved a little soon.
Well, again, in hindsight's always 2020, right. And there were plenty of rides I went, oh, man. Yeah, I gave the horse an okay ride, but I might have been able to turn it around.
And you still might have lost anyway, even if you gave a slightly better ride.
Let's see if she can get out of the blocks cleaner today as well, Frank's Raquette. Now here's Mary quite contrary. Go back to that Madison at Keeneland. Unfazed here, Andy, chasing Goodnight Olive valiantly to the wire.
Right, and I'm not knocking her. She's a good horse. She's lightly raced. She ran her best race, I think, first time for Sugar McGahee, and she could improve. I'm not in any way saying it's impossible. But I think in this race, Goodnight Olive first off a layoff, a little overly concerned about society maybe getting loose, went after her probably earlier than they would have wanted to, made the lead probably earlier than they would have wanted to, and I think it was more a question of good night, I'll lay off, moving too soon, getting late. But to be fair, she still came within a length of last year's sprint champion, Philly, so, or Mare, so she ran big.
Yeah, she closed into a champion.
Luca Panici, there he is, riding for Shug McGahee. What do you think the approach is? And if Mary quite contrary is going to pull off the upset, defeat the likes of Echo Zulu, Frank Raquette, what's the key?
I think she's a filly that wants to get her feet under her. I don't think they'll rush her. I like the fact that Shug McGahee sticks with Luca Panici. You know, you've got a smorgasbord of great riders up here, and he's staying with the guy who's been riding the horse all along, and I like that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I like that too. I mean, I agree. I like the loyalty. And sometimes owners should have been more loyal to you, Richie, in the past. But I am. I'm your friend. Okay,
they'd have been better served to do so.
Help us out here, Maggie, with Mary quite contrary.
Well, I got up with her trainer, Hall of Famer Shug McGahee, and I asked him, what do you think about the distance? Because I questioned it about her, and he said, well, really didn't have anywhere else to run her. And he said that he absolutely thinks she's best at 7/8, but he'd rather not run her long and cut her back for the ballerina. Rather, he'd run her shorter, as this is the traditional prep for the ballerina going the 7 furlongs. And he's just hoping that things set up for her. He's not that confident, but again, he just was hoping dynamics could play well into her favor. But you know how that goes. Never know what you're gonna get around here. As number 4 is the longest price on the board. That's Dr. B. I think this mare needs to be forward to be effective. And last time in the Bed of Roses, albeit against a very tough field, she was just off the bridle from the get-go. I mean, Kendrick was trying to get forward position with her, but it just wasn't happening. Now we see Arad Ortiz, who climbs back aboard her, who's been aboard for her biggest effort going back to the Go for Wand, but that was at a mile. It's a little easier for her to get forward position going a mile rather than this 3/4. Now, he's kept her moving throughout. She looks like that true sprinter amongst her other 3 rivals. She's really blocky and stocky, very much that quarter horse-esque frame to her. I just don't think she's as fast as Echo Zulu, but at least she gets to stalk from the outside. I went with Frank Raquette. I'm a little worried in the price disparity that she seems a little chilly on the board, but I could not get over how well she looks. Lafitte?
Looks the part, Frank's Raquette, currently 7-2. Richie, are you saying, yeah, sure, you'd like to ride Echo Zulu, but handicapping Dr. B on the outside at 7-1?
I'm going with Dr. B at 7-1 because I think that's very, very fair price on a horse that has races that could make her competitive here. I thought she had a strange trip in the Vagrancy. Last time, I'll put a line through it. I'll never throw a horse out completely off of one bad effort, and I won't crown a champion off of one good effort.
Yeah, and I think you don't want to, you have to be careful about dismissing a bad effort. But she's 7-1 in this field.
Yeah.
And you're getting paid. So, yeah, maybe listen, she's probably not good enough to beat the favorite in this race.
No, she needs a lot of things to go right, but 8-1 now. And Lafitte, look at this field. Out of the 4 fillies and mares, they've run 62 times with 30 wins, 18 seconds, 2/3 combined.
That'll get it done.
This is a quality-laden field, short, but very, very quality-laden.
No, these are horses that show up the vast majority of the time. And Frank's Raquette, I mean, what do you say about a horse that's first and second, 21 of 27 starts, 6-year-old mare that arguably has run some of the best races she's ever run this year? I mean, she's an incredible racehorse.
6-year-old mare now, Frank's Raquette, 3-1. Junior Alvarado, there's Echo Zulu. Richie, what are we looking for early on?
Nah, she's got the rail and she's fast. Take no prisoners. You go, make them chase you. Frank's Raquette will be stalking or right off her flank, I believe. Mary quite contrary, I think will be last early. Dr. B will be setting shop just outside of the 2 of them. And I just want to thank Frank Fletcher for bringing Frank's Raquette back as a 6-year-old.
The game is better when the Frank's Raquette Clairiere running as a 5-year-old.
Yes.
Keeping these horses in training, that's what makes the game so much more fun, especially at the highest level.
Frank Mirmati with the call. Post-time grade 2, honorable miss.
Thanks, Lafitte. Here is Dr. B to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off in the honorable miss. Dr. B gets the first call. Echo Zulu and Frank's Rocket right in between them. Echo Zulu takes command. Frank's Rocket will try and keep pace early. A neck behind. Dr. B third. Mary quite contrary already 5 lengths off the 2 favorites. And Echo Zulu has the lead pretty easily. In front of length to Frank's Rocket second. Now it's 4 back to Dr. B and Mary quite contrary. They zipped an opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. The match race is on. Echo Zulu, Frank's Rocket, Junior Alvarado asking Frank's Rocket for a little bit more with a 1/4 mile to go. 3 back to Dr. B in third. They're at the top of the stretch. Echo Zulu hugs the rail and goes on strongly. 44-2, putting away Frank's Rocket. Dr. B in the center trying to get into second. They come to the 16th pole. And it's a sizzling performance for Echo Zulu. What an effort. Echo Zulu canters in by 8 widening lengths. Dr. B second, Frank's Rocket third in 108.76 seconds.
Effortless, untouchable, in 3 starts at Saratoga. Her debut, the spinaway, and now the honorable miss. Echo Zulu delivers the champ at 2-5.
Andy, that was a scintillating performance, and she won with something left and ran 108.76 and just dominated.
The way she was finishing so easily, and it's hard to slow these horses down, I thought, yeah, she's going to run around, you know, they went 56.19, the 5 runs, so she'll run about 109 and 2/5, and it'll look a little slower than it was, not that that's slow. She still went 12.57 the last 1/8 of a mile. This is an exciting moment, and as fans of horse racing, let's appreciate the good horses.
Echo Zulu, trained by Steve Asmussen. He had said, don't expect a lot of improvement from the winning colors to the honorable miss. This is going to make her that much better for the ballerina. What else is she going to do in the ballerina?
Well, she won with her ears pricked. Looked like she had fun doing it. She's fast, and this is the beauty of Saratoga for me. It reminds me constantly why I'm a fan of this game. You see performances like this, it transports me back to 12-year-old version of myself watching good horses.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly, but also I would say, think about Frank's Rocket. Frank's Rocket applied serious pressure to this horse. 22.02, 44.45, they're moving. Frank's Rocket is 21 times first or second in races. She even blew second because of the pressure she applied. 8 lengths back, whatever it was, 8.5 lengths back. I mean, take a notice of that. Think of the kind of horse that Frank's Rocket is and what it did to her dealing with this horse early, and I think that makes it even more impressive.
I agree.
In order to take down the champ, you got to beat the champ. That's Goodnight Olive right now. We hope to see Goodnight Olive, Echo Zulu go head-to-head in the ballerina Travers Day, but right now, Andy, Echo Zulu v. Goodnight Olive, based on what you've seen from both of them this season, and it's easy to be prisoner of the moment based on what Echo Zulu just did.
Yeah.
But who do you think, in the end, whose corner would you be in? In a ballerina scenario, in a Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint scenario?
Prisoner of the moment. I love that line. It's very. I think it's a great, great question, and you don't want to get overly excited just because you saw that. But I think she has the edge. I mean, put it this way. She drew the rail, so she's under the gun. Now, she's fast, but she's under the gun. Sure. What happens when she draws an outside? We already know that she can outrun them when she has the inside post. When she does the outside post, and she's able to sort of control the race in a very different manner, the Echo Zulu, I believe, we're seeing this year is better than the one we saw last year, and I've yet to see Goodnight Olive show that to be the case.
Well, doesn't it feel like last year they were kind of committed to trying the Kentucky Oaks? It's like having a good 3-year-old colt. You know, you're even if you're not sure they want distance, you're going to give it a go, right? To go the classic distances. The fact that they're solely concentrating on sprints this year, you're seeing the best version of her. Well,
Jackie's Warrior, right? Mm-hmm. They sort of committed to try him on the Triple Crown Trail. He ran poorly in his debut as going long, and they said, we'll go back. This is one of the many reasons Steve Asmussen wins races. He knows who his horses are, and he runs them to the right spots. This is a brilliant filly.
Echo Zulu has been led in. The Fasig-Tipton lead-in, Winner Circle lead-in, brought to you by the 102nd Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale of selected yearlings on August 7th and 8th. Where will you be? Steve Asmussen, Laurent Giroux, Echo Zulu. It all started here. It was opening day, 2021, 5th race, I believe, we were introduced to Echo Zulu, the Spinaway, the championship, the Breeders' Cup, now a 4-year-old filly, her first time back at Saratoga since that summer, and she looks better than ever.
Better than ever, and just that was fun to watch. As a fan, you appreciate these kind of performances. And Dr. B got the setup I thought she would to maximize her run. She was able to get second because, like Andy, you said, Frank's Rocket had to put pressure on Echo Zulu to try to win the race, and it ultimately cost her. When you're facing a horse that's just that good, naturally faster than you, and you got to play their game, it's a difficult position.
And this is Frank's Rocket,
yeah.
Who's this tremendous horse that's won over $1 million, one of the best horses in her division, and she just dismissed her like a gnat.
Mary, quite contrary, who gave Goodnight Olive a run for her money. Echo Zulu making short work of all of them. Steve Asmussen and family. Back in the winner's circle, North America's all-time leading trainer with another graded stakes victory. All about Echo Zulu in the Honorable Miss. We'll step aside momentarily and welcome in a brand new audience as Saratoga Live continues day 10 of the 155th season. Welcome to our new viewers on Saratoga Live. Beautiful Wednesday, day 10. Week 3 underway here at the spa alongside Andy Serling, Richard Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. I almost feel bad for our new viewers who are just joining us, and we have a great Wednesday program still coming up. But what they just missed moments ago, and a champion, Richie, returning to Saratoga for the first time since her 2-year-old season, Echo Zulu, and what she just did in the Honorable Miss.
This was an absolutely stunning performance. I'm a fan of the game, and these kind of performances make me remember all the good things and why I fell in love with this Andy. This was a great performance.
And she's not beating up on a bunch of tomato cans, as they like to say. She's beating up on arguably one of the best horses in her entire division, and she makes her look like a claimer. I mean, it's just, this is such a great performance by her. Under the gun, taking pressure, fast pace, and just destroying her competition.
Yeah.
Echo Zulu, perfect 3 for 3 at Saratoga. In the Honorable Miss, down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
I'm here with Steve Asmussen as we were just talking about the final time with Echo Zulu, and she was eased up at the end. Talk a little bit about what you thought of that 108 and 3.
What a special mare. What she accomplished as a 2-year-old, gun runner's first crop, her Spinaway victory here, and then the opportunity to bring her back and let her do what she does best, and that's sprint, and to see the time and the style in which she did it. It's hard to imagine there's somebody out there faster.
I love how you have regrouped and brought her back as a sprinter. And Steve, we were just discussing, she's already a champion as a 2-year-old, but how do we get another championship season?
Well, I think that, just prove that she's the fastest one out there, and I think at 3/4 of a mile, there isn't anybody who can beat her.
You're going to make me say it, aren't you? Yeah, you going to try the boys in the Breeders' Cup sprint?
If she's fast enough, we'll do it, and I don't see any reason not to.
I love it. Real quick, Disarm coming up this weekend in the Jim Dandy, coming off the win in the Matt win. Talk a little bit about this, Cole. I know you've kind of had high hopes for him. Is he one that's finally kind of putting it all together?
Oh, it sure feels like it. It really does. I mean, it's impossible not to notice the physical similarities to his father, the markings, the deep red color, the way that he carries himself. He's a very intelligent horse. I thought we were a little behind it chasing up to the Derby all year, and then regrouped, and a nice win in the Matt win. I didn't think that the racetrack necessarily favored him that day, but with the experience in the mud and the chance of rain here Saturday, who knows, might be the right thing.
Oh, love it, as he'll break from the rail, but massive congratulations with this Honorable Miss win.
Thank you very much, very proud of her.
Echo Zulu, chasing another championship season, possibly, Lafitte.
Really, really interesting. The commentary about if she's fast enough, maybe the Breeders' Cup sprint instead of the filly mare sprint, guys. It's one element of the Breeders' Cup that I miss about the original 8. Is when we would have a chance to see the fastest females in training take on the boys, the likes of Safely Kept, very subtle. Mia Farah, Honest Lady, another one that comes to mind. And the opportunity that we could possibly see her take on the boys, how exciting that would be.
I mean, who's he supposed to be so afraid of the division? The other thing is, I think Steve has a very good chance this weekend, I believe, to upset Elite Power with Goodnight. And so who better than Steve Asmussen, who knows who has Goodnight in his barn? If he feels that this filly is better than Goodnight, and I don't know, based on what we saw, I don't know who out there is better than her. I love it.
And going 3/4, you could see you can let her rock and roll the whole way, and she's going to keep finding. And fillies and mares have done very well in the Breeders' Cup Sprint in the past, just as you recited. And I understand the need for expanding it and making a 7-furlong race for fillies and mares, but I feel like in some ways it kind of maybe almost watered it down a little bit.
I think that in a lot of ways the Breeders' Cup has hurt some of their races by adding the dirt mile, taking horses out of the sprint, taking them out of the classic. And we have enough, and we discussed this Sunday, enough horses skipping big race and moving around. We need to get all the big guns to show up. And one thing about Steve Asmussen, he ain't afraid of anyone.
Nor should he be. Not with a filly that good. Echo Zulu, perfect at Saratoga. Her debut, her spin away, the honorable miss. Ballerina next, August 26th, Travers Day at the Spa. We march forward. Race number 5. Pick 6 starts here. $35,000 claiming event, mile in a 16th on the inner turf course. Plus the 3-year-olds, new player on the scene. How about Scotland improving? Curlin winner next off the Travers. And Derby winners on campus. Mage, second in the Haskell here at Saratoga, gearing up for the Travers at the end of August. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish. Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Horses in the paddock for the upcoming 5th race. Pick 6 starts here. Post time in about 18 minutes. Brand new week. We've already seen a champion perform. Echo Zulu moments ago in the honorable miss. This Saturday, you have more sprinters in the Grade 1. Vanderbilt and, of course, 3-year-olds in the Jim Dandy prepping for the Travers. Many different pathways to get to the Travers. The Curlin that took place last week. And how about the rapidly improving Scotland? Andy, in his performance, what he was able to do and what his future looks like for the second half of the season.
And with a 99 buyer, he puts himself square in the middle of where a lot of these 3-year-olds. So the Haskell got 100, Archangel got a 97, the Belmont. He's good. Now, he had very advantageous circumstances. He was able to control in the front end, a moderate pace, and obviously Blazing Seven's just not really as good in here. But I don't think you should just dismiss this horse's effort. This horse could be a player going forward for Bill Mott.
What do you think, Richie?
Yeah, I mean, he's lightly raced. He's really never done anything wrong, and it feels like this was a step forward when he got an opportunity to go a little further and get in that beautiful rhythm. He's an absolutely beautifully moving horse. His stride is as mechanically sound as you're ever going to see. I agree. He got an easy setup, but he ran well.
Maggie didn't even have to ask. Like, Bill Mott very quickly offered. Travers is next.
Oh, Bill Mott doesn't skip races. One thing about Bill Mott, he's like Steve Aspen. They're not afraid of anybody. They run.
Scotland in the Curlin, then Saturday in the Haskell. Go Rocket Ride. First start for the Derby winner since the Preakness. Richie and Mage chasing Go Rocket Ride entering the far turn.
Yeah, the Kentucky Derby winner took a shot at him. Go Rocket Ride was very good. And Richard Mandela is not a guy that ships across country because he wants to go to the, Max's Hot Dogs on the Jersey Shore. I mean, he knows he's got a real horse who's never run a bad race.
He hasn't delivered.
And it looked like Mage was going to get to him, and he was getting away from the end. I think Mage ran fine in here. It was a good another race coming back for him, the Preakness. And there's no reason not to think he couldn't be a player in the Derby. I don't know if Go Rocket Ride's heading to Travers.
Staying out west for the Pacific Classic, it sounds
I get
like.
That. Well, I get it. They're California people, and they should support their biggest races. That makes perfect sense. So I get that. But this is a good horse. Arabian Night was as overbet as a horse will ever be in a big race. And who knows how good he is, but you still have to say he didn't run badly just because he lost in a 9-furlong race. His first start in 6 months against this quality of field.
A little eager, a little rank early, eventually finishing third. Go Rocket Ride again, probably staying out west. And now Mage on campus here, arriving on Monday. Mage, the Derby winner, now training up for the Travers. Gustavo Delgado had said that, as far as expectations, the Haskell, it's a prep. It's a jumping off point. It's the first start since the Preakness. Ran credibly. Bang up second place finish. He arrived on Monday, did Mage. Gustavo Delgado on Mage. And what's next? Preparing for the Midsummer Derby.
So far, so good. We were pretty happy with the race, especially the way he came back. Today was his first day at track. He jogged a couple of rounds, getting used to surroundings, different horses, the gap, getting in, getting out, that kind of thing. But he did pretty good. He's grown, got bigger, and he's a bit more mature, but he didn't seem to be this morning because he was feeling so happy today.
So Mage, again, we knew we wouldn't see him in the Belmont after the third place finish in the Preakness, where he was completely up against it. Where are you now with Mage, the second in the Florida Derby, and of course the highlight, the centerpiece being the Derby win?
I think we've got to give him a lot of credit for being maybe the most consistent 3-year-old. I mean, he shows up every time and he runs well, he hits the board. He certainly picked the right day to find the winner's circle, the Kentucky Derby.
He's also one of those horses that's never really gotten a break. A lot of times when a horse goes from a maiden race like he did to immediately running against the champion in the Fountain of Youth, in the Florida Derby, it catches up to them. And that's one reason I didn't like him in the Derby. I thought he was good enough. Right. I just thought it's going to catch up to him. It usually does. Yet this guy, despite always, in my feeling, just like one race short of having the right preparation this year, he just keeps running well.
So he's had his prep. Next up, the Travers. For the Belmont winner, Arcangelo, there won't be another race until the Travers. He's been training here, Richie, at Saratoga for Jenna Antonucci. What have you noticed in terms of his preparation? This isn't actually his training, just rolling around the round pen. But what you have seen from him in the morning, what have you noticed?
Well, first of all, I love the fact that horses get turned out in a round pen and roll. They kind of give themselves their own chiropractic adjustment when they do that. And he was able to roll all the way over. A lot of horses can't do that. They go one side and then they'll go to the other. And allow them to be a horse. I think he looks great. I was actually walking alongside of him the other day across the street from the Oklahoma track to this side. And he looks sensational. I wonder why all of a sudden, every time he works, they're such serious works, when previously there were more maintenance moves. Just because a horse can do something doesn't mean they need to do it all the time.
Maybe because he's not going to race in between the Belmont and the Travers?
I don't know. I'm not a trainer, and obviously, and none of us are really questioning Jenna Antonucci. She's obviously
done a great
done
job with
tremendous
the
job
horse,
with this
yeah.
horse. I wonder a little bit, you think you look at him, and I can't answer the training, breezing things at all. He did run the Peter Pan, then 4 weeks later go to the Belmont. And he had a lot of sort of a big ask in his preparation that race, so she's laying off a little bit. Only time will tell if it works out for her. I hope it does. A terrific horse, good story, but we'll see.
Here is trainer Jenna Antonucci on the Belmont winner, Arcangelo.
Super pleased. Javier was very happy with just how he felt, how he went off. I think he continues to mature. He's a 3-year-old, so they're, a late 3-year-old. And mentally, I've been super pleased with how he just keeps growing and having all the fan exposure up here is amazing. The fans are amazing. And so he's got his little groupies, which is really cool to watch, and he really relishes it. So we'll let him lean into that over the next couple weeks and keep him happy, stay on our routine, and just let him have his space and aim for the next work now.
I think that's going to be a big story for the Travers, Arcangelo and Jenna Antonucci, considering what her reaction was and how celebrated that was, and rightfully so, after the Belmont Stakes victory.
I think it was a fantastic story, and I think it shows people that if you work hard and you stay at it, don't get discouraged what you can accomplish. And if that attracts any number of young people to try something that seemingly is too difficult and inspires them, that's a win-win for our industry.
And the Triple Crown races, sorry, Lafitte, go ahead. I was going to say that they're the time for us to sort of show people, and that opportunity for a woman to succeed at that high level, it gives an opportunity to see women are such an integral part of the sport here, unfortunately not at the highest level as they should be, and to get that to happen, I think maybe opens people's eyes up a little more because of what an important role women play in the game, maybe even a bigger role than men do overall.
Incredible story heading into the Travers. We'll track these 3-year-olds, Maggie. We're tracking these $35,000 claimers in the paddock, looking at Quality G at 4-1. What are you noticing?
Well, Lafitte, Todd Pletcher will bookend the field, and we do see Quality G dropping down here as he was acting up quite significantly in that return race at Monmouth, rearing up at the gate, just seemed a little over the top, and which he was chasing a very quick pace, but to be fair, and granted he might just be better than those, King Max, who won that affair, would come back with an 89, and he was right on top of that pace as well. So he just seems a bit distracted in here, to be quite honest. He's very, very fit, and he could definitely run better, but just hoping that he pays attention and remains calm for the remainder of the preliminaries. Moving on to the outside runner, number 12, drawing in Relate. The post certainly does him no favors, but last time going the 6, I know he broke his maiden doing that, but it was just it's not a good field that day. And I think the longer, the better for him, because now he's become really, really relaxed. He was a horse who would be very sharp prior to his efforts, and now he's like, I want to lay down and take a nap in his last 2, but at least he gets a more favorable distance. Again, the outside post is worrisome, but he's very fit in here, and I think it was a nice stepping stone, and coming out of what is and turning out to be a fairly live field with 3 of the 4 runners to come back out of it winning. Moving on to 2 players, major players that are coming off layoffs. And number 8, Moonwatch, he makes his stateside debut for the ever dangerous Jonathan Thomas barn, especially when he ships horses in. Now you read the comment line in his last effort, says post-race cough. Well, that right there hints at this horse maybe being a bleeder. So he gets the addition of Lasix today, and he also returns as a gelding, a little bit of a heavier body type, of course, because he is a son of Dubawi. They just are round horses. That's just who they are. But with that being said, he looks fit. He's very focused here in the paddock, is taking the cheek pieces off, replacing them with a shadow roll today. But he's taking a lot of money, and rightfully so. I think he's very dangerous. But the favorite as of now is number 9, St. Joe Louis. not the winningest type, as he's been second in 11 tries with only 1 win. But he comes back. He looks tremendous here. Maybe one of the best times I've seen this horse now as a 6-year-old. Really rounded out hindquarters now. He's kept the lid on it so far. He's like, let me go. Used to be a horse in his younger days that would get really kind of obstreperous and be such a pain to get the tack on as well. But he's beyond that now, and he looks really ready for this comeback effort if he can finally break through and win another one, Lafitte.
St. Joe Louis, the tepid favorite at 3-1. Andy, if nothing else, we know you can always count on St. Joe Louis when he's the one to beat on paper.
Yes, he likes to run second. It's amazing looking at his PPs. This is a horse for Chad Brown that lost consecutive races at 4-5, 1-2, 3-5, and 1-2 for Chad Brown. That's, by the way, after losing at 6-5 before that. He has been favored in every single race he's ever run until this race, where he finished second. I mean, people just love incinerating their money betting this guy. He does not win.
There are alphas, there are pack animals. He's a pack animal.
He likes to run with the herd as opposed to leading the herd, and unlike the Brown Bomber Joe Louis, he does not pack a knockout punch.
I got to tell you, it's a great, great line, and I mean, he's
strong.
He's not doing Joe Louis any favors. He's really not.
St. Joe Louis, Joel Rosario looking for a 3rd win on the afternoon. And we'll have the post-parade very shortly. As always, we welcome you to join us at Naira Bets. When you do so, get involved. Use that promo code SPA200. Take advantage. And the $200 deposit match, Naira Bets. Bet from any place, anywhere, anytime. NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Pick 6 starts here. Who'd you wind up with, Andy?
I like the 1 Quality G. I do worry a little about the drop down second off the layoff. I actually ran fine first off the layoff. He was engaged in a very, very fast pace in there and kind of gave up on him a little bit late. I'm not going to try to beat this one. He outposts his competition as well.
Let's see if he focuses here. Kind of distracted, as Maggie mentioned, in the paddock. Quality G, 7-2, second choice.
Probably going to be favored by post time. It's not as reliable. He is favored in multi-race bets. At some point, we should talk about the money that Moonwatch is taking.
Quality G, there he is, Manny Franco for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, he's supposed to be forward near, probably more speed than the 7 Lil Bro Goop. Forward for Manny and getting Manny back on the right track.
Just discussing Mage, there's Javier Castellano and Don't Let Me Down.
Yeah, stretching out and just would have to get faster to be competitive here.
Watasha is out. Number 4, Endowed, is in. Tyler Gaffleone takes over.
Yeah, Tyler Gaffleone trying turf for the first time in a very long time.
Yeah.
Mama banned me. Quick turnaround.
Going to need a fast pace to close into and a little bit of improvement as well.
32-1 outsider. Long shot side by side. Addicted to You. There he is. 1 for 19 coming in.
Yeah, the horse they named for me and Andy. I'm addicted to you, Andy. Another one that feels like he's just going to have to get better.
Bunch of namesakes running in this one, it turns out. Lil Bro Coop at 13-1 with Arad Ortiz.
He looks like the speed. He's probably not quite good enough, but I always give an extra look to Jose Cameo's horse. He could surprise a little bit.
Moonwatch, welcome back, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, good to see you, Jose Ortiz back. This horse returns as a gelding, first-time Lasix out of a multiple Grade 1 winning mare. I got something else to say, but talk about Joe Louis.
5-2. He's going to run second. If he runs his best race, he'll run second.
It's a win machine.
Yeah.
At number 10, Billy's Got Issues, 1 for 4 coming in.
I grew up with a kid named Billy who had issues.
Yeah,
don't we all?
This horse ran well last time. He's got to overcome a tough post.
He's not impossible, this horse.
Number 8 draws in with Louis Saez for Todd Pletcher.
He's a horse that couldn't even win under ideal circumstances in his races. I wasn't a fan.
Bad draw, too.
Tough from that outside post for Quality G. Good post from that inside. Manny Franco is aboard. This was 2 starts back. Tail of the Cat. Andy, it's your top selection. Just misses on this afternoon, does Quality G at Monmouth.
Now, obviously, if Quality G runs the race he ran here, where he ran second to Fort Washington, is a nice horse for Shug McGay, and he beat Portfolio Company, who's been in very good form lately for Chad Brown. He's going to win this race, going to win it easily. I also think it's equally as likely that he won't run this well. And you do have to ask yourself, after one effort, why is Todd Pletcher dropping him this severely to 35,000? Part of it is he wants to get wins Saratoga. Obviously, a horse who missed nearly a year has issues. His return race, and Todd knows this because he understands racing as well as anybody. He did not run that badly. That was a wicked pace going long. It fell apart completely. He did not run badly in there, so the drop is a bit concerning. But in this particular case, I prefer him. And I also like the fact that his post is so much better than so many of the main contenders in this race.
Terrific post, you know, the rail, 2 turns on the turf, a pretty gray son of Quality Road with those silver highlights. I mean, really an attractive horse.
Moonwatch and Jose Ortiz watching that spill in the first race on Friday. The fact that he's in the irons and ready to ride today, only missing a couple of days, miraculous in itself, considering how it looked when it happened.
Yeah, it was a really scary looking fall, and I love seeing him back. It's a shame he lost several winners with those couple of days, but this horse is interesting to me for a couple of reasons. One, the makeover, right? First time gelding, first time Lasix. This is a horse that's never carried less than 131 pounds and as much as 137 pounds in all of his efforts. Now he gets in with 123. You know, I think that's significant. When you get to a certain point, it starts to mean something to me. I think that, you know, we make a big deal out of a horse, you know, oh, he's picking up 5 pounds. I don't think it means anything until you hit a certain point where it's going to start telling on horses, and that's a considerable amount of weight.
I don't like this horse at all based on his PPs. His two races on turf, one of them a win, are decidedly mediocre. What I will say is this is a trainer that when his horses seem to get bet more than maybe the past performances suggest, they tend to show up with good efforts. So I think this money is meaningful. Myself, I would never bet him. But
Maggie has more on Moonwatch.
I like this horse. I liked him coming in. I just think that given the fact that he can be treated with Lasix, I think is going to move this horse up. And I respect Jonathan Thomas when he comes in here to ship. Now, I mentioned the shadow roll on this horse that he's wearing as opposed to the cheek pieces that he had been wearing in Europe. And I can see why they opted to put it on him. He is a horse that likes to throw his head in the air a bit. And look, and Jose is very good about horses that do that. He just kind of has the right hands for a horse that wants to be a little bit on the high-headed side. He just buries his hands into their neck. And I've been around a handful of European shippers, and they'll have those weird tendencies. It's just because it's so different. They're so differently trained. They're so differently broke than our American horses. So it just takes them some getting used to the way we do things and us to adjust to how they've been prepared. But I'm going to go with him here. I think he's very, very dangerous. But I do want to talk about number 10 in here. Billy's Got Issues, as I think he did get the pace to close into last time, aided by his first-time starting stablemate against Luna Warrior, who would come back and have an easier trip cutting back in distance in his subsequent effort. But the one thing I can say about Billy's Got Issues, as he is taking a little bit of play here at 6-1, is that each race he takes a step forward. He becomes more focused. He becomes more athletic. He just puts his mind to business a bit more. And so that can be a dangerous thing when you have a horse that is improving with each and every start. And then Lafitte, just a quick update on race number 7. John Velasquez will be off his mountain there, Coppola. It will be taken over by Junior Alvarado.
Okay, so just joining us, Johnny Velasquez fell just after the start in the third race, and horse tried to make a left-hand turn. A first-time starter went through the breakaway rail. Any other update on his condition? We'll pass that along. Junior Alvarado aboard the only other mount for Velasquez on the afternoon. Coppola in the 7th. Richie in for Jose Ortiz on the 8th. Moonwatch, his first mount back since his spill on Friday in the first race. Whether it's 2-3 days or 2 or 3 months, what's that like for a jockey first time, forgive the pun, back in the saddle?
I mean, I really can't speak for anybody else, Lafitte, but for me, it was something that I put behind me. You know, you have a fall, it's part and parcel of the job. Put it behind you, focus, do your job, and come out like you want to show everybody that it didn't affect you in a negative way. Now, you don't know how you're going to react to it.
Because everybody's looking for just that.
Exactly. Everybody wants to see that weakness, that little crack in the armor, right? And you want to show them. Doesn't faze me a little bit.
Let's see what Jose Ortiz does here on number 8, Moon Watch. It is post time for the 5th. Pick 6 starts here. Frank Miramati standing by.
All right, Lafitte. Billy's got issues, just went into the gate. Here's Relate in the colors of LSU Stable. All in. A little bit of action from Addicted to You. And a very fractious Quality G. Quality G went to his knees in there.
Quality G acting up, and just good to see Manny Franco, the eject button, get out of there.
He did it last time. He was acting up before the start. Though he broke fine, but he was acting up.
Best thing you can do is just, like you said, Lafitte, hit the eject button, get out of there clean. You don't want to get caught in that small space with a horse that blows up like that. And hopefully he gets in and they're able to start the race before he has a chance to blow up again.
This pre-race annex may be one of the reasons that Todd Pletcher dropped him.
Manny's like, I gotta do this again?
Manny's as tough as nails.
Checking his tack, make sure that it's sitting where you want it to after a horse except, and Manny is tough as nails.
And the crowd appreciates it. Just the applause behind us here. Take 2, Quality G, Frank Miramati once again.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And a quick start for St. Joe Louis on the outside. Here comes Relate. Relate gun to the front and opens up a length and a half. St. Joe Louis now second. Quality G came away in the top flight. A close-up third. Don't Let Me Down is next. Lil Bro Coop moving up on the extreme outside, about 3 lengths off the pace. Even further out is Moon Watch. Another length and a half back comes Addicted to You, who's on the outside of Endowed. A break of 3 back to Billy's Got Issues and Mama Ban Me. They went the opening quarter in 24 3/5 seconds. Relate has made it over to the rail and leads by just under a length. Lil Bro Coop is in second, followed by St. Joe Louis, Quality G side by side. Moonwatch, early move, 3 wide. 2.5 lengths off the pace. Don't Let Me Down in the pink is next, followed at the rail by Endowed. 2 more lengths, Addicted to You, Billy's Got Issues, and Mama Band Me. They went the half in 48 4, and it's Relate showing the way, still maintaining a length lead on Lil Bro Coop, who's been second, but now under serious pressure. Quality G inches up, takes the second spot. Moonwatch on the outside is next. St. Joe Louis, Don't Let Me Down on the far outside. Endowed is at the rail. They're coming to the 8th pole, and Relate maintains a 3-length lead on Quality G. Still doing it well is Relate. St. Joe Louis on the outside third, followed by Endowed. Inside the 16th pole, and it is Relate. Never in doubt. Relate takes them all the way to score by 3. Second went to Quality G. Then St. Joe Louis and Billy's Got Issues.
Doing his best lure impersonation out there. Larry Sars's Relate, wire to wire in the 5th at Saratoga, kicking off the pick 6, 9-1 at post time. Wow.
This was a tremendous ride from Luis Saez. To use this horse from that post, you've got to turn him on, right? But then he was able to slide over and turn him off and control the race nice, pedestrian fraction.
Oh, they were crawling up front. I'd like to see the start again because I'm assuming that the 7 Lil Bro Coop, who's a lot faster than this horse, got left. And I wonder if that was one of the reasons he was able to do it so easily, because you saw Irad make the middle move after his horse had gotten left in here, and maybe Manny could have been a little more aggressive early with the 1, but this horse is faster than the 1 is and just couldn't catch him. I did not like the 12, though he got a very easy trip.
From the outside, Richie, Luis Saez takes no prisoners, hits the accelerator as best as he possibly can and clears the field.
Well,
7 didn't get left.
No, he didn't get left.
And showed no interest in being forward.
But Relate, you saw that Louis looked over and said, oh, I can clear, I can do this, and he executed a plan. I like when riders execute plans. I can forgive an aggressive mistake. It's hard for me to forgive when a guy's complacent and allows himself to be victimized. That's not Luis Saez. He will seize a race.
And I think he must have seen that the horse who appeared to be going forward in front of him was St. Joe Louis, who's about as fast early as I am. And maybe then he said, well, there's nobody else going. If this horse is going, I know I'm faster than him. And then they just controlled the race. Now, I'm not a big fan of him. I wouldn't have bet him. I still thought the one would run him down, but he was able to control.
But he got the right trip.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. Todd Pletcher was not losing this race, though. He ran 1-2.
No.
1-2. Larry Sarf, LSU Stables. The story of he and his wife getting married at Belmont, 1967. Married at Belmont in 67. Celebrated a Belmont Derby win. That'll be a big story heading into the Saratoga Derby.
And he's a big supporter of the BCCA, the Belmont Child Care Association, and anybody that's the big supporter of that is okay by me, for whatever that's worth.
If I was to ever have an opportunity to ride St. Joe Louis, I would beg Chad Brown to allow me to send this horse and put him on the lead.
Had to settle for third today. Relate at 9-1. Horses claimed out of the race 1, 2, 4, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 4, 8, 9, 10. Those horses were claimed. In the fifth here to kick off the pick six, Relate at 9-1, 12, 1, 9, 10. Results, reaction when we come back. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
This was really great. More than 400 backstretch employees enjoyed Sunday night dinner at the Mary Lou Whitney Pavilion. Morrissey's Lounge at the Adelphi Hotel caters the meal each week. The event, hosted by New York Racetrack Chaplaincy and Backside Employee Service Team, has a different sponsor each week. This week's sponsor was Stewards Shop. You cooked for how many last night?
There were 14 and then some helpers, and we had a really good time for TRF. Sue and Peter Bobley were gracious enough to open their home to us, let us use their kitchen, and we had a really fun evening. And I'm relieved to say all the food came out good.
I'm sure it did. You're a tremendous cook.
Results in. What'd you make? Tell us what you made after we heard from Todd Pletcher.
Yeah.
How's that? There's a Hall of Famer standing by with Maggie after that upset win by Relate. Maggie.
Yeah, please don't make us wait anymore. I mean, Todd's always cool, and I never see him sweat, but I'm drowning in sweat out here. So, Todd, fan me. Talk about Relate. The jump to the 6 furlongs to this mile to 16th, second off the layoff. It seemed to do the trick in putting the speed in him.
Yeah, I thought it set him up well. You know, got a pretty wide draw. He was able to break alertly, and Luis did a great job of getting him over to the rail without using him too much. Got into a comfortable rhythm and delivered.
Talk about quality G. He does not like the gate much, but still a decent performance after acting up.
Yeah, he kind of spent some of his race in the starting gate when he got upset in there. He drew the one hole. He was a little agitated in the paddock, and he still ran pretty well, but I think that kind of diminished his late kick a bit.
Looking forward to the Jim Dandy Forte drawing number 2. Todd, talk about putting the blinkers on. I mean, we've talked about it, we've watched his work, but for you, do you think this really moves him up and provides maybe a little bit more tactability than what he's lacked in his last few efforts?
Yeah, it just seemed like even when he won the Florida Derby, he kind of lost ground in the middle of the far turn and lost focus a little bit. And, you know, we know the talent's there. I like the reaction we got from the blinkers in his first breeze with him. Just seemed a little more dialed in, a little less concerned about what his workmate was doing. So, yeah, we're not trying to get cute or change too much. He's an awfully good horse with or without blinkers, but, you know, we've decided we're going to experiment. We'd do in the Jim Dandy and not the Travers.
As Paul LaDuca said on the broadcast last week, you did it with Malathat. That worked out pretty well.
It did, yeah. And, you know, sometimes you just got to go with your gut and let the horse kind of tell you what they're looking for.
Well, Todd, looking forward to seeing him. Best of luck. Congrats here. 1-2 finish.
Thank you.
All right. As relate, he was masterfully ridden by Luis Saez today, guys.
Got him over, made the lead, never looked back. 1-2 finish, Todd Pletcher. Now tied with Chad Brown for wins at the meet, his 9th win at the meet. And yeah, Paulie brought it up last week with Malathat. That tinkering with the blinkers worked beautifully. We'll see how it impacts Forte on Saturday.
Malathat, always another one, kind of that bicycle horse. If you're not pedaling, she's not running, and it just helps a rider immensely when they're able to get in the bridle and have continuity their run. And you could judge when you should ask them, when you should move. You know, a lot of times you wind up moving too soon on horses that are running off the bridle because you're pecking at them to keep them in the race, and all of a sudden they take off, and now you can't take it away from them.
Like Iron Deputy.
Like Iron Deputy. Like the maiden up here for 75 that wound up being successful appeal. Yeah.
You know what's funny about Todd Pletcher? Doesn't it feel like he's very quietly right there? Just something about, for a guy who's won as many titles and won as many races, he's kind of quietly right there with Chad Brown and Linda Rice. And I hope it continues that the three of them battle it out because it makes it more fun.
Makes it that much better. 14-time Saratoga champion trainer Todd Pletcher. Looking forward to seeing the 2-year-old champ Forte in the Jim Dandy. The late pick 5 coming up, race number 6. 20 minutes out, Ichiban. Look at that, 3-5 to kick off this late pick 5 for Andy Serling. Richie Migliori, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. The coverage continues on Saratoga Live. Greg Wolf and the crew standing by. Second half of the Wednesday program is next.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Welcome to continuing live coverage of the most competitive meet in the game here at Saratoga. It's brought to you by NyraBets, where you can play all the action. Get signed up started at nyrabets.com. Week by week, the intensity ramps up here at the premier meet in the country, and this week it gets a little more serious with 3-year-olds this weekend in the Jim Dandy, including a 2-year-old champion horse who would have been the favorite in the Kentucky Derby, getting back to action in the Jim Dandy. That prep for the Travers, we look forward to that. We'll have a preview coming up on the show in just a little bit. Today we saw a champion earlier on the card. Looks like she has gone to a whole new level. We'll recap what happened in that honorable miss as well with Echo Zulu. We have the late pick 5 coming up on today's coverage. Races 6 through 10 still ahead. Presented by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We got a 4-person crowded set here, Paddock side. Greg Wolf, Hall of Famer Gary Stevens, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul Aduca, Jonathan Kinchin. Good to be with you guys on the set, and best yet to come on this Wednesday card as we kick off week 3 here.
Yeah, and we've got what is our feature race today. I guess since the stake is already run, is going to be the 7th race, Arrest Me Red, was 3rd to Caravel earlier this year. Going to be tough to beat today.
Yeah, and I think for Jonathan, a very competitive late pick 5 JK. I was looking through this last night, and you know, I don't get Ichiban here right now at 4 to 5. I thought you had to go a little bit deeper in here, but I think this is a competitive pick 5.
No, I mean, I think that Ichiban can win this race, but I think that it all kind of builds around this race 7, this allowance, optional claiming when we're turf sprinting. I like 2 horses in here. I think the 2 of the 7 kind of have to win this race.
And by the way, John Velasquez, you saw him listed there in that 7th race. He's off all mounts. Had a spill earlier on, and it will be Junior Alvarado, I believe on Coppola in that race, who he was scheduled to ride there for Dale Romans. Very competitive 7th, and yeah, for Wesley Ward, Arrest Me Red, let's take a look at this horse who, just 2 starts ago, this horse, Jonathan, was favored a grade 2 on the turf.
Yeah, they always bet this horse, right? This horse, Arrest Me Red, for Wesley Ward, they always bet Wesley Ward in turf sprints. I'm not crazy about him in here. I think that, you know, if Coppola runs the race he ran a couple races back, 3 races back, he'll win. I think our shot the 2 in this race ran extremely well a couple races back as well. So Arrest Me Red, they love betting Arrest Me Red. I'm going to try to beat him.
He's a horse, you know, getting Lasix for the first time at age 5, Gary. I was going to ask your opinion on that. A horse that's now age 5, would that even make a difference?
Yeah, it sure can make a difference. Yeah. I mean, he's been racing in all the stake races, and Lasix is not allowed in these stake races, in the stakes race. This is an allowance race. They snuck the horse in to this spot with the conditions of it. I like him today. And so far, you guys have talked me out of my first 2 races already today. So we'll see. It's Stevens against the real handicappers here.
You got to come into the racetrack with headphones on and not listen to the noise.
It's true.
You get an opinion from everybody. We've got the late pick 5 coming up. Race 6 is next. 1 1/8 and a New York bred entry-level allowance where Linda Rice, the current leading trainer at the meet, Jose Ortiz back, by the way. It's his 2nd mount back after he was out with an injury. Saw him in the last race as well. Will be on board. Inside post. Went 7/8 last time out and won. What do you guys think? Short price here.
Well, first, I want to say, Paul, you've played hurt before. I've rode hurt, played hurt. Jose Ortiz, broken ribs, not broken ribs. He said bruised ribs. We don't know what that really means. I don't know what bruised ribs are. All I know is they're sore, but tough guys.
I tell everybody, listen, and you probably could say this, like, I mean, jockeys never get a break. Everybody's like, are you healthy? Yeah, I'm healthy the first day of spring training, and then the next first day of spring training. You're never healthy throughout the whole year. I can imagine what you guys go through. I mean, are you truly healthy at any time throughout the whole year?
No, there's something always. You hit a foot on the gate, you ought to see my little toes. They're all backwards, and just from hitting the side of the gate and things, just little things. Fingers, always something.
Yep. It's amazing. I remember seeing a book of Michael Jordan behind the scenes, and you don't realize what these athletes go through, but you guys could talk to it, and seeing a picture of his feet after a game, I mean, it looked painful to even walk on.
Well, the thing about it, I think that a lot of people don't understand, when you have injuries, that's what puts you in bad habits, because you are harnessing those injuries and you're doing something different because something's bothering you, and that gets you kind of in bad habits, and that kind of puts you in slumps, you know what I mean?
Now, we saw this man, those sore ribs, come back for the first time after that time away back in the last race on Moonwatch. He's going to line up here on the odds-on favorite for Linda Rice on Ichiban.
I saw Jose Sunday morning working horses. So it's not like he's just getting on a horse now for the first time. He was working horses on Sunday morning.
When I got here early too, he had a full red suit on, and he was out in the racetrack, and he was running the turf course. Got a couple miles in as well.
And
so yeah.
Gary, how painful was this for him? Maybe more painful than the ribs. Three of his mounts went to his brother that he won with, and now we expected to see these two battle to the end. And we're in week 3. Arad Ortiz Jr., his older brother, already seems to be running away with his riding title.
I'm sure he wasn't liking it, sitting at home watching it. Might have been even in the jocks room getting some therapy during the races. But look, as ugly as that spill was, he's lucky that's all that happened to him. He's lucky to be standing in the paddock right now after that wreck.
Now he's going to ride this one, the odds-on favorite, even money right now. As we approach the 10-minute mark to post, let's get a paddock report from Acacia Clement.
And Greg, we'll start there with Ichiban, who looks to be the first horse to win twice in this Saratoga meet, coming back just 11 days after that last victory. And my notes from that afternoon as I was in the paddock for his race were that I really liked the 7 furlongs, really liked cutting back a little bit. And now we see her stretching all the way out to 1 1/8 miles. Now, one question that you always ask when you see horses coming off relatively short rests, and Linda Rice has tremendous success with quick turnarounds, especially horses that are in good form, is how is their weight off that last effort, particularly if it was a hard-fought win, and how's their energy level? One thing I noticed about his energy is that last time they actually brought a pony over to saddle with him, trying to keep him calm in the paddock. Today, that was not the case. He's been very relaxed, but much like he was last time too, and his weight looks terrific. I don't know if I would immediately look at him and say he looks like a 1 1/8 horse, but like I said, for the barn that is just white hot right now and has success with horses that are in good form, not necessarily horses that are running back quick off poor efforts, but horses that are in good form, I think is the difference maker. He looks tremendous in here. I have a few concerns about the distance, but physically, I can't fault him coming back in just that 11-day turnaround. The number 5, Big Hazel, wanted a big price last time out, kind of settled in 3rd. She looked like she wanted actually to do a little bit more, and Kicked Away was best in that group. Ichiban was 2nd to her. She came back to win with a 75 buyer in her subsequent start, kind of legitimizing, I think, that figure in which Big Hazel broke her maiden last time. She is big. She is solid. She looks like physically she wants every bit of the 1 1/8 distance. Now, she's always been a rather kind of intense horse in the paddock in that she's energetic, she's on her toes, she's on the muscle. That's the same here again. So hopefully she's able to conserve that energy a bit more as they go postward, as she'll try to navigate the furthest distance that she's tried. But I do love what I see from her physically as she'll try to handle the 1 1/8. Now, the number 7, Athena Beach, is undefeated as of yet. She's 4 for 4. But she, too, will have to navigate the distance for the first time. From a physical standpoint, not convincing. She's smaller. She doesn't carry a lot of condition to her. I wish that she was a bit stronger. These 9 furlong races at Saratoga can be quite taxing for horses. She's incredibly fit. She just doesn't physically, and in her pedigree as well, look like a horse that necessarily wants this far. And we'll see how she transfers that pen form coming over here, Greg. But hey, she hasn't done anything wrong as of yet.
Yeah, she's never lost. You know, back to that pedigree, though. Yeah, even the 2nd dam. Multiple stakes-winning sprinter on the grass. Can she get a 1 1/8?
Well, you know, the owner of this horse, Peter Casamias, he owns the sire Bank Heist, and a lot of these horses have been very fast. And you can see my ticket. I leave the 7 off my ticket. I'm going 1, 5, 6 in here. I'm going back-to-back singles. You know, JK mentioned earlier, right beginning of the show, that he thought the 2 or the 8 wins that race. I'm going to take a stand with the 2. I do think the 8 is the other horse in there, maybe the 9. I'm taking another stand with Linda's other horse, Amanda's Folly. I just think in that race, maybe nobody's going to pass anybody, and then I'm going deep in the last 2 races. I thought it was a difficult sequence when you get to the 9th and 10th race, JK.
Paulie, I'm gonna use the 1, 5, 7 here. Ichiban, the 1, the 5, Big Hazel, the 7, Athena Beach. In the 2nd leg, the 2 and the 7. The 2 are shot, the 7, Coppola. Onto the 3rd leg, I'm going to use the 2 and the 3. The 2, Amanda's Folly. The 3, Eros' Girl. And then I think that the last 2 races are a little bit more straightforward than you did. I'm going to use 4, 7, 10 in that 4th leg. and 3-6-8. The 3, Vince the Prince, dropping into a maiden claiming race out of a stake. I almost singled, but it was too funny for me to deal with. And like I said, 3-6-8 in that last leg.
All right, well, the pick 5 coming up here. Play the pick 5 on weekends at this meet. Play it through Naira Bets, and you could get $1 million bonus. Got to play it through your Naira Bets account. If there's only one winning ticket any Saturday or Sunday at this Saratoga meeting, $1 million bonus on the line every Saturday and Sunday. For more information, go to nairabets.com/million. Little extra incentive to go after the weekend late pick 5.
What would you do with $1 million, Gare?
I wouldn't spend it all at once.
Buy a team bus?
I would.
Most of us here would be like, oh, we just got money to play Saratoga with.
I bet on Cody's wish in the Whitney. try to double it up.
Got an up-close look at him last week. Went into the stall with my son and immediately started second-guessing, what am I doing in here? Here comes our post-parade. Here's Ichiban, even money favorite, Jose Ortiz aboard.
You know, got the job done last time, but did lose to Big Hazel, who right now is your second choice.
April Antics, the 2 Jose Lezcano for Matt Cantermasi.
Yeah, I just don't think this horse is fast enough. Being beat by lesser at a shorter price.
Duck Fat, the biggest price on the board at 21-1 coming up next here.
Yeah, for Ricardo Santana and Melvin Winnie. A mare here by Quality Road. Big long shot.
She's cold as ice, the only one in this field with a win at 1 1/8.
Yeah, but she's been, in her last race, she was close to a slow pace. I downgrade horses that do that.
Big Hazel, the 2 races on faster tracks for David Donk, they've been decent.
They really have, and she jumped up at 18-1, like Acacia was talking in the big upset last time, but beat your favorite right now, Ichiban.
Bill Morey got a stakes win at the meet, and this one went gate to wire last start at Finger Lakes.
Yeah, this is the quote-unquote long shot that I think is interesting, and a race I think is pretty formful. Does have some tactical speed, could take a step forward.
And here's the undefeated 4-for-4 filly, Athena Beach.
Well, no, you know, the Penn race, she did go around 2 turns, so that is encouraging. The mile race at Penn National are 2-turn races. But getting 1 1/8 here is completely a different story, but she's going to be in front.
5 minutes of post here at the start of this late pick 5 on this Wednesday card from Saratoga. We'll have it for you when we come back on our FS2 coverage.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at 1 mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Is making a big move on the outside, but it's Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
Curly, the classic sire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live. Terrific crowd on hand on a gorgeous Wednesday afternoon here in upstate New York. as we get set for the late pick 5 on this Wednesday card. And we're going to kick it off with a New York bred entry-level allowance race, 2 turns, mile and an 1/8 coming up, and we have a 6-5 favorite who, for the 5 Big Hazel, it was her last start. She beat the favorite, current favorite, Ichiban, going a mile at Belmont.
Yeah, and I liked her last race. This was my pick here, and the reason is Dylan Davis. He started grinding on her quite a ways out, about 3 miles out, and she just kept grinding, and she was actually coming away from the field at the end of the race. That was going a flat mile that day. She did an extra 1/8 of a mile, and I think it's only going to help her, guys.
Well, I think you make a good point. And when you look at Big Hazel's pedigree, I think that it's a sneaky little pedigree. I understand the horse only went for 20,000, but she's Big Brown on the top side. Big Brown won the Kentucky Derby. And let's not forget about Bluegrass Cat, who ran a courageous second to the late great Barbaro in the Kentucky Derby. So this horse is bred to run a distance of ground. So I see the 5 being kind of right there, JK.
Yeah, I mean, I literally, I think you looked at my paper. I wrote right there. I think she's right in the mix.
He does that.
Yeah, he's a sneaky guy. I mean, I think she's right in the mix. I mean, look, I think that the 1, 5, or 7 have to win this race. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. I think it's a favorite's race to win.
Let's go to Acacia.
I'm with you guys. I loved everything I saw in the preliminaries from Big Hazel, but wanted to touch on a last out winner in Dancer de Oro, who I know won going against Open Company up at Finger Lakes, going the mile and 70 yards. But if you watch that race, you could see that her strides start shortening a little bit late in the race, and she starts to drift out a little bit. She was much clearer against the rest of her foes. Stacking up with some of these, though, she has developed nicely, making that jump from 2 to 3. I still am, off of that effort, a touch concerned about her getting the distance, but that definitely is a good stamina race to come off of. As far as the 4, she's cold as ice. A little bit of the similar conversation, the same type of win last time out. She was just able to get up over the pace setter last time out. Swinging wide, a little bit awkward switching leads. She's not the most winningest type. I do like that she has the benefit of having one at the distance, and she's been very sharp in the preliminaries as well. I just think that she might be meeting a couple other horses in here, Greg, who are just a touch faster.
Acacia, thanks. What about pace-wise, guys? In here, it looks like it's inside-outside. How aggressive is Trevor McCarthy going to be on Athena Beach, do you think?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I think that they'll probably pop away from there moving forward. But when you have a bunch of horses that are doing something that you're not 100% sure they want to do, I think a lot of the riders are going to be a little bit conservative. I don't think anyone's going to be overly aggressive. I think this half could be actually slower than the past performances might suggest, because there's a lot of horses that are forwardly placed. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they went 24-3 or 24-4, trying to conserve something just in case.
I wanted to ask Gary something. Gary, when you have a horse like this, it's never not had the lead. This horse has been in front at all calls. Then you see a turf work there, and I'm wondering if they were thinking about putting this horse on the turf and then decide to go a mile and 1/8. Obviously, you put this horse on the front end, right?
I don't think they can keep her off of the lead. I watched that mile race at Penn National 2 back, the only time that she did run long, and Trevor wasn't on her that day. He did come back and went on her the next time, but the kid that was on her, he let her bounce, and got a little breather around the turn. She actually spurted away inside the final furlong by a length, and then she was shortening stride at the end of the race. So I think distance is going to be possibly hard for her to get this mile and 1/8, but she is out of a tap at mare.
Well, sometimes you see, those turf workouts too, to just work different muscles. But we talked about it earlier. Second dam, multiple stakes winning sprinter on the grass, so it may see her on the turf at some point. We'll see how aggressive Trevor McCarthy is on the 7 here at Athena Beach, and if she can keep that perfect record intact. There's Trevor. Will he get company up front with Jose Ortiz and Ichiban, the even money favorite from the rail? Everybody but the 4 trying to get a win at a distance they have, for the most part, not even tried. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the start of this late pick 5 on this Wednesday card.
Thank you, Greg. Dancer d'Oro going in. Athena Beach, looking for her 5th in a row. Will she stay undefeated? And they're off. And Athena Beach wastes no time going out to battle for the lead. Dancer d'Oro and Ichiban is prominent in the opening furlong as well. Just behind them, April Antics comes away fourth, drifting a little bit into the first turn. She's as cold as ice, is down on the inside, and racing at this stage about 4 lengths off the lead. Big Hazel 3 deep moving up to take fourth, and Duck Fat at the back. Athena Beach is the leader of the opening quarter. Very reasonable, 24 4/5 seconds, leading it by a neck to Dancer d'Oro in second. Then comes Ichiban, tucked in along the rail. There are 3 across the track with April Antics in between. Big Hazel outside of that pair. She's as cold as ice, 4 off the lead. And a little bit eager, being guided slightly off the rail. And another 3 or 4, now 5, back to Duck Fat. Down the back stretch. And it's Athena Beach, 49 and just under 4/5 of a second, leading a half length to Dancer d'Oro. They've been 1-2 throughout. April Antics on the outside. Ichiban is at the rail. Big Hazel 5th. 3 lengths off the lead on the outside. Another length and a half to She's as Cold as Ice. It's a long way to Duck Fat now. They're approaching the quarter pole as they round the far turn. And April Antics has made a nice move in hand. April Antics at a price goes right by the top pair with a 1/4 of a mile to go. On the inside, it's Athena Beach. Dancer d'Oro is next. 1:13 4 for 6 furlongs. Ichiban with a lot of work to do in the center of the track, and down at the rail, She's as Cold as Ice. It's April Antics, 3.5 length lead. Ichiban trying to get into second and is doing so with a late bid coming after April Antics. April Antics, though. April Antics. Photo finish. Ichiban might have just nailed her. Ichiban, April Antics, those two in a desperately close photo. Behind them, Athena Beach and Duck Fat.
Did Ichiban on a final jump come and get April Antics?
I think she did, and this is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. April Antics was waving like a drunk sailor late in this race. Let me look at this closer. Yeah, I think the 1 popped the 2. I cannot believe the 2 just got beat here.
Gee, I got to ask you, do you think Jose Lezcano on the 2 moved early?
I think he made what he thought was a winning move there, to just take it away from him, steal it from him, and it looked like to me he had done that. I might have done the same thing. He was loaded. Everybody looked like they were staggering. I can tell you one thing for sure. I don't know who won the photo. Well, Ichiban did win the photo, but Jose Ortiz, if he's hurting, you can't tell.
Wolfie, I mean, hindsight's 20/20. That's why I wanted to ask Gary what he thought. Because, look, if you had the 1 at this entire point of the stretch, you thought Jose Lezcano's move on the 2 was right. It was the wire. It was the only time he was wrong. I think it probably was the right move. He just got unlucky.
Look, he was 15-1. The winner was even money, and he would have looked like a superstar if he keeps that lead. I still think he rode a good race.
Listen, at the top of the lane, Lezcano looked through his legs, and he saw nobody. And at that time, Ichiban was not rolling at all. And you wonder to yourself, okay, is the 2 getting lost on the front end? He's actually going away from everybody else. I just wonder if Ichiban just picked up the bit, Greg, and just ran down the 2, or the 2 wandered on the lead. It's a really tough call, but you can't blame Jose Lezcano. He made the right move. He was loaded at 15-1. I mean, look, he's looking between his legs. He's gone. And the 1's floundering behind him. Look at the 1 floundering behind the horse with the blinkers. I don't know if this horse came back, but wow, I can't believe this horse got run down.
What a beat.
Yeah, the 2, that is a bad beat. That's a bad beat.
Yep. Even money. Jose Ortiz, welcome back. Able to somehow run down this long shot, who was 15-1 on the board. 1, 2, 7, 3 finish. We'll see if he can make up for some lost time here. Certainly trying to with that ride. Linda Rice, meet leading 11th winner at this meeting. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. We'll take a look back to earlier on the card. A champion returning in the honorable miss, and she put on a show. We'll have that for you when we return.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate.
280,000 just way. In the back, 191,000.
150,000, Nader Tomas, thank you.
A dual-surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Ed Trice wins Holyoke Bluegrass.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In the sixth, it was Ichiban and Jose Ortiz, a sight for sore eyes. Glad to see him back riding. And in the winner's circle, Jose, after that unfortunate spill last week, how are you feeling, first and foremost?
I feel good. Just happy to be back, honestly.
Being a jockey, it's obviously your body. It's so physical, but it's not just a job. It's very much a lifestyle. I'm sure you were not enjoying seeing your brother win on mounts that were meant for you.
No, you know, it's how it goes. I understood that I wasn't very life horses. They were going to win regardless who was going to be on. I had a 1 on 2, but, I mean, other people pick up mounts, and I'm just happy they run well.
But as I said, it is very much a lifestyle, and you just said, I'm so happy to be back. What does it mean to be back riding here and to get a win on your first day back riding after being sidelined for a few days?
Well, it means a lot. It shows people that I'm back and I'm ready to keep winning.
Telling me about Ichiban. He was idling a little bit, and then she kicked in so strong late.
Yeah, she was very lazy around the turn, but just happy. I kept riding, kept busy on her, and she got the win.
Glad to see it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jose Ortiz, all smiles, and rightfully so, in the winner's circle, Greg.
Well, it's great to see him back as we take another look here down the stretch, and at this point, it still didn't look good for Jose Ortiz on your eventual winner of the 1 Ichiban. All of a sudden, right there, just takes off.
Tell you what, Gary, it's a lot more impressive when you watch that again, because he switched sticks like 3 or 4 times in the lane, left-handed, because the other horse was weaving in and out on him.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is you know he's right. He's overcome the soreness, I would say, from the looks of that there. I mean, going right-handed, left-handed, and then the powerful hand ride the last 50 yards or so. So he's back. And listen, 90% of those horses that won, he's going to get the ride him back. That's sort of an unsaid rule. That if you get taken off of a horse because of injury and they happen to win and you're back, you come back, you get to ride that horse back. They're going to tell them jocks, their agent, look, that was his mount. He's riding them back in their next spot if he's available.
What a race to start off this late pick 5. Wow. Several people breathing a sigh of relief, who you got to think a lot of people may have singled that horse as short of a price Ichiban was. One leg in, even money favorite begins the sequence. And we're going to be sprinting on the turf. Coming up next here in the 7th is a very competitive allowance optional claiming turf sprint ahead, where right now it is Our Shot, up and coming 4-year-old, who it's interesting to see what this horse is going to do. Horse actually got pushed and squeezed a little bit out of the gate last time out. Still ran a huge race. This horse was on the lead 2 back at Keeneland. Is Luis Saez, who's back aboard. He was aboard that day at Keeneland. Does he put this horse on the front?
I think he could. I mean, at that day at Keeneland, they stopped the clock in 101 flat. So this horse has got a little bit of speed. And I love that when you look at this horse has run over 4 different turf courses and has run well over 4 different turf courses. And I think gets the draw on his main rivals, the 8 and the 9 in here.
Well, more in this race coming up. Let's go back to earlier today. Only at Saratoga, race 4 on a Wednesday card. Do you have a champion coming back? And that's Echo Zulu, of course, 2-year-old champion filly, runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Gary, she took heat from Frank's Roquette early on in this race, and she just put this field away.
She did. She went 21 and change, 21 and 4 for the first quarter of a mile, 44 and change, and the final time was fast, 108.2. Florent Giroux didn't really ask her until they straightened up down the lane, and she put on a show. Gave her one reminder right-handed, and now stands up and gallops her home the last 50 yards and still runs 108.4. She put on a clinic today.
She's an absolute monster. And look, I think she's kind of had a weird career where she had some starts and stops. She scratched that day in the Acorn where Matarea went on to win. But if you look at Echo Zulu's past performances, she's lost twice. Once going 1 mile and 8 to Secret Oath, and the second time to Goodnight Olive in the Breeders' Cup.
From the 4 outside post. Yeah.
And the thing about her is that I think her speed figures looked a little bit light because we really only saw her a bunch as a 2-year-old, as a 3-year-old. Now she's grown up, she's a 4-year-old, and this is the type of performance you can see when you allow these horses to grow up. I mean, Goodnight Olive and her, that's going to be a war.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, those were Frank's Roquette, Mary Quite Contrary, those are 2 pretty good ones behind her, too, and they were a long ways behind her.
No, you're right. And like Gary said, her ears were up at the wire, too. She's run sub 109 in her last 2 races in a canter. I mean, she's getting kind of scary. She really is.
Looks like we potentially have a bigger, better, stronger Echo Zulu. We could see another championship coming up with a start like this, Acacia.
We certainly could, Greg, and I'm so excited about this division, too, and to echo the sentiments about keeping a horse like Echo Zulu in training. You get to see that physical and mental development. She was so good as a 2-year-old. I remember at the Breeders' Cup actually sitting a few rows behind Steve Asmussen, and he just stood up and applauded her. And I think it's really fun to see how Steve reacts to some of these super talented, in particular, fillies and mares in his stable. Think about Clairiere and running down the stretch with her to the wire, and just the reaction that he has to a filly like Echo Zulu, who has even developed into something better than we anticipated as a 2-year-old. She makes things very exciting on the racetrack and flicked away a very talented horse in Frank's Roquette, who tried to put pressure on her. Looking forward to some big matchups to come.
Become a really fun division, and now look, we're going to see probably the top 3, maybe all of them, come back in this race in the Ballerina at 7/8, which might be a different story, and if there's more pace in the race, might be a different story.
After today?
I don't know.
Can they outrun her early?
Yeah, I mean, look, no. Echo Zulu, I mean, I think she could win up to a 1-turn mile. I don't have any problems. The way she ran in the Kentucky Oaks going 1 mile and an 8th as a 3-year-old, I've got no issues with her stretching out a little bit. But look, I mean, Goodnight Olive beat her last time, but you know, that was a 3-year-old Echo Zulu. Now we've got a grown-up Echo Zulu. I think that it's a little probably closer than it was last year.
I'm with JK on that. I think it's getting really, really close. They're both very talented, but they'll settle it on the racetrack. You know, Echo Zulu breaks good, and Goodnight Olive breaks good. It's going to be really fun to watch them 2 go at it.
Yeah, let's not forget, she did that from the inside post today as well.
Yeah.
That was fun to watch earlier on in the card. We're going to get into race 7 when we return, approaching the 16-minute mark to post. And we'll take a look ahead to tomorrow in the Birdstone. Used to be Lone Rock's division, not anymore. Is it next turn to take over? We'll be back.
They say breed the best of the best. broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vacoma the one to catch? Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. Vacoma continues the battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
And Smarty Jones enters the stretch to the roar of 120,000. But Birdstone is going to make him earn it today. The whip is out on Smarty Jones. It's been 26 years. It's just 1 furlong away. Birdstone is an upstart, but they're coming down to the finish. Can Smarty Jones hold on? Here comes Birdstone. Birdstone surges past. Birdstone wins the Belmont Stakes. Birdstone at the 8th pole with the lead. The Cliff's Edge takes it to him. Zito 1-2 with the 16th to go. And little Birdstone digs down. The Cliff's Edge could not get to him in the darkness at Saratoga.
Oh, it's Mary Lou Whitney and company singing in the rain after pulling off a Belmont Travers double with Birdstone, who ended that Triple Crown bid of Smarty Jones as well.
Yeah, it's one of those days that, like, Mary Lou Whitney just showed her class. Nick Zito, when they beat Smarty Jones, was so gracious. And the Travers, they celebrated.
Apologizing to everyone.
I know, right?
For ending that Triple Crown bid and then being rewarded with that Travers victory as well. Well, the Birdstone named in his honor coming up tomorrow. My Own 3/4, and this is no longer, as we saw last year too, Lone Rock's division next, coming up with a huge performance in that Grade 2 Brooklyn last start.
Yeah, he's 5 years old and just coming into his own. His last, out of his last 3 races, triple-digit buyer figures in there. And listen, Lone Rock, has he lost a step? Possibly. But he's still going to have to show more than he had showed all of last year if next shows up how his last race was.
Yeah, this is one of those divisions where if one gets really good, they're really hard to beat. It's a real specialist division. It's not like they take turns beating each other. We saw it with Lone Rock. When Lone Rock was dominant, he was dominant. And I think now next is that horse who's dominant.
He likes to do it on the front end. Yeah. I know we're looking at Lone Rock here. You got Seafoam in here from the rail. Who's quick?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, listen, Louis Machado's become a really good jockey. Billy Collins has done a great job. Now, Lone Rock, can he reach back to some of that old class? You know, he's getting a little older, but at one time, you know, Greg mentioned it, he was dominant in this division for about a good 1.5 to 2 years. Now, he's just been a little bit off form of late, but you never know. Sometimes horses wake up here at Saratoga, and he's run well before.
Won this race by 4 lengths back in 2021, 8 years old now. Can he find some of that old form? That'll be fun on that Thursday card here from Saratoga. as we get a look ahead, what's coming up. Amsterdam on Friday. Race that Steve Asmussen has dominated of late. And then 3-year-old division, Jim Dandy to prep for the Travers, the Vanderbilt, grade 1, and then the Bowling Green to close out the week on Sunday on the lawn. This 7th race, 5.5 furlongs, sprinting on the grass. Let's go to Acacia.
This is a fun one, Greg, and we'll take a look at a horse that's in great form, starting with the number 2, Our Shot. Now, if you watch that race, the winner last time out, this horse tried to follow, but that horse was drifting pretty significantly in the stretch over at Monmouth. So Our Shot tried to rally up the inside, which can be a very tall order, especially for some closing sprinter types. And he's a horse that has been more forward. He's won on dirt. He's won on turf. He's incredibly versatile, which I do appreciate. And I like that they're sticking with the turf, especially given that very quick workout on the main track that we just saw, which seemed to be, according to the Clocker report, kind of a quick blowout. And he's forward in here. I would expect him to be a little bit more forwardly placed in this race. Looks tremendous coming back off that 2nd place finish in Stakes Company. The number 8, Arrest Me Red, is one of a couple who tried the grade 1 Jaipur last time out, and he was a little bit keen to be a bit more forward. I think I read Ortiz was trying to avoid the kind of trouble that he had back in the turf sprint at Churchill, and he seemed like he was a little bit keen early on in the running of that race. He is the type of horse that just carries his weight and conditioning from race to race to race. And he looks tremendous once again. They brought the pony over to saddle him, but he's been incredibly calm and laid back throughout the preliminaries. He's kind of your quintessential turf sprinter build, and hopefully he's able to relax a little bit more throughout the running of the race, much like he is here in the paddock. The number 9, Outlaw Kid, I saw 2 back at Belmont and had noticed a huge improvement from him from 3 to 4 towards the end of last year. His coat, his weight, everything was kind of going in the wrong direction. And then he came back off of that 6-month layoff, and he looked like a horse that had just flourished. And they tried him in a grade 2 up at Woodbine last time out. Very long stretch in there. He was pressing a quick pace, and he kind of threw his head up and came off the bridle. Sometimes that can be a horse that's just really tiring or maybe not 100% fit. I'm not sure exactly what happened with him in that last race, and I'll try to catch up with his trainer, George Weaver, but I'm seeing the same horse today that I saw 2 back at Belmont, and hopefully he can get back on track, because I think physically and mentally he has just really improved coming back this year, and you can't fault them for trying some graded stakes company. Maybe this, though, Greg, is just the right spot for him.
Acacia, thanks. That was a monster performance from this 9, Outlaw Kid. 2 starts back at Belmont.
Yeah, I mean, he set just off the pace that day and came and opened up on him, won by 3 lengths. Javier was on him that day, and he's back on him today.
I think it makes a big difference, Garrett. Do you see his 2 races from the 8-hole on the outside? He drew the inside last time, obviously at Woodbine, that longer stretch, but drawing the outside's got to be better for him, no?
Absolutely, and look, he broke his maiden here last year on this course, the one and only time that he's run here at Saratoga.
My biggest issue with Outlaw Kid is if you look at that Highlander, the pace was quick that day. This horse was close, kind of stopped a little bit. The race at Belmont you guys were talking about was close, the pace was slow. Does this horse need things to kind of go his way? Because if that is the case, I don't think he's going to get it his way today, because there's a couple monsters in here that could make it tough for him.
Including one of them right next door, Arrest Me Red. Can he get back to his better races? So a horse, Arrest Me Red, who used to be super quick and do it on the front end. He's not really that horse anymore, but he's still very effective. Let's go back to Acacia.
Well, as promised, here with George Weaver, Outlaw Kid. George, huge performance 2 back at Belmont. What were your takeaways from that Woodbine try last out?
You know, I took a shot. I ran him back quick. He's an Ontario bred, and you run for a little more money over there, and it just didn't work out. You know, I really wasn't crazy about the trip. Eric was kind of aggressive with him, and I got in a little bit of a duel, and, you know, it's a long stretch there, and he paid the price. But he acts like he's doing real well. It's a good spot for him, so we're looking forward to seeing him get back to what he did at Belmont.
He was touting himself today. He looks like he really took that big jump forward coming back this year.
Yeah, he's such a pleasant horse to be around. He's happy, but, you know, kind. Anybody can ride him, and he's turned into a real gem, really. We love him at the barn.
Thanks for your time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Greg?
George Weaver with Outlaw Kid. There is the 9, 3 to 1 in here. Javier Castellano won aboard him. That effort 2 back at Belmont, and he's back aboard today. as we get set for this pick 4 coming up, closing in on $200,000 in this pool. And there's a look at Jose Lezcano on the 4, who just got nailed at the wire in the last race. Joe Rosario, back-to-back wins earlier today, getting going a little bit.
Yeah, tough trip earlier, and that maiden that ran right before Echo Zulu, Graham. Horse is impressive. Tough little trip, too. Joel figured it out.
Here's Bring Me a Check for Fernando Abreu, trains Tyler Gaffney on aboard.
Looking for 3 in a row on the turf here for good claim for 32 for Fernando Abreu.
Here's our shot. Actually had trouble out of the gate in that stakes race at Monmouth.
Yeah, did have trouble. Gets Lasix back this time. Last 2 races our shot's been in. There's been 2 horses that have won out of those races.
Arzak, 13-1.
A horse that's actually run some really good synthetic races. The turf races, not so much.
6-time winner on the turf. He's 34-1, Maxwell Esquire.
Yeah, once upon a time, this horse would have been 4-1 in here versus these horses. Just seems to be off form.
Thin White Duke, he's been better at Saratoga really than anywhere.
Yeah, he has. He hasn't missed a board. A win, 3 seconds. And the last time he ran here, he won by a nostril in the Lucky Coin.
Here's Chewing Gum for Bill Mott.
Yeah, I'm just not crazy about closers in turf sprints unless they're dominant closers in turf sprints. Chewing Gum's not that.
Junior Alvarado went by at Coppola.
For Hammer Time Stables, 11-1.
And here's Arrest Me Red, the favorite.
Yeah, getting Lasix for the first time. This horse always shows up and runs well, but he's always just a tad bit overbet.
Nice appearance from Outlaw Kid. We heard from George Weaver. He's got Javier Castellano back aboard.
Yeah, and this horse that had gait issues last year, and it seems like he's figured it out. And I can understand why Eric got aggressive with him last time because he broke so sharply. I think he lays probably outside somebody and wants to have a target.
4 minutes to post. They're in this 7th, 5.5 furlongs. Sprinting on the grass coming up to kick off this Wednesday late pick 4. You can play all the action, including this pick 4 coming up with Naira Bets. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. New members, that's the code to punch in at sign-up, spot 200. Get that offer and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, again, at NairaBets.com. So back to Arrest Me Red for Wesley Ward, Lyle Stables. And the meet's leading rider by a long shot, who's still looking to get on the board for the first time today, Arad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I mean, look, this race is loaded here. It could go to several different horses. But Arrest Me Red, he's got all those grade 1 races that he's coming out of, grade 2s he's coming out of, where he's been competitive. To me, he's taken a class drop today. It's Wesley Ward. He's getting, like you said, the meet's leading rider. And look, in this particular race here, at Keeneland, he comes up 3/4 of a length shy of beating last year's champion turf sprinter in the Philly Caravel.
Yeah, and the other thing about it is this horse ran into No Balls, and No Balls is on fire. That horse is a horse, no pun intended, since he's been gelded, has been unbelievable, and he's on a roll, and then he ran into the Philly Caravel again. So yeah, this is a class drop, Jonathan, but you think this is going to be enough. As you see the jockey standings right now, Irad Ortiz Jr., 11 in front. Wow.
Brought to you by Game of Silks. I don't know if we've had a hotter start ever at this meet. I was talking about on the show Sunday, this can't keep up, but he's on pace for 93 wins.
Well, you know what, and Gary can elaborate on this, but it's when you have a start like this, all of those owners start calling their trainers and saying, I want Irad, I want Irad. They can't beat Irad. And then he's going to be sitting on even more horses than he might have been if he had a cold start. It could just turn into a complete runaway.
This is the deal, like a snowball running down the hill, getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's exactly what's happening. And especially up here in Saratoga. All the owners are here. They're all seeing it. They're at the races every day. They see the attitudes. And his agent and Jose, Steve Rushing, I'm sure he's going to pass a lot of these horses on to him, but he is going to have pick of the litter at that entry box.
It feels like that Super Bowl when the Falcons opened up on Brady and the Patriots 28-3. And oh wait, what happened in that game? They came back.
You know, Gary makes
Irad's no Matt Ryan.
Yeah, right. Gary makes such a good point too. When you get off to this kind of a hot start too, now you got to start picking. So you got to make sure you're careful who you pick, the right ones, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's got his business. You know, the trainers that he rides for most, and that would be Todd Pletcher and Chad Brown. So those are your stakes quality horses, allowance and your maidens. So that's a good spot to be in. But he's got business all the way down to the bottom class horses here at Saratoga, and I think that's important to know that he's not just riding the big races and the allowance races. He's also riding claimers and everything that's thrown at him. He wants to ride every single race the same as Jose does. And up here in Saratoga, listen, all these guys want to ride as many as they can.
Let's go to Acacia.
The great best thing about Irad Ortiz is he will ride a $12,500 claimer just as hard as he would in a Grade 1. But let's talk about Manny Franco's horse, and that is Thin White Duke, who finished second last time after trying the Grade 1 Jaipur 2 back. And I wasn't in the paddock for his most recent effort, but just looking back at my notes from his first race of the year when he came back in April to now, this is a horse that has continued to strengthen and to improve and could just be peaking at the right time for Dave Donk. He came back just lacking a little bit of substance. He would get a little bit hot prior to his races, and he's flourished right now. He obviously has a good effort here with that win in the Lucky Coin last year over Dancing Buck, who was in great form at the time. I liked what I saw from Thin White Duke today. Let's see if he could get around a couple of the others in here, Greg. But maybe he's just peaking at the right time, and Saratoga is where you want to peak.
Be fun to see him do his thing again here for David Donk. Lucky Coin Stakes win at Saratoga last summer for Thin White Duke. As you get a look at him with Manny Franco aboard. Real quick, we just got an update. This is from Mike Welsh at DRF. This, according to Agent Ron Anderson, John Velasquez, evaluated by the doctors at Bone and Joint Center, and x-rays revealed no fractures or serious injury to his left wrist. And that was the main issue of concern following that incident that happened earlier in today's card. So good news.
Yeah, and he was limping. So we were more concerned that it was his leg. It just shows you how tough he is. He wasn't even really shaking his wrist. I know, Gary, you were more worried about his leg. So that's very good news.
Yeah, Terry Meeks, who's head of the Jockeys Guild, came up here on set, and we were able to talk to him. He did have some lacerations on him from hitting that rail. But he said that wasn't the main issue. He was worried about his wrist and also a hip back behind up high was bothering him a little bit. So good news here. The x-rays were negative on him that he had taken, and that's great news.
Coming onto this turf course here, and favoritism back to our shot. This improving 4-year-old who really was started out. They wanted this to be a dirt horse, but he has just blossomed since getting onto the grass. Luis Saez, who was aboard him 2 starts back at Keeneland, he had him on the lead and went gate to wire that day, and he blew away a field that included Bound for Nowhere, who's pretty talented.
Absolutely. If you're beating a Wesley Ward runner, turf sprinting at Keeneland, you're accomplishing something.
See if Saez has those same tactics today. There he is. Get to the front with this horse.
The gate's the issue. That's the only thing with our shot. If you look at his races, sometimes he can get left in the gate. If he gets out of the gate, he's going to be ultra tough in here.
Meanwhile, 5-2 on Arrest Me Red, the most accomplished horse in this field. That is the 8 for Wesley Ward. Irad Ortiz Jr. meets leading rider, looking for his first win on this card. Over $860,000 in earnings. There he is in the background, just left our screen. Can he get back to his winning ways? Just 2 starts ago, he was a favorite in a Grade 2. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you, Greg. Outlaw Kid will complete the lineup for George Weaver and Javier Castellano. They're in the gate. They're off. Arrest Me Red bounces out very quickly. Coppola has good speed and up to take the lead, and they're joined at the rail by Our Shot. Outlaw Kid 4th of the early going with 3 lengths to make up. Down at the rail, Bring Me a Check is next, followed by Thin White Duke. A break of 3 back to Maxwell Esquire on the inside of Chewing Gum, and that pair just in front of Arzak. They round the far turn, and it's Coppola in front, opening up to lead it by 2. Arrest Me Red second. The opening quarter went in 21 4/5 seconds. Outlaw Kid revving up to their outside now. He's 4 wide. but coming after them, one from the rail is Our Shot. They're at the top of the stretch. In the center of the course, Outlaw Kid. On the inside, Our Shot running a big race. Further inside, Bring Me a Check is coming with a late bid, and it's a good one too. Finding Room, a driving 5 across the track finish. Coppola in between horses, Arrest Me Red on the outside. It's going to be a photo, and it goes to Our Shot. Our Shot fending off. A nice bid from Arrest Me Red. Big Me a Check was right there too. Thin White Duke finished 4th.
Our Shot. Luis Saez doing a little navigating here, and there are a bunch of them that it came down here too late.
Yeah, Luis.
Very impressive, G. I wanted to set you up with this. That ride was outstanding.
It was outstanding.
He was in so much trouble early because he was inside of that other speed horse. He had to take back, go around, then he was surrounded by horses. I couldn't imagine what it would have been like to ride in that situation.
That move that he made when he had to take back, switch to the middle, was probably the winning move right there because it put him in a clear spot. And look, this horse was super game on winning today for John Terranova. Had him ready to roll today.
So, talk about it a little bit, Gary, because when we were going around the far turn, you spotted it. You go, listen, the 7's lugging out here. Louis backed off. You would think if the 7's lugging out, Louis did not fall for the early move almost, right? And go up the rail. He kind of went around a horse that was lugging out, right?
Yeah, he was leaning out, going down the backside. He had his head cranked in, trying to hold him in, but as soon as they hit the turn, the horse fell back in, and Louis happened to be in the right spot. You're right, he didn't take the bait.
And he had a lot of pressure. I mean, he had pressure from the 7, then the 8 and the 9 both ranged up towards the outside, and they looked like they were going to run by him. And he engaged. The 1 was running up the inside. This was a very, very impressive.
Talk about this here, Gary. Now, you were telling me right here, this is where he took back. You said the 7's lugging out. I'm like, okay, why wouldn't you go up the rail here? But he decides, you know what, I got to get in the 2 path and get the first jump on the 8 here.
Well, look, the 7 horse was rolling. I mean, they were setting some fractions, and I think his choice was, hey, I don't want to tie into this horse right now. He's got to stop. He's got to slow down, which he did stop ever so just enough. I'll just say that. But he got a little bit of a breather there because he sent him hard out of the gate, got him back in position, but then he was between a rock and a hard spot going to that turn. You get to a spot where you got to get in or get out, and sometimes you've got to override to get in, and that takes away the fuel for the last 16th of a mile.
What a race, by the way.
Wow, that was fun to watch, and this horse is in really sharp form right now. Luis Saez, too, on this Wednesday card. John Terranova with a talented 4-year-old on the turf. Our Shot, his 3rd victory on the lawn. We'll have the prices for you when we come back, and we'll talk 2-year-old champion getting ready to take his final prep for the Travers and the Jim Dandy.
What makes Life is Good so exciting as a stallion prospect is his freakish talent. Really, really fast horse.
And Life is Good set right out for the early lead.
He had so many different gears.
Life is Good is the winner.
Not only had the speed, but he's also able to carry that out, to win races like the Whitney and the Pegasus World Cup at 1 1/8 miles.
Life is Good! They ran him off their feet in the Pegasus!
To carry that speed over that type of distance is super impressive.
Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings. Selected on pedigree and conformation, this sale offers New York's finest. Recent graduates include graded stakes winners Robin Sparkles and Therapist, plus New York bred champions American Revolution. And what do you think now? In 2023, over $60 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 13th and 14th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa Thriller. We just saw in the 7th, won by this 4-year-old, Our Shot, who's now won 2 of his last 3 starts for trainer John Terranova. Luis Saez on board for both those wins. Let's go to Acacia.
Well, Greg, just waiting for my camera to make his way over here, but I am joined by winning trainer John Terranova, who your wife Tanya just told me it's your birthday. Happy birthday, John. A nice present.
Thank you. Yeah, wonderful present. Yeah.
Our Shot, you said to me he can fight, and you really saw that today.
Oh yeah. He's been a real consistent gelding for us, and just a nice horse, and still coming forward. You know, we got hopefully big hopes for him, but we'll keep him healthy and see where he takes us.
He broke sharper today, and he's remarkably versatile, too. Surface, running style, he really seems to handle whatever's thrown at him.
He is, yeah. Turf's his thing. I mean, he was talented enough to win some minor races on the dirt and get a couple under his belt there, but, turf was always going to be his thing. And he just continued to blossom. We had a little bit of unlucky circumstances in Monmouth, his last race. 5 furlongs, a little tough, tricky course for him. Really not what he wanted to do, and here today, he had a battle. They came at him, but everything's tough up here.
Well, you were rewarded with a winner. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Certainly a nice birthday gift, Greg.
Take winning at Saratoga in a race like the purse here, by the way, $162,500. Pretty good birthday present. It's a Pennsylvania bred.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, this is a nice horse. I mean, like Acacia said, and you said, since this horse has stepped on the turf course, one bad, actually, trip. 5 different turf courses now. This horse hasn't run a bad race. I mean, so the versatility is there. And the horse has figured out the gate issues, too. Son of Cantheros, and you're wondering, they gelded this horse after 2022, put the horse on turf, completely different animal.
Look, I think you circle the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint and you work backwards.
Absolutely.
This horse is in that category, in that caliber, deserves to be in that starting gate if they continue to improve the way that this horse has been.
It'd be fun to see the progression here, and I would think next start, we're going to get our first audition from this horse in much tougher company. Nice performance, beating a multiple graded stakes winner as well for Wesley Ward in this spot. Of course, we got a big one coming up this weekend in the 3-year-old division. We're going to preview that Jim Dandy. It's going to be seen on Big Fox ahead. Can't wait for it. Small field, but quality top to bottom. And the 2-year-old champ, who would have been your favorite in the Kentucky Derby, if not for a scratch the day of, Forte. Back in action, and he's coming back with an equipment change as well. Worked in those blinkers. Arad Ortiz Jr. talked with Todd Pletcher. They agreed that was the move to make. Let's look at the Jim Dandy by the numbers. Jim Dandy, of course, beat Triple Crown winner Gallant Fox at 100-1. This race named in his honor. Speed record, Louis Couture's for Nick Zito. Pat Day aboard, getting by Will's Way late in the stretch there. 3 separate owners have won it 3 times in their career, including the Melnicks with Flower Alley. He'd go on to win the Travers later that summer. Todd Pletcher, 6 wins. The last coming with Palace. Malice is Belmont winner back in 2013. Most wins by a jockey, few of them with 4 each, including John Velasquez, 3 in a row for Todd Pletcher. 6 named champion, 3-year-old, including affirmed. His trainer, Las Barrera, thought his Jim Dandy one of the best races he ever ran. Horse of the year, 4 of them, including Arts and Letters for Rokeby Stables. And Hall of Famers affirmed in Arts and Letters. Triple Crown winner, the great affirmed, of course, who would outfinish Aladar in the Travers, only to get DQ'd in that race. But he owned that rivalry over the course of their careers. We're looking forward to it. It's coming up this Saturday. This is the group that will line up. And a few names that many of you remember from the Kentucky Derby showing up. And a couple new shooters, well, one of them at least, in Saudi Crown. We'll have Florent Giroux. Let's take a look at the Belmont Stakes. And for Forte, this was off 10 weeks away, trying to get a 1.5 miles with a wide trip.
Yeah, look, he ran huge off that long layoff. Coming back at a 1.5 miles, not an easy task. Great job by Todd Pletcher, but Todd saying after the race, they've added blinkers to Forte now, and he just feels like he'll focus more with the blinkers on. And he said, look, if he'd had the blinkers on, he really thinks that he would have won the Belmont Stakes even off that layoff.
Forte's always at least as a 3-year-old, he kind of has always been kind of starty-stoppy a little bit, kind of in and out. He's running, he's not running, he's running, he's not running. Look, I've never trained one, but I would imagine that blinkers and a Hall of Famer like Todd Pletcher making that decision might kind of help with that a little bit. And look, yes, a little bit of a small field, but you got the horse that was supposed to be the Derby favorite. You got a horse that ran 3rd in the Derby and an up-and-comer in Saudi Crown. I'm just fine with what we got for this race leading into the Travers.
And it seems like this is Forte with those blinkers on. Todd Pletcher, Gary said that he seemed more locked in. He seemed a little more aggressive and then settled into a really nice rhythm for a horse that, as Paulie said, has had stops and starts in his races.
Yeah, and one reason they put him on, he said that he always wants to stay with his workmate in the morning. He doesn't want to leave him, doesn't want to draw off. This work didn't actually start until they hit the finish line. They reported 50 and change for the half-mile pull, but he's picking it up right now. He leaves his company behind, and this is what he's expecting to happen. And I understand, I rode a lot of horses that wanted to just wait on their company. They wouldn't go on and leave their company. Silver Charm, he was one of those kind.
Yeah.
He never wanted to go more than a head or a neck past him. He thought his job was over with. They put these short cheater blinkers on him that's just got him covered up enough that he's focusing on what's ahead, not what's next to him.
It's almost like, basically, if you want to put it into terms, like say you're running, you don't want to be looking behind when you're running. So basically, that's if you want to put that in human terms. So we want the focus on going straight a little bit. And you could see Forte in the Belmont. Now, we don't know what was going on, but he kind of re-rallied when he saw Tapit Trice, the Gray, and they kind of like went together, plodding along. Let's not forget, he's a 3-time Grade 1 winner.
And Jonathan,
so
maybe
he's got a lot of class.
Maybe one of the most impressive things about that work, when Irad Ortiz Jr. asked him for more, he took off. And he did it immediately.
And I think that's what you want to see. You want to see that responsiveness from him. You know, he's shown his class. He's shown us how good he is. Just trying to, got to tweak a few things to turn him into what I think that everyone thought he was going to be, why he was the Kentucky Derby favorite.
You know, the concern that you have in this race, you have 3 Brad Cox horses in this race, right? You have the Saudi Crown, who's very fast and could be very talented. Then you got Hit Show, who's very kind of fast and talented. What's going to happen, because Angel of Empire is the one that's probably going to come from last. So that's going to make this a very interesting race.
And he's not going to see him on Saturday, but he is going to see him in late August for the Travers. The Kentucky Derby winner, Mage, still waiting to find out where Javier Castellano is going to wind up, on Mage or on Archangel, the Belmont winner. Mage beat, of course, coming back in that Haskell, and that was a race where his trainer said coming into that race he was about a work short.
Yeah, and look, I think that distance might be a tad short for what he's best at, right? His best race, Mage's best race, was the Kentucky Derby, which is run at 1.25 miles. The Haskell last weekend, 1.125 miles. The Travers, 1.25 miles. So maybe just getting back to that distance, it will be what he wants. He ran extremely well, and despite those situations in the Haskell.
Can't wait for it. Mage will be waiting for everybody. Think he'll be watching the race from his barn?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Scouting out his prospects? Yeah.
And obviously, we saw what Mage did. Got to wait and see what happens with Arcangelo. But if you're Javier Castellano, who do you choose for the Travers?
Look, I haven't been in that spot, but I was in a lot of switches and a lot of big races where I had to make decisions. And that was the only time my agent would really kind of include me in it if I had an opinion in one of the big races. But I really don't know what he's going to do. Arcangelo was so impressive in the Belmont Stakes, but listen, the Derby's the Derby, and in his race last weekend, I thought was powerful coming back. He missed a couple of works. I'm talking about Mage, and he had missed a couple of races, and in the Haskell, he performed really well, and he's supposed to move forward off of that. He's got plenty of time to move forward, and I honestly think he's going to lean towards the Derby winner.
And I think it's a business decision at this point, and Gary could elaborate on this, but a lot of times when these riders can find themselves in good situations with a Derby winner who goes on to be a stallion, it can be money, residual money in their pocket moving forward. I think one of them, at least at this point, it seems to have a better career as a stallion moving forward, and that's the one I think I would pick would be Mage.
You're 100% right in your addition here.
But okay,
there's some good math.
Let me ask you this question. You work them both out before, and Arcangelo works unreal, and Mage works average.
Works or works.
Okay.
The afternoon playing is the real deal. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But JK has a point on the stallion deals, because to sway a jockey sometimes, that owner will say, look, and there's multiple owners with mages, and they'll tease you a little bit and say, look, you got a lifetime breeding right in that horse. And those can be very valuable over time.
Well, you'll see it live Saturday on Big Fox. Grade 2 Jim Dandy prep for the Travers in late August, and the 2-year-old Champ Forte back in action for Todd Pletcher. We have the 8th coming up next. We're 17 minutes away. Mile and an 1/8 test again around 2 turns here. New York breds. We'll have more on it next.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey. McKinsey Preservationist Vito Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front.
McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance, pure class in the Malibu.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombi, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We bought this place in 1971. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular. We're very blessed to have a good horse like that.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, you can go to nybreds.com. We're getting back to it. 8th coming up here at Saratoga. 2-turn mile and an 1/8 for this New York bred allowance optional claiming field. And we have an even money favorite, Linda Rice, Amanda's Folly, Jose Ortiz, and maybe the filly who's going to be all by herself on the front end. We're talking about the 2. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And we'll get to your favorite in a moment, Greg, but starting things off with the number 5, Sweet Mystery, who has been a bit of a frustrating horse. She's been the favorite several times recently, and last time out you could see she was
at the back and just closing. She was trying to make a dent and just wasn't able to. Is she just a grinding type that is failing to get the job done, or is she one that will flourish with a little bit more distance? Physically, she looks like she should appreciate the mile and an eighth here, and it should be well within her scope. She's very relaxed. She's striding out nicely. She's well muscled, definitely the fittest and strongest since she's come back now in 2023, but hopefully she can seal the deal, especially after being such a short price last time out. The number 6, BB's Busted, is the one that's in very good form at the moment, coming off back-to-back victories up at Finger Lakes. She was a little bit antsy in the gate last time and then kind of leapt up at the start, causing her to be last. You could see in that race how much dirt she took when she was able to run down a horse that was on top of the pace and had a completely clean face. So watch this mare at the beginning of the race and how she acts in the gate, especially as she'll load to the outside. Hopefully that'll give her a little bit of time to settle and relax and break cleanly. Very, very solid daughter of Bustin' Stones. Now the number 2, Amanda's Folly, your favorite. Since Linda Rice claimed her, she's kept the same equipment that she's always worn with Carlos Martin. And we'll take a closer look at the type of equipment that she does wear, which is called cheek pieces, a little bit more open than a typical blinker cup. And it's a short cheek piece on her. It's just right by her eyes. And in particular, that piece of equipment really helps with horses' peripheral vision, but also in what's behind them. Horses have a much better scope of vision than humans do. And she very well could be the horse that takes them on a merry chase in here. They kept her quiet after tack. She seems to be doing everything right in the paddock to conserve that energy, as she used to be a very energetic type. And maybe she can take them every step to go this further distance, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. I mean, with a scratch of the 1, that was huge, wasn't it, for the 2 horse in here?
Well, I think so. I mean, that was the only other pace in the race, really. I mean, besides Amanda's Folly. So I can't find any other real speed in this race.
Yeah, and she should get loose out there. And look, if you're looking to try the 9 furlongs, I think that getting comfortable on the front end and having and just kind of cruising along out there, that's the best way to try to do it.
Well, she's won 4 consecutive meets on this circuit. She is leading the way here at the Saratoga meeting as well. Talking about Linda Rice, who's with Acacia.
And Linda will send out Amanda's Folly. Linda, I just touched on, but can you talk about claiming a horse and then keeping the equipment that she had previously run in, alluding to those cheek pieces?
Yes, when I claim horses and I take notice to what they've been wearing, and if it's working, I don't change anything, so. And she ran with them, and she has a unique personality. In the morning, she kind of ducks a lot from horses and wheels a lot, and I think those cheek pieces help her a little bit.
She looks like after the scratches, she could potentially be the one setting the pace in here.
I thought so as well. We'll see how it unfolds. I mean, she could sit off of it too, but I think our plan A would be to just let her float to the lead.
And how do you think she'll handle the mile and an eighth?
It could be I think she could get it. I think so.
We look forward to seeing it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Greg?
We will find out, trying it for the first time.
The 5 fillies in here and some older mares. There's only been 3 times out of the 5 times that you've had the 6 that have tried mile and eighth twice. You've had the 5 once. The 2, 3, and 4 have never tried this distance. So that's why you heard Linda go, I don't know. We'll see when this race goes off here if she can get the mile and eighth. But this is going to be a battle of nutrition the last quarter of a mile.
And now 4-5 on Amanda's Folly for the trainer you just heard from, Jose Ortiz, will be aboard, the one who looks to be in front early.
She ran well last time, but her numbers prior to that were not world-beating numbers.
Here's Eros's girl, Anthony Ferraro trains.
This horse ran 2nd in the New York Oaks at 1 mile and 16th at Finger Lakes. And, the dirt form is very good at 10-1.
Okay, Honey, Jason Huayas, apprentice rider on board.
Doesn't seem quite fast enough. The other issue is this horse doesn't have a lot of early speed in a paceless race.
Sweet Mystery. This was the morning line favorite, Pat Quick.
Yeah, this horse tried a mile and eighth. That was in the Empire Distaff and didn't disgrace herself at all running 5th that day. And she usually runs right there. She's got a big chance in here.
BB's Busted, Jeffrey Engelhardt, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, this one I thought was interesting. Not at 5-2. I thought it would be a little bit of a better price. But that race 2 back, winning by 14. You win a race by 14. got to have at least some sort of talent.
And that's your field. So this filly here, my mistake, she actually was the morning line favorite at 9-5. Jose Ortiz, he was on board last time out. 4-length lead in the stretch, going a mile, and gets nailed. How do you view this race? Obviously, Mia Be a Star, did she just run huge, or did Amanda's Folly wilt?
Well, I love when you have horses that are exiting common races because there's no variables. You're looking at them running against each other, and it's my opinion that Amanda's Folly just ran better than the 5 Sweet Mystery. That's why I sided with the 2 in here.
I concur.
Does she stop here, Gary? Or does the other horse just run her down?
She just gets run down. She doesn't look like she's stopping to me. She got outrun, got nailed, and Mia Be a Star is not in here today.
So Sweet Mystery, yeah, wound up 4th in that race, and she just was not making up any ground.
And I worry that maybe she's going in the wrong direction. You know, she won last October, and then she just kind of is around there. Her figure started slowing down after that. Last time she ran kind of the slowest figure she's run in a while. I worry that maybe she's just going the wrong direction.
Look, and that was her 3rd race off the layoff. It was supposed to be a good race. She had plenty of time between that race in May and July 2nd at Belmont. We'll see, but I'm like Jonathan. I think she's going the wrong direction right now. Could be wrong. She's 5-2, so there's plenty of people that like her out there.
Lynna Rice leading the way at this meet, looking for her 12th winner. Came into today winning at 32% at the toughest meet there is in the sport. And not just, she had 10 wins coming in today, she also had 8 seconds.
You made a good point to me. What, 58% in the money?
Yes. 58% first or second.
In the exacta.
Look,
that's actually crazy.
In the 6th race today, we were worried about the winner, the eventual winner, being able to get a mile on the 16th Ichiban, or get a mile on the 8th. And guess what? That was the same connections. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz, and now we're talking about can Amanda's Folly get the mile on an 8th.
And Amanda's Folly's going to have a much easier situation, right? Amanda's Folly's going to get loose on the front end. You'd like to think she's going to get loose on the front end. A little bit more of a complicated situation for Ichiban.
Well, there she is, Jose Ortiz, just back today from those sore ribs. Happened the first week of the meet. Looking for a second winner here, and he should have things pretty easy here. And again, you think, well, we don't know if they can get a mile and an 8th. They can all get a mile and an 8th if you get it easy enough.
Who gets it fastest in the fastest time? And yeah, the best medicine is adrenaline and getting in that winner's circle. So Jose already got that out of the way with Ichiban, and he's going to try to take this field gate to wire, and I would think he's going to do the same tactics he did last time.
Gary, this is something we talk about often on the show. Amanda's Folly projects to get a loose lead. I would think that she's better off going 48 and change than going 49 and change, going faster, kind of getting the other horses off the bridle. What are your thoughts?
How about 49 flat? I'd be happy with that. 49 flat would be even better. Look, I've never ridden her, don't know what, but I mean, she's coming off a race, going a flat mile, where she got beat ahead, but she went 23-2. If she can get the first course, she's just quicker from the blocks, if you will, than the rest of these horses. She's down inside. It's a short field. I think Jose's going to let her run into the turn, and hopefully she's capable of coming back to him a little bit down the backside so he can get those lungs filled up. And as long as he's loose, as long as somebody's not breathing on him, because when somebody's breathing on your hip, sometimes they tend to pull a little bit. The one thing you don't want to see him do is get in an argument with her, and he's not that type of rider. When I say an argument, if he's wanting her to go slower than what she's wanting to do, sometimes when they pull on you, they're wearing themselves out. You're doing more harm than good. Say going in the 49 and 3, you're 100% right there. But 3/5 of a second is a big deal when in these longer races. You wouldn't think so, but it is.
Let's go to Acacia.
Well, I'm just going to try to buck the trend a little bit and take the number 5 Sweet Mystery in here. And I completely agree with what Jonathan and Gary were just touching on in the fact that she might just be going the wrong direction. But that said, this is the best I've seen her look this year. Maybe I'm just being fooled in here.
Maybe I'm reading into Linda Rice's response when asked about the distance for Amanda's Folly, and she certainly does have the tactical edge. But Sweet Mystery had a lovely warm-up out on the track. She is, to my eye, physically the most convincing to get the distance. She's handled herself beautifully, and she has the ability to not be so far back as she was last time. She was last early as the favorite. Trevor McCarthy knows this horse so well, and again, I don't know if we're going to see it happen today, but I just wanted to highlight and point out that it looks like she's just doing so well at the moment. I was hoping she'd be a little bit of a better price, but hey, I'll take 2-1, Greg.
Well, let's go back to this pace setter, Gary. How did you, when you were riding a horse who was on the front end, did you just go strictly off feel and you knew what kind of rhythm they were in?
Yeah, and listen, you've got a really good idea of how fast you're going as well. And like I said, if they're comfortable, if they're setting decent fractions, but you've got their ears straight up and they're breathing and they're relaxed underneath you, there's such a thing as going fast, but doing it easy and being relaxed and breathing well. And, you know, if you get a horse to cooperate with you, that's what I was talking about. Don't get in an argument with him. That was one of my best weapons, is having a fast horse. But look, he's got a target on his back. They're going to try and come after him early. If he is sitting slow fractions or even fast fractions, they're going to come after him. It's a lot easier to do when you don't have a target on your back.
4-5 now for the man of that man right there, Jose Ortiz. First day back riding since he was in his spill opening week. Sore ribs to show for it, but already back in the winner's circle on his first day back. Can Amanda's Folly take them gate to wire, the 2 filly from this inside post for the meet's leading trainer, Linda Rice. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you, Greg. Here's OK Honey. Sweet Mystery. And BB's Busted. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Eros's Girl and Amanda's Folly. Amanda's Folly a little bit quicker into the first turn. Sweet Mystery, BB's Busted caught 4 wide. And OK Honey comes through along the rail now to be a joint third. So it is the favorite Amanda's Folly to set the pace under Jose Ortiz. Leading by a length. Eros's Girl is in second, another 2 lengths back to the other gray, Sweet Mystery third. At the rail, OK Honey and BB's Busted. The opening quarter went in 25 seconds flat, and so it's Amanda's Folly taken in hand as they make their way onto the backstretch. Leading by a little more than a length to Eros's Girl in second. Then comes Sweet Mystery in the clear while third. OK Honey tucked in fourth, just 2 lengths off the lead. A length and a half back to BB's Busted. They head toward the half-mile pole, 49 3 for the half. And it's Amanda's Folly in front. 3/4 of a length. Eros's Girl, red sleeve second. Sweet Mystery continues a 3-wide journey. OK Honey at the rail is fourth. Now 3 lengths off the lead. And BB's Busted has trailed throughout. Amanda's Folly with plenty of company rounding the far turn. On the outside, here's Sweet Mystery in 113 4. Sweet Mystery on the outside. Amanda's Folly, Eros's Girl left behind. BB's Busted takes fourth. They are at the top of the stretch. Amanda's Folly on the inside, digging in, trying to repel the bid from Sweet Mystery. It's Amanda's Folly by a length. Sweet Mystery trying her best, 6 clear of Eros's Girl, a 16th to go. Amanda's Folly a length and a half. Sweet Mystery on the outside just can't get to Amanda's Folly. And Amanda's Folly wins it by about a half a length. Sweet Mystery was second. It's a tight photo between OK Honey and Eros's Girl for the Shodo.
Meet leading 12th winner for Linda Rice. 2 today for Jose Ortiz. And Sweet Mystery tried to make a race of it, but Amanda's Folly able to go gate to wire.
Yeah, you hear the old saying, that rider carried that horse the last 50 yards, and I think you can fairly say that it's the second race on the win on the card. Jose and sore ribs. He didn't have no stinking sore ribs, I can tell you that. Yeah. She's tired. She's getting out. You saw him when he was pulling up after the race. He's on one rein. She's trying to lean out. That's when a horse starts getting tired. they start leaning out, they'll start leaning in, and she was wanting to run off the racetrack, but she tried hard, he tried hard, she was able to succeed. Trevor McCarthy doing all he could do on Sweet Mystery there. I thought she was going to roll right past her at the 16th pole, 8th pole, 16th pole, and she kept finding.
That's the thing about a 1 1/8, or they're all tired when they turn for home, going that longer distance, and Amanda's Folly put herself in a position where she was forward throughout that entire race, and that made the difference. That was the difference. You know, Linda said it in the paddock. I think she'll get a 1 1/8, and I think that's probably accurate.
You get to go 25 for the opening quarter, 49 and 3 for the half, and it's set up as good as you could hope for, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, Gary hit the nail on the head. He said, listen, I'd be okay with 49. He got 49 and 4, so that's just a bonus. Basically, it was a kick home, and I thought Trevor McCarthy did a really good thing. Sweet Mystery's a straight grinder, and he tried to grind Amanda's Folly. Amanda's Folly just found just enough late, you know?
Well, he's got some work to do. 2 wins today, still 10 back of his brother, but if he's riding for this barn at this meet, he's got a shot. Jose Ortiz, another one here for Linda Rice. 4-5, gate to wire winner, Amanda's Folly, lasting just barely that 1 1/8 here as a 4-5 favorite. We'll have the prices when we come back.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold off Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. And it's Amanda's Folly gate to wire, lasting this 2-turn 1 1/8 test. Trying the distance for the first time, 2 for Jose Ortiz. His first day back riding since that injury opening week. Teaming up with the meet's leading trainer, Linda Rice, adding number 12 early on to this Saratoga meeting. $3.70 for the win.
Yeah, congratulations to Linda. She actually owns this filly by Mendelssohn of a notebook mare, Privacy. And it's been Linda, your favorite, Ichiban. Then you got Our Shot, your favorite, and Amanda's Folly. So it's been a favorites type of day so far, at least in the late pick 5.
Wasn't there a 15-to-1 shot in that first race? Oh, that was Ichiban. And the final jump. That's been the well. We've had. Look, it's been favorites to this point. These have all been exciting races, though, especially those first two in this late pick 5. I thought this next race, though, coming up. These last two are both competitive. This next race, though, probably the most competitive race on this whole card.
No, absolutely, and I think I think that you can kind of get creative in here with a lot of different horses. I really like the 7 quite a bit. LS Fort, I think we're going to go with LS Fort.
No, don't go with Fort. Don't put anything in Andy's head. Okay.
I think it's actually LA Fort. Play on words.
Oh, okay, LA Fort. I like LA Fort in here.
I like it. I'll go with that.
Even though all those seconds this one's racking up.
Yeah, but I just feel like this horse is better. I think going this distance, 1 mile and 3/8, I think this horse wants that extra distance. Some of the other ones I'm not quite sure
What
about.
about the new shooter? Christophe Clement.
That's the key horse,
Avenue
right?
Neal.
One? Yeah.
Niall Neal.
You know, he scratched the 1A. The 1's in. 7-2. A little chilly on the board. I thought Rombeek, you know, is a sneaky horse, but the horse is 1 for 16. That worries me. That's a 3. I think the horse is going to run a sneaky good race, but this is a wide open race. And the 11 draws into this race, which I didn't even include. And we're sitting upstairs in our thing, and Greg goes, turn the page to the 11. I said, what? The 11's in? So the Michael Maker runner at 17-1.
Never count that barn out at this distance. Favorite right now, though, Chad Brown runner, Siempre Elegante. My own 3/8 on the inner turf. First allowance condition race. We'll have more on it when we come back. Going to take a short time out. When we return, we'll take a look back at the ladies. What a week it was. Wet paint, coaching Club American Oaks, ultra impressive, and even more impressive. Champion 3-year-old filly Nest in her return.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Society building a 3-length lead, set down for the drive. She just went past Rafaros, but she's still 5 lengths behind Society, who rolls off the turn, now in front by 6. Society down to the final furlong, now by 7. Drafaros in a good battle for second with Matt Torreya. Nobody catching Society. Streaking through the stretch to score by 9 lengths on the wire.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the win early pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Then comes Salvino, inching up outside Belfast Banter. And the leader is Historic Heart, confronted and passed by Belfast Banter. Belfast Banter runs right on by Belfast Banter with a beautiful trip under Barry Foley, cruising home. Here comes Orange Freeze, the gray, a wide bid, but a good one. On the outside, Orange Freeze is digging in. It's Orange Freeze, a clear-cut winner. And it's a quick one for It's All Coming Together. Vacation Dance comes away in second. And It's All Coming Together, holding on to the lead by 3. It's All Coming Together. Ramblin' Rack, it's all coming together all the way. And Scotland is sprinting out for the early lead. Scotland's had an easy lead despite the presence of Il Miracolo. Scotland spurts clear and leads it by 2 with a furlong left to go. tour de force for Scotland. At the rail, Surge Capacity is a close-up third, taken in hand just a bit. They're at the top of the stretch. Surge Capacity trying to get through on the inside of Secret Money. It's Surge Capacity in front, close to home. Surge Capacity under Joel Rosario. A very quick beginning for Roses for Deborah. Bubble Rock is up and on the pace too. Bubble Rock lets it out a notch and leads it now by 2 lengths. Roses for Deborah second. Roses for Deborah collaring Bubble Rock and going right on by. Roses for Deborah makes short work of the competition. Wet Paint is at the back right next to Gambling Girl. And Wet Paint 6 lengths off the pace. Gambling Girl, Wet Paint launching on the far outside. And Sacred Wish has opened up 3, trying to fend off Wet Paint, who's closing ground. Wet Paint surging under Flavia and Pratt to win the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Lavin, you're by far the dirtiest jockey out here. Did you run out of goggles? Did you go through all, you have 4 or 5 pairs on?
I didn't, but I had dirt in my eyes after the while, so I took everything off and tried to clean my eyes. But usually when you're so dirty, it's never a good sign. But with her, it's always, that's all the way it is.
Wet paint, it's okay when it's dirty paint.
And they're off. Beautiful start for Nest, going right to the lead. And so Irad Ortiz takes a hold of Nest as Pistol Liz Ablazin kicks on and opens up 3. Nest breezing up alongside Pistol Liz Ablazin, and Nest makes her move for the lead. Nest trying to get away right now with a 1/4 mile to go. And Nest floats to the center of the track. Clairiere 2 lengths behind in second. They're a furlong from the finish. It's Nest in full flight. Clairiere still with 2.5 to make up. $5 million in earnings between these two daughters of Curlin. But it belongs to Nest, who comes back in style and finishes full of run to score in the Chuvie by 2.5 lengths.
What a week it was. Closed out in that Chuvie with 2 of the very best in their division in this sport. What a comeback for Nest. And that's the starting point for her 4-year-old season. Wow.
She was flawless and so impressive. I mean, the way she defeated that field, just in the manner she did it, it's a scary thought what's going to happen if she moves forward off of this race, which she's supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, she's so talented. And Clairiere, you could tell that Joel Rosario knew that Nest was working well. He was trying to get Clairiere out of the gate, and Nest just got the jump on her and just outran her, and she's going to be scary. They'll meet again, but it's going to be scary.
No, absolutely. They'll meet again, but Nest doesn't always kind of have that little advantage because she's more tactical than Clairiere is. She's as good as Clairiere, and she can put herself in better positions than Clairiere can. So, look, I think it's going to be tough for them to beat Nest for the rest of this year. Is a 4-year-old being able to come back as off of your 3-year-old championship year. We don't get to see that very often, and we're going to get to see it with her. I think she's pretty special.
I was going to ask, is this division wrapped up with that performance?
I wouldn't say it's wrapped up. Clairiere is still...
just from what we saw, how good she is.
I mean, look, I think that as of right now, in my opinion, maybe we'll see what happens with Elite Power. She's the most likely winner of a Breeders' Cup race.
They're going to meet again, likely this meet. Of course, that personal ensign, this was the Chuvie, a prep for that. That's the Grade 1, August 25th. So get to see him again. And Clairiere hopefully gets a little more pace to set it up for her closing style.
No, true. And I think Steve Aspen is probably saying uncle to the Todd Pletcher barn with Malafat and now this horse getting the best of Clairiere. Yeah. So, you know, Clariere's run against some really good ones and beat some good ones too. She's a classy mare too. We can't take anything away from her.
And like JK said, she's so tactical. I don't think speed makes a difference. She's push button. You can do with her what you want to do with her. Put more speed in. If she's got more speed in the race, it's going to help her as well. So I don't know.
It's time for our ride of the week. It's brought to you by WinStar Farm. Dream big, buy WinStar. And how about a maiden victory in your debut, and you move into a Grade 3. Surge Capacity now 2 for 2 for Chad Brown at Klarovich Stables.
Look, this is Joel Rosario's forte, saving ground and coming with that run. So patient, always patient, especially on the turf. Finds the gap down on the fence, and he goes to work here, and it just keeps coming. huge run to get the maiden broke and then come back. And listen, her race at Monmouth Park where she broke her maiden, the turf was a little bit on the soft side this day here, but by Flintshire, this filly, and she's a runner to do this in her second out.
For a guy that finishes so well, Gary, he uses the crop not that much. He's so strong, no?
His upper body strength, listen, Lafitte Pinkai was considered the strongest rider in the sport, upper body strength, just from the waist up. Well, Joel has taken that position now. He's the strongest finisher in the sport. His upper body strength is powerful, and his rhythm. I mean, he gets in such good rhythm with his horses in the closing stages of a race, and he's not willing these horses to the finish line. They become part of him, and if that makes sense to you, and he finishes hard, he finishes strong, and the horses finish with him.
Ride of the week again brought to you by WinStar Farm. Dream big by WinStar. It started to become an angle too. Chad Brown, multiple horses in a stakes race. Go with the biggest price.
Yeah, I think it's a dangerous move. That sounds like someone who got beaten at pick 5 not using that one. But
2 years in a row in the Diana, now in this race.
But I think the situation, and to be fair, is that all the horses are good, and it's turf racing. So who gets the best trip ends up winning. So it's not as easy as who's the best one. They always win. I think who gets the best trip ends up winning, and sometimes it is the largest price, Chad Brown.
I think the lesson that we've learned over the years here at Saratoga, when Chad runs horses at Monmouth, a lot of people think, it's not a second string. It's not. And the horses that are working there, I don't know how many times we did an interview with Chad. Chad said, hey, my Monmouth crew prepared this horse unbelievable. So, it's just he's got great assistance, but he's also an unbelievable trainer.
Mile and 3/8 on the inner turf coming up next. Let's go to Acacia.
We'll take a look at a couple of new faces, starting with one making her U.S. debut, the number 1 Avenue Neo, coming in from France as she was purchased at the Arcana mix sale for the U.S. equivalent of about $147,000, and she makes her first start since September. I noticed in watching that replay in France that she was a horse that they didn't really ask too much out of the gate. She was able to settle pretty kindly, and then she seemed like a little bit of a grinding type. Over in France, she used to wear a shadow roll, that piece of fleece across the noseband, and I don't see that from her, just a regular drop noseband with a ring bit, and she's very strong coming in here. I do just wonder if she'll be better for a race stateside to tuck up a little bit more, and also to just get a bit used to the U.S. style of racing as well. I often like to see horses second time here stateside after they've been running overseas, especially when there's a layoff following it. But I'll keep my eyes on her in the preliminary. Certainly an intriguing prospect with the certainly notion that distance is not a problem for her. Taking a look at the number 7, Elle Fortes, that does translate to she is strong in French, and as my French mother-in-law is standing right next to me, I have to have my pronunciation correct, but I like this mare. I know that she's not a winning type, but last time out, the winner was just going a bit better. I noticed she was lugging in a little bit when she kind of hit the lead, and I like that Louis Sias has ridden her in her last 2. She's dappled out from head to toe, and she looks tremendous in here. She's definitely convincing that distance is her friend. She comes in strong, she comes in fit. She's definitely developed now as a 5-year-old since I've last seen her. Hopefully she can find that last little punch. The number 4, Siempre Elegante, makes her second start for trainer Chad Brown, a horse that I saw with both of her previous trainers, and was always a little bit of a quirky type in the preliminaries, and that is still holding true today. They brought her into the saddling stall to try to saddle her. She was just being a little bit tricky. They took her out for a walk and have finally been able to get the tack on, but still a little bit not totally settled. And so hopefully throughout the rest of the preliminaries here, she'll be able to relax, and the blinkers do come off, which sometimes can really help a horse to see their surroundings. She broke out at the start last time and bumped her foe, then got a little bit keen. And I'm guessing with her temperament and taking those blinkers off, it's with the idea of trying to get her to relax a little bit more today, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. 3-1. Yeah, without equipment change here. Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard this 4-year-old filly. And there he is, chatting with trainer Chad Brown. We'll have the post parade for this 9th Marathon on the lawn when we come back here on Saratoga Live.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Hip number 1, sale time, folks, we're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it. Submit your entries by August 1st at november.keeneland.com.
Back on Saratoga Live, the Carousel in downtown. Built in 1910. It was originally at a park on Saratoga Lake, and that land was up for development, and it was going to be auctioned off. This town came together and raised $120,000 to save this carousel, and that's where it was moved to where it is now in downtown Saratoga Springs.
Go on the carousel and then get you some good some of that Saratoga water, get those chemicals in you, help you out, make your bones stronger.
Water in this country.
Yeah.
Here's Avenue Neal. It is 7-2 on the States debut for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, Philly by helmet here, coming from Ireland, first start here in the States. Hasn't been seen since September of 2022, but looks well on the racetrack.
The rail's going to go to this one out of sight.
Yeah, just draw the inside, and ran okay inside last time. Sometimes horses don't like it. I don't think that's a problem for out of sight.
Here's Rumbeek at 14-1.
I think this horse has got a really good shot, this 5-year-old mare. She's had some tough trips, but her lone win was here at Saratoga.
Chad Brown, Siempre Elegante, blinkers off.
This horse had a race a couple back that can absolutely win this. You'd like to think moving to Chad Brown's barn, who excels on the grass, this horse could improve.
Trainer Tom Albertrani has his 3-year-old filly back with him, Embrace Me.
It's for all the people on Twitter that want to comment on horse racing, Embrace Me.
Such sounds. Really tough trip against L.A. Fort last out.
Yeah, the only issue, had a couple setups the last two races.
Here's L.A. Fort, all those seconds.
Yeah, I guess that's why this horse is 9-2. You know, 15 starts, 7 seconds. You mentioned it, Wolfie.
Sister Bridget, the 9 went by.
Yeah, blinkers come off for Cleveland Johnson and Joey Martinez.
And 2 for Mike Maker on the outside. I'm So Sorry, we saw.
I've always joked Mike Maker could put the 4 of us in a horse suit and probably get us to run long on the grass. This horse might improve.
It's what he does best. And Anatolian for Maker as well gets in off the also eligible list.
Yeah, this horse just missed 2 back at 1 mile 3/8. Then caught 1 1/4 race. Does get the outside post, but a filly at 13-1, that could be a nice little long shot.
What a beautiful sight. That historic grandstand here at Saratoga. Well, Naira Betts Saratoga Saturday contests, they are back. Feature competitive edge with a live money handicapping contest just about every week. Register now. Great cash prizes. You can also win a seat into the following week's $300 contest. Registration ends 5 p.m. Eastern Friday. Go to naira.com/contests to get signed up and to learn more. So there is LA Fort the 7 and those fluorescent green silks of GBW Racing, 7 seconds and 15 career starts. Let's go back to April 16th. 2 starts ago, and second beat a length going 1.5 miles at Keeneland.
Yeah, look, the pace wasn't particularly fast in this race. This horse had to try to pass horses in those situations. When horses on the front end, we saw it just now in our previous race where the 2 Amanda's Folly was able to kind of hold on. Being on the front end is an advantage, especially if you're going slow. LA Forte, in my opinion, was kind of chasing a slower pace, and I thought ran extremely well considering the circumstances.
Saez will be back aboard. He's been on board the last couple of starts with his 5-year-old mare, who, look, she is picking up checks. She is earning money. It's a horse you want to have in your barn. Just does not win a lot.
Yeah, here's the thing. I want to ask this to Gary, because when you have a horse like this, has crossed the line first one time, but you look at the rest of her PPs, she's never been in front, ever. So I understand maybe she doesn't have the speed. Do you force something and maybe try to get this horse towards the front?
No, she doesn't have any speed. I mean, her U.S. time pace form, early pace is 41. That's like 0 speed. You may as well.
Yeah.
I mean, no. I mean, you can only pedal a slow bike early and tire yourself out as a jockey. And you take these horses that far out of their game and try and make them like closer. They're 9 times out of 10 going to turn around and give you a signal of no.
I want to talk a little bit about the 1, the kind of stranger danger we see here. A horse that's
Chilly
been running.
on the board, though, JK?
Yeah, a little chilly on the board, but I think I know why. Looking at the workout report, and there's various ones. I like to look at the Daily Racing Form DRS workout report. You can kind of just get more information about these works that you'll see on the bottom of the past performances. Avenue Niel, the last 2 turf works were not graded very well. And one of the things that's great about Saratoga is these horses are able, the top class horses, are able to work on the grass. Now, if this horse was working on the dirt and the works weren't very good, then I wouldn't really care because it's obviously working on the dirt as a turf horse. But the works on the turf aren't great. I think that could be a little bit of an indication of why this horse is as high of a price as he is.
Let's go to Acacia.
For 6, Such Sounds, who, as you alluded to, Greg, did have a trip last time. She is a very big, solid filly and tried to come up the inside on the rail last time in that same race that LA Fortes come out of, and she was squeezed back pretty sharply. Now, how much momentum was cut off at that point? Was she just protected by Chris Landeros, who rode her after that fact? But she's so big and solid that looking at her physically, I feel like it was very brave of her to even try to go up the inside when she was shut out. We'll hope that she will have a better trip in here, but I like the distance for her. As far as the 10, I'm So Sorry, 1 of 2 for Mike Maker. Tyler Gaffleone has kept her moving throughout a very aggressive warm-up. Look for this filly to be on or close to the lead today. She's the smaller type, and I would expect that a forward tactical approach would be the best bet for her.
There she is. Thank you, Acacia, the one she was just talking about. I'm So Sorry, 5-1. Moves to the Mike Maker barn, was with Brian Lynch, and was just behind, not far behind at all, LS Fort, 2 back, got off Lasix, and was in a stakes race that next start.
Yeah, and she didn't perform all that well in the stakes race. It was the fastest race she ran, believe it or not, but she was 9th, beaten 8 3/4 lengths, so, I mean, she was out of her league.
But a lot of positives. Go to Mike Maker, back on Lasix.
Yeah, she lost to Miss Yearwood. Miss Yearwood's a nice horse for Ian Wilkes. The race before that at Keeneland, I thought was an okay race with Julian Leproux, because Julian's not really a kind of ascendant rider, so maybe Tyler Gaffleone, who's a little bit more aggressive than Julian, although I think Julian's a great 1.5 mile rider on the turf.
I will say this about the 10, I'm So Sorry. A couple races back, those pace figures you heard Gary kind of talk about with Timeform US, this horse was involved in a pretty quick pace and pretty close to that pace. We'll see if Tyler sends away from there from the outside. But it's more, Maker's horses, a lot of times when he stretches them out, he likes them to be a little bit closer, turn it into a stamina game.
Hey, and we haven't talked about the 6 horse at all. I don't think we have. And in this filly here, she was making a nice run down on the inside in her last race at Churchill Downs, and she got stopped cold. Yeah. She winds up getting beat 11 lengths. Watch this down on the fence here, guys. This under Chris Landeros, and he gets her wound up, coming through a tight space down here on the fence, and she's not liking it in there a whole lot, and boom. That's what you call getting stopped. Wow. Winds up getting beat 11 lengths, lost all of her momentum, so throw that race out, go back to her previous race, and it puts her right in the mix of things, possibly.
Good replay right there, because she won first time out from the clouds and took to the turf, so she could be launching late.
7-1, and that was a race where the 7 LS Fort wound up runner-up. As they get set to load here, I guess we shouldn't be surprised, right? It's Chad Brown with Rat Ortiz Jr., but off the form coming into this race, it's a bit of a surprise the 4 is favored, isn't it?
Well, I mean, the horse had some numbers that I thought fit, and you move into the best turf barn in the country, it's reasonable to think the horse could improve.
The 7's got the best numbers. The horse has run second 7 times. The 10's probably got the second best numbers. New barn. People are familiar with Chad Brown and Rat Ortiz Jr., so I think that's the reason why. But I think this is such a tougher race than that.
Mile and 3/8 on the turf, maybe the most competitive race we have on this card. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Thanks, Greg. Here is I'm So Sorry coming up. Embrace Me is next. Anatolian to the outside. They're in the gate. Movement from Such Sounds. And they're off on their mile and 3/8 journey. And out of sight is sent pretty hard from the inside, secures the lead. Sister Bridget is up close in the early stages, and there goes Sister Bridget sprinting up to take over. I'm So Sorry now moves into second. Out of sight is now in third. They're followed by Anatolian in fourth, Rombeek fifth in the early stages. Such Sounds, Red Colors mid-pack as they make their way into the stretch for the first time. And it's Sister Bridget in front by a length and a half. I'm So Sorry second. The quarter went in 24 3/5 seconds. They're followed by Out of Sight, racing on the inside of Anatolian, and just behind them, Rombeek and Such Sounds are matching strides, both of whom about 5 lengths off the leaders. LA4 is next on the outside of Siempre Elegante. Avenue Niel inside that pair. Embrace Me at the back of the field. Just under a lap to go, and Sister Bridget, 1.5 in 50 2/5 seconds, continues to lead over I'm So Sorry, tracking in second. Then it's Out of Sight, Anatolian third and fourth, followed by Such Sounds on the outside of Rombeek. They're joined 3 wide by LA4, who makes her way onto the backstretch 6 lengths off the pace. Siempre Elegante is next, and then it is Embrace Me down the backstretch. And it is Sister Bridget, 3/4 in 17 flat. Sister Bridget leads the way. Out of Sight, eager along the inside. There's Avenue Niel. Avenue Niel has made steady headway all the way up. Look at this. Avenue Niel getting that beautiful opening, and Joel Rosario seizes the opportunity. Avenue Niel went through that field very rapidly and is now battling with Sister Bridget, who's fully extended to try and fend her off. Just in behind them, Anatolian on the outside of I'm So Sorry. A wide bid from LA4, who swings into action at the top of the stretch. It's Avenue Niel in front by a length. Anatolian is in second. Siempre Elegante has surfaced. And here comes Siempre Elegante, cruising on by Anatolian. These two come for the wire. 1-2, Siempre Elegante with a stellar stretch kick to victory. Anatolian second. Avenue Niel weakened and was in a show photo with Rombeek.
Took 9 races with the meet's leading rider, Rat Ortiz Jr., finally on the board. And this horse absolutely closing best of this bunch.
Yeah, she came from the clouds and a big run from Avenue Niel in her American debut under Joel Rosario. That changed the whole race around when he got through on the fence going into that far turn. The pace picked up quite a bit there and set things up perfectly for Siempre Elegante.
Look, I'm sure we're going to see this replay again with Irad when they're in the top of the stretch. And Irad has the crop, and he's going, he's got it flipped upside down, and he's shoulder tapping like he is. You're about to see here. He has a ton of horse.
You're right, he did. He had a ton of horse, and this is the only horse that was really moving. Everybody else was kind of grinding away. Joel had to go up the rail with the one because there was that opening. And Manny Franco, I thought, did the right thing. Went right to the front, just could not hold off Siempre Elegante. And this horse wasn't really even kind of urged towards the wire. Won nicely, and then, like we talked about it, a wide open race, right?
And in the end, yeah, Chad Brown, Rat Ortiz Jr., number 10 at the meet.
Well, here's the difference right here. I was watching the 3 right here, and I was watching Rambeek. But you watch Irad, he makes the move right here to split the 3 and then go outside the 6, or actually waits for the other horse to overlap. And he's just very patient, Gary.
Yeah, I mean, he's loaded right here. You can tell by his motion of his arms and his butt still up in the air. He's just now starting to let her creep up. And now he works his way out. Actually has to steady her a little bit. He doesn't see anything opening up inside down there, so steady pretty hard there to make sure he gets to the outside.
And G, here come those shoulder taps from Irad, and when he does that, he's got a ton of horse.
He's not worried. He's not worried at all.
Reminds me of like a young Kent DeSormo. Kent was with that with the reins, right? A little bit?
He tossed salads. That's what
tossed salads.
The salad
tossing the salad, yeah, with the reins.
He still does it.
He still does it. Yeah,
he's
he does.
good at it. It works for him. Yeah. Whatever works.
4-11, 1-3, 3-1. Siempre Elegante, Rat Ortiz Jr., his 22nd winner of the Saratoga summer season. We'll have the prices when we come back and set up the nightcap right after this. Chad Brown and Irad Flanagan Racing in the 9th.
Is making a big move on the outside, but it's Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish, winner of the Grade 1 Midline.
Curly, the classic sire.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. Speaking of those healing waters, sample that big red spring if you make it on site here. Rat Ortiz Jr., 22 victories. First winner of this Wednesday afternoon, teaming up with Chad Brown, Flanagan Racing. and the favorite, the victory, $8 for the win here.
He's having an off day.
It is for him.
You know what? This has got to be the third or fourth, if I'm not mistaken, prodigy of American Pharoah that has won on the turf at this meet. It's pretty crazy how the Triple Crown winner has turned into a pretty good turf sire. But Chad Brown gets the job done here in a wide open race. And if you had that Grand Slam, $10.80. Tip the teller the 80 cents, okay?
Thank you, Paulie. 4-11-1-3. Let's go to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by winning rider Irad Ortiz, Siempre Elegante, getting the win. She gave you a big kick today.
Yeah, she does. Trainer told me to ride her with confidence. Told me she fit the race. She's 100. She's doing good. So try to save ground. And you can go wide in once, only one turn, so you decide which one to go. But I think that was a perfect trip. I saved all the ground in 3 turns, all 3, and then I tip him out in the last one, and she do the rest.
What kind of tactics do you have to think of as a rider for a 3-turn race like that with getting your horse to relax and, like you said, trying to save some ground?
I mean, you just have to ride your horse first, and then you have to watch what's going on in front of you. I think that this kind of races, the pace is different. You gotta have the pace on your mind, and you're thinking about it, and try to know how fast we're going, how slow we're going, and who is moving. You can watch the races sometimes. One horse gonna jump a little, have to make the move. The first one have to make the move. All depends where they do it. So that can change the race. You gotta be ready for it. You don't wanna take in a hole and then they run away from you. You have to catch up and take another hole. I would love to do it gradually, and that's what I try to do and work out good.
Some great insight there. And coming up this weekend, I wanted to ask you about Forte as you'll be back aboard in the Jim Dandy. The blinker's going on. Have you noticed any change from him in his works? And do you think that'll help him be a little bit more focused?
I think he does. He worked good last week. He was doing his own thing. That's one thing I like about last time. But he was doing his own thing before. He was kind of like playing out there and looking, waiting for the other horse a little bit. I think he worked good, and he don't work like a bullet work, but he did it on the right way and doing his own thing. He just was working alone in there. He don't care about the company that day. So I like that, and look a little more professional to me. So let's see what happens.
I look forward to it. Good luck this weekend. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Irad Ortiz, big date this weekend. Greg.
Indeed, Gary, he had suggested to Pletcher to put those blinkers on. They both talked about it. Is that an important relationship, too, between rider and trainer? And did you make a lot of those suggestions?
Absolutely. And there were ways to approach certain trainers in a certain way. At Laz Barrera, I had a really close relationship with Laz. Laz wasn't the type of guy that you would tell, just put blinkers on this horse. You would say something like, Laz, this horse doesn't seem to, he's looking around a lot. What we will do, we'll put blinkers on this horse, make it his idea, and as long as it was his idea. But no, I had great relationships with Bob Baffert, for one guy, and if you made a suggestion, listen, certain trainers respect your opinion, and sometimes you just make a small suggestion. And you don't want to tell a trainer how to train their horses. They don't like that. I can tell you that. So.
Well, I would think the deeper you get in the game and the more you're established, obviously, you can start opening your mouth. When you're younger, you got to keep it kind of shut, no?
Absolutely. Yeah. And look, Todd Sharp, and I'm sure that they had talked about it in the past. There was no reason to do it off of his 2-year-old campaign and the start of his 3-year-old campaign. I mean, he was undefeated going into the Kentucky Derby. So, it's if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Who'd you have the toughest time telling what pitch to throw?
Well, listen to me, when you're an MLB catcher, you're a psychologist. There's sometimes you got to tell a guy, hey, let's go. There's sometimes you got to pat a guy on the back. You got to teach, everybody. Gary makes such a great point. I played for a guy named Jack McKeon, and Jack would approach it like this. You're good to go, aren't you? Think about that question. Think about that question. Are you good? You're good to go, aren't you? You going to say no to your manager? So he puts you in a spot where, of course I'm good to go, even though my hamstring was half off its bone at the time or whatever. But you have certain managers that expect something out of you and something you do, and you learn things from each guy. But Gary makes a good point. When I got older in my career and I was controlling pitching staffs, I would go to the pitching coach. Hey, I want to, do this. I want to do that. There's certain things that we need to do with this guy to make him succeed at this level, because now I've been there before. I can now have a voice. When I was younger, you were just told, shut up, kid. And then I'm just like, okay, I'll sit in my locker like this.
Earn that respect.
Yeah.
Well, we got the nightcap coming up. Mile and a 16th on the turf. New York Breds, 40 maiden claiming race. Another wide open race. We'll see if that means the favorite's going to win. We'll talk Steve Asmussen and the success he has had in the Amsterdam. Looking to win a 4th straight this year. We'll be back.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
It is Jockey's Warrior with the lead. Crowded Trade comes through down at the rail. On the outside is Drain the Clock. And they're at the 16th pole, and it is Jockey's Warrior with a huge effort today. Jockey's Warrior eased up at the end, won by 7 lengths.
Oh, the great Jockey's Warrior made history, the first horse ever to win a Grade 1 at Saratoga as a 2, 3, and 4-year-old. And I guess that defeat, looking in hindsight, in the forego, wasn't as bad as we thought at 1-9.
No.
Cody's Wish beat him.
There's a lot of things I want to do in life. I always wanted to dunk a basketball. That's never going to happen. I'd like to ride a horse like that going in the winter circuit, just sitting up like that. That'd be fun to do.
A lot of his races look like a walk in the park at the highest level. Well, Yaupon, Jockey's Warrior, Gunite. Can Steve Asmussen get a 4th in a row? He's got the tremendously quick Rivet, who's won 5 in a row, 3 of them stakes races.
They put blinkers on this horse. I got to give Andy Serling credit, because Andy called this horse, put blinkers on this horse, been a different animal. One on the pace, one off the pace. JK, it's just in tremendous form right now.
Yeah, and look, when Steve gets one going in this direction, he'll keep him. Ask Jockey's Warrior and Matoli. This is one of my favorite races of the Amsterdam, because it leads into the Alan Jerkin, which is my favorite race of the meet at Saratoga on Travers Day. These sprinters, that you kind of fall in love with these 3-year-olds on the Derby trail, but then sometimes they realize maybe that's not as far as they want to go. Then they get to start doing what they want to do.
Is there a problem for him in this race? New York Thunder's never been on dirt, but he's got turf speed, and he's quick. Is he going to pressure this horse on the front end?
I don't think he can. Yeah. I don't think he can.
Take a look at what Steve Asmussen has done in this race. Some good ones up there. Gunite still in the mix for being maybe a champion at the end of the year.
Yeah, you got Gunite, who's, wow, he's loaded, let's be honest. When it comes to spinners, he also got another one called Skelly, who's, I would say, Skelly and Straight No Chaser could be the 2 fastest sprinters, at least early on as well. But when it comes to Rivet, it's pretty cool because Rivet was originally started the win streak with his son, Keith Asmussen. Now here's the Woody Stevens where you got Drew Gold and Gilmore. What do you do with these two?
They'll come running.
Yeah.
Drew's
Can
Gold,
they catch Rivet?
I'm a fan of Drew's Gold.
He's outstanding. I tried to beat Drew's Gold in this race, and I was successful with Arabian Lion, but it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be. Drew's Gold is an outstanding racehorse, and the rail's not a bargain, you know, for this horse, especially with the other speed in there. But maybe if Jose can just kind of fall away from there, let the speed go on, and he can kind of do that kind of circling around the field trip.
Deer District for Dale Romans, coming off a huge effort. Dale Romans had that tremendous Churchill Downs meet. This is an interesting race we're going to have.
Well, you know, it's an interesting horse because Giant Game came back to win. A lot of the horses that Dale Romans that were rolling at Churchill Downs before I left, they went to Ellis and they started rolling again. He won with Giant Game. I think this horse is going to show some speed. And you got Martin Garcia coming in. You know Martin Garcia, he's going to be forward with the horse.
He'll be forward. Look, he was just off of the 21-1 first quarter last year, or last time in his last race, and closed into that. It was only 4 lengths off the lead, so he can stay in contention.
And I will say this, Wolfie, this is one of those races where there's a lot of speed in there, so people will start looking for a closer. I think sometimes that can be a mistake, because if there's a lot of speed, they're all going fast. Give me the one who's the best of them, the speed of the speed. They can kind of hang on while the rest of them are tired as well.
You can tell us who that is?
I think it might be Drew's Gold. And just worry about the post. If Drew's Gold was drawn towards the outside, he's the type of horse I'd single. I just don't trust down on the inside what kind of trip I'm going to get.
I do think Rivet can rate, though.
We'll find out. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a good one. Again, Steve Asmussen looking to win a 4th in a row in that race. Tremendous week of stakes action coming up. Birdstone, mile and 3/4 tomorrow. That Amsterdam we just previewed on Friday, and then Saturday. The 2-year-old Champ Forte back in action. He'll have blinkers on in the Jim Dandy in that compact field, taking on 3 from Brad Cox. We got the AG Vanderbilt for older horses, grade 1. Got the nightcap, though, still to come on this Wednesday card. Let's go to Acacia.
And Greg, we'll start off with the number 1, Indian Mischief, who does try the turf for the first time for trainer Linda Rice, and has been accompanied by the pony while saddling, trying to keep him calm as he's making just the 2nd start of his career, and we haven't seen him since March when he did run on the dirt. So a lot of changes today. He's dropping in class for the first time. He's switching surfaces, and he does have to navigate the layoff. Now, I certainly don't mind Into Mischiefs on the turf. I think that he's such an incredible sire. They kind of handle anything, and this one is actually have to a couple of nice turf horses. Have to stakes winner Harlan's Honor, who won once on the grass, and stakes winner March Express, who was a pretty talented turf runner for Mark Cassie. And this guy has a turf hoof, that kind of flatter hoof to him, slacker pasterns, a little bit more angular in his build, and he looks pretty fit off the layoff too. We'll see how he handles it. It's always a bit of a question, especially because he showed speed and stopped on the dirt. You always wonder how that speed is going to transfer when switching surfaces, but physically, I certainly don't mind him. The number 3, Vince the Prince, is taking a drop in class for Michelle Nevin, and he is pretty forward here in the paddock too. He's on the muscle, and he was urged out of the gate last time out, but kind of outfooted going the 7 furlongs. And so based off of his running style and his physicality, I think he'll appreciate a little bit more distance. He's very long in his frame. There's a lot of stretch to him. I think long on the turf is what he appreciates. And I don't think going this distance either, he's going to get outfooted as much as he did last last time when he was also facing tougher company with the likes of Ramblin' Wreck, and it's all coming together. The number 11, Your Mission, has been favored in his last few starts, and he's still looking for that elusive maiden victory. Now, he is one that does not have any early speed. He was pretty far off of it last early, 3 wide, but he did come running late. He's one of those horses that I think always takes a bit of attention, but cannot necessarily be trusted as far as a win candidate, but a horse that's pretty reliable to hit the board. He's a big, solid horse. The longer, the better for him based off of how he looks. His conditioning, his coat, all looks well. I just do wonder if he has that desire, that will to win that is so important for a racehorse, Greg.
So Jose Lezcano on the left-hand side of your screen, one of the best turf riders in this game. Joel Rosario in the middle there with a couple of wins on today's card.
Luis Saez there. I'm wondering if you compiled the win. Like, I wonder at the end of this meet, if you were able to project 10 to 15 years from now, how many of guys in this jockey colony will land in the Hall of Fame? There's already, what, 5 or 6 of them already in?
Joel's slam dunk. When I don't know when he becomes eligible, but he'll be a first-time Hall of Famer.
Javier's already in. Obviously, if the 2 Ortiz brothers stay healthy, they're going to be in.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's just phenomenal. The guy Louis stays healthy.
Saez will be in.
Flavien Prat is probably going to be in.
Yes.
Maybe very soon.
Well, you've got to ride so many years here in the States. I don't know what it is for riders. It used to be 10 or 15 years. I don't know if they've still got that. But, yeah, I mean, if he stays healthy, well, he's already accomplished since he became a name here in the United States. I think he's a slam dunk anyway, no matter what happens.
Yeah.
Jake, I want to get your take on this race. There's a couple of horses that are very interesting. You have the 8 Conquest, who couldn't seal the deal last time out, and is he hard to trust? And then you have the 11 Your Mission, who is just not really his fault, having problems getting out of the gate. You know, he got slammed by some other horses, and he makes this big late run.
Well, we'll start with the 8 Conquest. I mean, so this horse has tried, has raced 11 times and has not won. They're all maidens. They've never won before. And so a lot of times people will stop trusting these horses. But Conquest has only done it once at this level, right? Was running against maiden special weight. So I can't really knock him for all of the times that he wasn't able to win at that level. But the one time he tried maiden 40s, he almost won. He ran extremely, extremely well.
But he had a 3.5 length lead, and he couldn't finish.
No, and look, I completely get it. I mean, these maiden 40s are tough up here in New York, though. You got horses dropping all the time. I thought he ran well from a speed figure standpoint. His pace figure was fast, and he was tactical. Now he gets Luis Saez. They should be able to try to get the front end in here if they want. And I think that they know what they have a little bit more here now.
It's a worry. I mean, listen, whenever you drop and pop, you're expecting to win. And they dropped and popped for the 40. And like you said, they're 5 to 3 or 4 lengths clear, and you get run down. Tiny bit of a worry, but pace is a lot more prominent here, going longer than it is. I think speed has been good going long here on the turf.
The interesting one to me is the 3 Vince the Prince, and I tried as hard as I could in different, databases to try to look this up, and I couldn't find it anywhere. But like, when was the last time you saw a horse who ran in a stake and then ran their next start in a maiden claimer? That's a pretty big drop.
It's a big drop.
Yeah, it is.
Still, the number, what you look at, numbers-wise, were the numbers that much bigger than what some of these other horses are running?
No, and that's the problem. Not that much bigger. But I think that figures are earned based on how comfortable a race is for a horse. So if they're facing a bunch of horses they're much better than, they're not going to give their best performance. It's kind of that thing, but if they can bully on the other horses, they're better than them, I think they can run a faster number.
Here's Indian Mischief. First time on turf and just the 2nd start overall.
Well, obviously, dangerous connections here. They're looking for a natural hat trick, Linda Rice and Jose Ortiz. Or a hat trick, not
March
a natural, sorry.
Express, who won the Bolton Landing on the grass. Here's Druid from the rail.
It was 84-1 last time, 52-1 this time. Not too many people believe in this horse.
You do believe in the Druids, though, right?
Yeah, I do.
Vince the Prince.
Vince the Prince dropping for 40, this Son of War dancer.
19-1 English Storm. Arad Ortiz Jr. showing up on this long shot.
Yeah, not really a huge turf lean. And if Irad is 19-1, says a lot about the horse.
Aula at 22-1 for Christophe Clement.
I mean, not the worst 22-1 shot. This horse was 9 wide. I know it says 7 wide, but like so wide last time. If Flo can save any ground, I think this horse is a decent long shot.
Jump trainer Kerry Bryan with a first-time starter.
Yeah, working down at Fairhill, it's tough. You don't ever know. Down in Maryland, you don't know exactly what you're going to get. Not taking much money on the board.
Control, Alt, Delete. Jeremiah Engelhart trains.
You just don't want to hit that anymore on your computer.
28-1. Dam did produce Miss Domina, who won sprinting on the grass. Conquest, the speedster.
Speed is dangerous in these races. You got a lot of maiden 40s types of horses in here. To me, it's how bad do they want to win, and if you can get out on the front end, it's a huge edge.
Charlie Baker, second-time starter, and he has Joel Rosario.
Yeah, and this one, Wayward Ghost, I thought was interesting. Shaman Ghost on the top side actually was your Queen's Play winner, but Dynaformer on the bottom side, which means turf.
Dylan Davis on Sharp Playboy.
Yeah, missed a break last time, but the pace was fast in front of Sharp Playboy. Didn't really pick up too many horses in the stretch.
Can your mission get a clean break? The 11, 4-1.
The 11 is the type of horse, when you watch the replays, you just want to fall in love with this horse. Then you keep on watching the replays, and I feel like I'm keep on watching the same movie. This horse gets out of the gate. He made a huge run last time and stalled. He just needs to get better position today.
And Waffler, David Donk, went long first time out, cut back to sprinting, now goes back to a mile and 16.
Yeah, just hasn't done much running. The other thing with Waffler, drawn towards the outside for a horse that doesn't have a lot of early speed, it's almost inevitable they're going to end up 2 to 3 wide on both turns.
And that first turn comes up fairly quick here, Gary.
Yeah, it does. Immediately, sort of, kind of. Outside post, not an advantage. I talked about that last week, and what happens, the bottom 3 horses, I think it was the 10, 11, and 12 finished 1, 2, 3. So throw that out the.
Gary, what's going on? What's going on here? Like sometimes some guys like their stirrups a little bit different. They're just readjusting the tack.
He's not messing with the stirrups. He's checking his girth. It's either too tight, too loose, or he didn't like where it was.
It's like
Trevor McCarthy. Look, these taller riders, the saddle's too far up on their neck. Very, very uncomfortable, but. Saddle looks fine. Tighten it up a little bit, stretch it out, get the kinks out. Little late warm-up.
Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, as soon as Trevor McCarthy and Waffler stepped out on the track, Trevor was kind of waving his hand to signal to one of the outriders to come over and assist him. So when you saddle a horse, there's actually 2 girths that are used. There's the first one that you put on to attach the saddle, and then there's the second that goes over all of the tack, and that was that kind of thinner strap that you saw them adjusting underneath. And the over girth had come loose and was kind of flapping underneath, and this was a horse who just does not look like he's very easy to saddle. He was kind of swishing his tail back in the paddock as well, a little bit girthy. Sometimes they're a little bit ticklish, a little bit, they're thinner skin thoroughbreds, and so they're a little bit tricky when you put those 2 girths on them. But everybody seems to be all good now as Waffler's getting that warm up. The number 8, Conquest, though, he's been your tepid favorite throughout, and yes, he's hard to trust being over 11. The speed is dangerous, and he's such a big horse that I gave him a shot last time, given the fact that he was stretching back out in distance and finally dropping in class for the first time. I said I'm jumping off after that effort, so there's the Acacia off angle today. But it is interesting. I wasn't in the paddock for his last race, and he did not wear this equipment 2 back, but you can see that piece of rubber on his face. It's called a Sherwin, and I checked in with our paddock judge, Patrick Davis, and he said they did add that last time out. And it keeps a horse from putting their tongue over the bit. It's a little bit of an alternative to a noseband and helps to keep everything in place. And maybe that's something that will help him. Again, it's at least the second time that he's worn it, and we'll see if this is finally his day, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. And again, we're talking about the 8 Conquest here. Just the second time he's been in for the tag at this level. 3-1 right now. And we talk about pace in here because obviously he wants to be forward. No, Indian Mischief showed the 1 for Linda Rice, showed speed on dirt last time out. Dirt speed does not always translate to turf speed, but is that a horse? Wow, 3's across the board.
They can't win.
Is that a horse that's going to be forward?
Maybe the 3 can't win now.
What? Why? That was my pick.
Well, I guess like four negatives,
geez.
make a negative.
I
don't
thought
know.
I had something here. I thought it was.
Well, we got
nobody had talked about
Kendrick
it. So I said,
Carmouche.
well, this is a good thing.
Acacia's, yeah, we got about 700, 600 pounds on top of this horse.
At least.
Maybe this
He'll
horse
be forwardly placed.
can be forward, yeah.
He will be coming out of the sprint race, dropping down, coming out of the Stallion Stakes last time out.
I'll tell you what.
Didn't run that bad. Didn't get embarrassed, really.
Who's your long shot in here, JK? I know you like the 6, the first-time starter, a little bit, just because you're thinking maybe the others just aren't that good?
Just a little stranger danger thing for me here. A horse who's been training down at Fairhill. If you're not familiar with Fairhill, they can train on anything in any situation. They get to work on the grass. So it's just a little sneaky. Like this horse has probably worked on the grass 5-6 times. You can gallop them uphill. You can gallop them in fields. There's lots of different options. So it's just a cheeky little cute idea that I wanted to use in the pick 5.
Bet $50, Saratoga and Delaware Park. Get a $10 bonus in your account whether you win or lose. Don't forget to opt in to take advantage of that promotion at NyraBets.com. Loading up. Nightcap. Did you want to add something?
Well, I think we're live in the pick 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we are. What do you like to?
You alive?
Yeah, 1, 3, 5, 8, 9, 11.
3, 6, 8.
1, 3, 6. Let's get the 8 home.
Okay.
Or well, whatever's better. The 3. We want us both to win.
Yeah.
I don't have the 6. I'd actually see. So we want the 5 or the 6 to get home. I got the 5. JK's got the 6. We want the bigger payouts for the people.
And then just split it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just break me off a little bit.
Are you guys saving? You saving?
Conquest the 8. It was Kendrick Carmouche aboard last time. It's Luis Saez today. Can he wire this field this time and seal the deal? He got caught late in his last start. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Okay, Greg, we've got Waffler to complete the lineup. Waffler goes in. And they're off. Natural speed from He's a Lucky Guy, but Indian Mischief is sent out, and Indian Mischief sprints into the first turn, joined on the inside by Vince the Prince, and Vince the Prince hugs that rail on the inside of Indian Mischief. Those two going at it through the opening furlongs. Conquest comes away in third, and He's a Lucky Guy down at the rail is fourth, about 4 lengths off the battle up top. Sharp Playboy racing in mid-pack, racing 2 clear of Aula, and then it's Your Mission as the field swings on to the backstretch. Your Mission at this stage about 10 lengths off the lead. English Storm and Druid follow that rival, and another couple back to Waffler. Opening quarter, very honest, 23 seconds flat. Heads apart on the front end. It's Vince the Prince on the inside and Indian Mischief. Just behind them, Conquest couldn't get a better trip in third. He's 2.5 off those leaders. They're followed by He's a Lucky Guy, who's on the inside of Sharp Playboy, losing ground at this stage. Aula is next. Your Mission has 8 lengths to make up. It's another 2 back to English Storm in the white colors, trying to mount a little bit of a bid. Waffler and Druid. It is a strung out group all the way back to Wayward Ghost and Control Alt Delete. Top of the lane, Indian Mischief comes away with the lead. Conquest in the center. He's a Lucky Guy. Just needs to straighten up. He's not doing it right now. He's a Lucky Guy. Angles out. Indian Mischief has a 2-length lead close to home. He's a Lucky Guy, and a late bid between horses from English Storm. It will be Indian Mischief. Second to He's a Lucky Guy. Vince the Prince was third. It's a photo for fourth. And that caps
Indian
off.
Mischief, first time on the turf, crosses the wire first, but we're going to take a look at the head-on here. Was the 6 He's a Lucky Guy interfered with?
Well, the one horse, Indian Mischief, he drifted out quite a bit there in front of the other horse, and he had to straighten up. But look, they'll probably have a look at it, but the way he won, the way Indian Mischief won.
So he's going left-handed right here, and he's going to come out in the path of the 6, about right there, but
that's.
You see, you got to see the pan. Like, did he make contact?
No. He didn't make contact, but he came close to clipping heels.
So he took away space.
Well, he went from right on his heels to 2 lengths off of him, and he stayed 2 lengths off of him, but he was making progress at the time that Jose came out on.
It looks like they touched
Indian
each other.
Mischief.
This is really tight.
He's not up there close enough to.
And watch the pan again, G. It looks like they touched.
Watch the pan.
I'm obviously hopeful, but.
if we can back it up one more time.
Try and get another look at it here. Here we go.
So right here, see if they actually do touch. See, he goes left-handed right here. Do they do touch?
No, he's not up there far enough to touch him. But that's very, very dangerous. He's lucky he didn't fall. He's up on his heels. His front feet were in between his hind legs. And that's actually how Jose fell the other day.
Now, okay, now take us through protocol here, Gary. Okay, now if you're Manny Franco and you want to claim foul, what happens?
Tell the outrider immediately when you pull up that you want to file an objection with the stewards if they haven't already hung it up, and they don't even have it hung up. There's no inquiry posted right now, and there's no objection. And
he's got to think there's
had plenty of time
one here.
There it is.
There you go now.
There we go.
Stewards inquiry.
Yeah, the stewards had to be looking at this and wanted to say what was going on.
They might have been watching our cameras.
Yeah, I would think Manny Franco probably was thinking, I don't need to say anything. Okay, you guys should probably handle this yourself. And this is a fine line.
Yeah, listen, let me explain something here also. We pray that whenever the stewards see anything that's even questionable, especially a tense meeting like Saratoga, this jocks room is not all that big here at Saratoga, so these jockeys are right on top of each other. When you claim foul against somebody, it causes animosity. It's way better if the stewards call it instead of you automatically happen to do it.
And also, I mean, this race I wouldn't think is a big situation, but also the trainers. As a rider, you don't want to be put in a situation where you have to claim foul on someone you ride for. It's just better if the stewards just say there's going to be an inquiry.
And Liscano, is Manny Franco, I'm sorry, that was on the 6-horse here at a huge price. But look, did it make a difference? I'm not going to make that call if it changed the difference or not. I know that it was a dangerous situation, and he was making progress. The 6-horse, he's a lucky guy, was making progress, and you can see how far Manny Franco had to get in this horse's mouth, and he went from being right on his tail to 2 lengths back all of a sudden, and he couldn't make up that ground there. But he was going to make an impact if he doesn't come out in front of him.
I think what the stewards are looking at most, did Manny come in at all? Because I think if Manny does not initiate coming in at all, it's definitely a foul by Jose. He definitely went in front of him. I think that the stewards are now going to discern whether it cost the placing or not. And my thing is, okay, when I look at it, did Manny come in at all with the 6 as the other horse came out?
Not much. We were watching on the track feed here on the dirty feed, and no, he did not.
If you played the pick 5 along with my pick 5 ticket, want you to know what you're watching here. This is a $984 decision for every 50 cents you bet. If they take this one down and the 6 wins, you win $984. If he stays up, then the pick 5 is not a winner.
Meanwhile, looking on, let's go to Acacia, who was able to catch up with Manny Franco.
I did. I asked him what he felt at that point in the race, Greg, and he felt that the number 1 Indian Mischief did cross in front of his path, and he said, my horse was running at that point too. It was a little bit green, but he said he was running, and so it is at a pivotal point in the race, and you could see where the first-time starter, he's a lucky guy, kind of flipped back to his left lead, and Manny had to shift all of his balance to the other side to try and keep his horse square, and avoid trying to clip heels at that point. So Manny did feel that he was interfered with in the stretch. We'll see what decision the stewards make.
You know, we're looking at it over and over off screen here, and it does look like he's a lucky guy. It hurts his forward progress.
Can I say what I would do?
What would you do?
He would be disqualified already. I don't need to look at it that many times.
Well, the longer these usually go, means there's usually going to be a
Listen,
change.
my partner next to me is cashing to the 6, okay? I'm cashing to the 1. I have no 6. The 6 should be put up. I'm being dead honest with you. At the end of the day, when are we going to stop this? We have to stop it, because that, like Gary said, that's inches away from clipping heels.
Well, it wasn't even inches.
Yeah.
It was not inches, Paul. He got lucky that his front foot actually went between that horse's hind legs, went between them. So
at some point you got to
very, very lucky.
It's getting kind of dangerous.
Are you even surprised it's taken this long?
No, I mean, I think they want to be diligent.
Yeah.
I think the longer if you have the 6, the longer the better. If you have the 1, you start to get a little bit more nervous. If it was cut and dry, they would.
Wow, they left the horse up. What?
Well, they haven't said anything yet.
Inquiry sign has come down. There's been no announcement. That's Linda Rice.
Will they
and
take
her
the
rider.
numbers down? Wow, no change.
Wow.
I don't know what to say anymore. And like I said, I just cashed and made money. It's just not the right call. A foul's a foul. I'm sorry.
3-win day for Linda Rice. 3-win day. First day back, Jose Ortiz. I think we're all surprised by what just happened here in the last. But no change.
I just don't like seeing dangerous situations, and that was a dangerous situation. Maybe they'll do something, but I don't think they will. So as far as penalizing Jose, and I'd hate to see that, but...
And by the way, look, when Jose was gone, his brother came in on him, and that's the reason he actually got dropped, and there was no change. This one stays up for the win. We are back tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time on FS2. Champion Echo Zulu back earlier and looks better than ever with that win in the honorable miss. We'll see you tomorrow at 1.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't